All right, I'm going to call to order the Common Council meeting on August 11th at 7:35. First up is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag
America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Misty, are you doing a roll call for me?
Yep, Arata Frada. She's here, she's just on mute. Yeah. Clouder. Gerhardt. Here. Krause.
Here.
Maldonado.
Here.
Schroeder. Here. Strassman. She's here, she's just on mute.
Yeah, she's
for the record. Udell.
here.
Richardson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is public appearances for non-agenda items and the public hearing. I just want to take a chance right at the beginning to remind the public that we do limit 3 minutes for the public to speak. There is a lot of people speaking today, and so sometimes we're a little loose on that, but tonight I am going to stop people at 3 minutes so we can get through everyone and give people an equal amount of time to be fair to everyone. First, before we do the public hearing, I do have one person on a non-agenda item, Jason Geiger. Jason, if you want to come up, and we got the standing mic there.
Thank you. Jason Geiger, I'm here representing myself regarding a project which was a new CSM at 5633 Lacey Road. I'm here tonight asking you to reconsider a decision to require sidewalks along Lacey Road on this with this new CSM. To back up, in March, I reached out to City of Fitchburg about creating this CSM on the 1.8 acres of infill development, which was for sale at that time. I was told a sidewalk would be required on Oak Knoll, but probably not along Lacey Road, which made perfect sense to me because the remaining block did not have sidewalks. On April 21st, I presented the CSM to the Planning Commission, and everyone on the Planning Commission agreed now is not the time to install a sidewalk on Lacey Road because it would go nowhere, and there's absolutely no plans or time frame to install sidewalks on the remaining 7 homes on Lacey Road. Matter of fact, there is a resolution that was adopted that says you can't install sidewalks to existing homes without the homeowner's consent, or at least 75% of them. It is my understanding that the property owners on Lacey Road do not want sidewalks. If the future residents of this city want a sidewalk, that would be the time to install them, which may not be in our lifetime. After waiting 2 months, I was informed in June that the City Council had approved that requirement to install sidewalks. I ask you to consider, why would we spend thousands of dollars to put in sidewalks, a sidewalk that goes nowhere, a sidewalk that the future owners have to remove snow, salt, and maintain the retaining wall for years to come without any time frame or plan to put in sidewalks along Lacey Road. That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
All right, that is all I have for non-agenda items. So I will now open the public hearing on proposed amendments to the 2021 to 2030 capital improvement plan. I'm going to start with people that are here in person, and then we'll go to people who are online. I know that our wonderful people at Fact TV already asked you this, but if you are online, we do ask after you're done speaking that you log off and you can watch on YouTube, you can watch on our website, just try and keep track of who's spoken so far and who hasn't. All right, so the first person I have up is Ron Gotti, and then after that will be Tony Hartman. So Ron, if you'd like to come up, that'd be great.
So I'm here about the Floran Drive. I live on Floran Drive. The ice buildup is an issue to us, and I was hoping that there'd be someone in Public Works today that we could get some clarification on exactly answers to questions on what it will be. My questions are I don't even know the distance of the curb to the easement that they will be going through. I don't know that distance to say yes or no on the project. And will it be a surface ditch, or are they going to tunnel? You know, if it's this high density plastic, and what happens when they come to a driveway? Do they go under it? Do they tear it up? You know, if they're tearing it up, how do we handle the cost of replacement? Is that ours, or should I just give my questions and then go back, and then how do the homeowners attach to it? I don't even know. Is this below frost, 48 inches down? So there's plastic down there and we have to go to it. You know, the size of our pipes, things like that. And then time of the season, we got a lot of flower beds that are within that, probably in the easement. And we'd want to get them out of there temporarily, and how long it would take, the duration.
Great.
So, should I stand here and get them, or answers, or?
So, yeah, we don't actually kind of debate, but Bill Belkey, I don't know if you've talked with him or not in Public Works, but he can answer all those questions for you. We can get you his phone number, or,
I can look them up on the.
okay, all right,
site.
because he can
Okay, I thought
answer
he
all
might be
those, or
here
give you his
tonight or
staff. Yeah, I think he's gonna be online later, but,
Okay,
sorry.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I jump in here real quick,
No,
Aaron?
we can't discuss, yeah. We are gonna talk about it more during the CIP process, so if you do wanna watch the discussion, I don't know that if there, some of those answers will be given at that point, but when we do talk about that later in the agenda, some of your questions might get answered during that point. All right, I have Tony, and then after that I have Sean Koval. Go ahead, Tony.
Great, most of you know me. Happy to see my two alders here in person, and you guys on the wall. You look pretty good up there. Most of you know that I was an alder here until last year and represented District 4, so was in the thick of a lot of this. I'm going to be speaking to Amendments 3, 11, and 12, which is a whole lot to cram into 3 minutes, so try to make it brief if that's possible. But it used to be the expansion here was, you know, the new police station that was on the horizon for a long time. Tom knows what I'm talking about, Aaron, because we were on the council together, kept coming towards us. It was sort of a euphemism for we're going to be expanding all the departments here at City Hall, so we're going to move the police out, expand into their space. Always in the original plan was the option to expand in place. It wasn't the preference. At the time, we were only talking about moving the police off-site to the tune of about 25 million, which is now the scaled back version. I felt strongly enough about this, seeing it coming and seeing these amendments, that I thought I would start talking to the people at the core of it. I went and sat down with the chief on his week off. He was good enough to sit down with me over a cup of coffee and have a very long talk about what I'm calling thinking inside the box. In other words, I don't know that the timing is very good, nor will it be in the near future, to make a statement by putting, for example, our police station right out in front of our library, right out in front of our city hall. And he agreed. He gets that the optics are bad. So what can we do about it? I asked him, I said, what are good and neat and successful police operations and police departments doing around the country? He pointed to the Cahoots program in Eugene that's been going on for 30 years. This is a way to actually address addiction and mental health issues, which can be 20% of a police department's calls. And this is taking some of the load off of them. This is part of a really big issue, folks. We're going to think inside the box, but we're going to tackle some stuff here that I think is, you know, it represents, I said that it used to just be a euphemism for expanding City Hall. Now we're talking about equity, and we're talking about how to make things better for all of us by making things better for the least fortunate. And so that goes to 11 and 12, which are the hub. And we're so lucky here to have people like Chief Brecklin and Wade Thompson, who's been working on the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative for years. And the hub up at, you know, Traceway Drive there is a perfect opportunity for us to kind of put our money where our mouth is. I mean, it's easy to put a capital project on the horizon 10 years out, then 5 years out, now 2 years out, and say, we're going to sell bonds and we're going to raise $35 million, we're going to pay it off over 20 years. It's a lot harder to do what's right. And this discussion is being carried on right now.
All right, Tony, you're at 3 minutes, sorry.
All right, no worries. I'm here to tell you that this is the
Thank
right
you.
thing to do. It's not going to be easy, but I
All right.
applaud everybody who's
I
working.
have Sean Koval next.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Richardson and alders at home and that are here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I sent a statement of support from my organization, the Healthy Kids Collaborative, which is a coalition of health and education-based organizations here throughout Dane County, and that included and highlighted for you some of the community and family engagement projects that my organization, which is a part of UW Health and a close partner of Leopold School and other Fitchburg community groups, highlighted really the work that we've done over the last 5 years that has really identified, in partnership with residents, youth, and their families, the need for amendments number 11 and 12 and 13, which are the neighborhood hub and the teen center in the Jamestown neighborhood. I'm urging you to vote in support of these amendments because, I mean, it's good for the bottom line in terms of economics and future cost savings, of course. I mean, these are investments in the families that are least fortunate. There's a huge opportunity gap in Fitchburg and across Dane County, and we have an opportunity to fill that gap with these services and these facilities. So that's one bottom line that it checks, but it checks so many others. I mean, I can't think of many other projects that would benefit such a cross-section of residents and constituencies in Fitchburg and in other communities in Dane County. I mean, it's good for the school, Leopold and that neighborhood. They would then have another place to partner with. There's another place for community members, family members to gather. That makes it easier for you all to reach to community members and to be more effective as policymakers and as public servants. I think it also really benefits, of course, the youth and the working class families and teens that are facing this opportunity gap that I was mentioning. And I recently moved back to my hometown of Madison, Wisconsin, and I grew up here in Dane County in Madison. And we moved to the west side of Madison. We live in the Memorial neighborhood attendance area. Many of the students that live in Jamestown and live in those areas of Fitchburg will be aside my 3-year-old son in 15 years from now as he's going to high school. I want them to have an opportunity to go somewhere in their neighborhood where they can have the opportunity like he can at a place like Lucier on the west side of Madison or in other places. And I want Leopold students to have hubs where they can go to experience nonprofit services in their own communities. When we were looking for homes in Dane County, walking or biking to these types of places was a big criteria for us, and we did not consider parts of Fitchburg because these places did not exist in certain parts. And so your tax-based, middle-class professionals like
Sean.
myself would
That's
benefit
3
from this
minutes.
well, contributing to your tax base.
Have a great day. All right, I also have registered only Deb Patterson from Fitchburg in support and in for gathering. She also lives on Florian Drive, so I'm sure it's for that same project. I just want to make sure everyone in the room here has spoken that wants to speak. All right, then we will now go to people who are online. Scott, who do you want me to go first?
Christopher Nemechek.
Christopher Nemechek, please. Go ahead, Christopher. You're on mute if you're talking.
You've got it. Let's go.
Ready, Christopher?
Oh,
Yep, you're up, Christopher. Go ahead.
I'm on. Thank you so much for having me. It's scrolling waiting, so that's why I was waiting. I'm just here in support of the Florian Drive Storm Sewer Project. Long overdue, completely hazardous sheets of ice for our neighborhood. And then as well as supporting the teen center and the hub, you got to give teens and young people things to do and activities, or idle hands are not such a good thing. So thank you so much for having me. Florian Drive, we'll fix that and get things straightened out. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Who's next, Scott?
Next, we have Harris Eccles.
Harris Eccles. Go ahead, Harris. Or Paris.
Good evening. My name is Paris Echols, and I'm speaking in support of the Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13, particularly Amendments number 11, number 12, and number 13, which prioritize the establishment of 2 community centers, one in the Jamestown neighborhood and one in the Leopold neighborhood. Before I begin, I want to thank both Joe and Julia for being pioneers of change and pushing for game-changing and life-altering reform. I'm not sure how many people are aware, but it's important to note that the establishment of these 2 community centers will be an alternative to the construction of a police station. As we think about the racialized state of the nation and more focus on investing in resources for our communities across the country, we have a chance to, quote unquote, put our money where our mouths are and truly uplift, encourage, and empower Black lives for generations to come. I'm in no way here to say I have all the answers, but from my personal story as a marginalized Black man in 15 years of serving and uplifting families of color in professional capacities while still fighting systemic oppression myself, it's more than appropriate for me to advocate. Prior to my role currently as a principal at Savannah Oaks Middle School, I worked with the Madison Metropolitan School District, where I served as the Director of Youth Reengagement and an assistant principal at La Follette High School. These roles blessed me with a life-changing chance to serve opportunity youth, and the feedback I received from the brilliant and gifted scholars and families I served continuously spoke to the need to have constructive and safe things to do. Let's be clear, I'm talking about Black and other youth of color, youth who look like me, come from backgrounds similar to mine, and constantly are in the pursuit of happiness like us all. It's our collective responsibility to support our most marginalized and oppressed youth and families. Do you not agree that they deserve all the love, support, encouragement, and opportunities that are afforded white students and families? The hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center would be located in neighborhoods that have high numbers of young people, working families, and a lack of high-quality out-of-school time opportunities. The hub and Jamestown community centers would provide safe spaces for youth, provide opportunities for youth to do critical identity development, help youth develop leadership skills, improve their academic success, and reduce risk factors that could lead to justice system involvement and mental health issues. The hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center can also help strengthen necessary partnerships between schools and families. As I think about my role as a principal at Savannah Oaks Middle School, the establishment of these 2 community centers presents abundant opportunities for us to collaborate with families as we continuously strive to meet their needs. We know it takes a village to raise a child. This is an important key step. I challenge you all to make this investment an investment that will impact all of our present lives and the lives of the youth and families of our future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paris. Who is next?
Beverly Hutchinson.
Beverly Hutchinson? All right. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am speaking in support of the Teen Center and the Community Hub. I work as an administrator for the School of Medicine and Public Health, as well as a board member for Operation Fresh Start, and had been living in Fitchburg for over 15 years until very recently. I just want to offer to consider that you currently, if you're saying no to this, I have a question about what you're saying yes to. And I think that's something to consider. If you don't have an alternative for these young people, then what exactly are you saying yes to? There's been enough data produced about the outcomes in Dane County that are some of the worst in the nation. And so if we're not moving to be pro, then what exactly are you going to be reacting to? These young people need a place to go. The community need a place to serve. And the other thing I want to point out is without these 2 entities, you don't have a space for the university to become preceptors to a lot of the trainings that are happening. So the School of Social Work, School of Human Ecology, School of Medicine and Public Health need community spaces in order to train the individuals so that they have a diverse understanding of the people that they're serving. And that's currently an issue. If you look at the health outcomes in our nation, when people don't know how to serve people who are from different backgrounds, we have poor health outcomes. So there's enough data to support that we need a space for our university to have hubs that could generate income. And many of these people will already have funding as they are coming to serve in the space. So economically, it just makes sense. But it also is something that we need to do in order to reverse the outcomes that we're seeing in Dane County. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Who's next, Scott?
Peg Keeler.
Peg Keeler? All right.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Peg Keeler. I'm the lead principal of Leopold Elementary School, which is a community school. And I am here in full support of the Hub and the Teen Center Amendments 11, 12, and 13. I will speak from firsthand the absolute need, and I'm going to beg for you to really think about that Hub and supporting it. We have a neighborhood of children whose only place to go is our schoolyard. And not that that's a terrible thing, because as a community school, we believe in being a hub of the community. But when you are the only hub for 700 children, over 550 families, it's just not enough. We believe in partnership, and I will speak for everyone from Leopold Elementary School. And we say that we would love to partner with any part of the hub and teen center in any way we can. As you know, Post Road divides Fitchburg and Madison. We serve Fitchburg and Madison children. And you also might know from historical documents that the red line of where marginalized people get to live is going right through that spot. So as a council, you are tasked with really looking at your anti-racist actions and beliefs, and having your beliefs match your actions. As a white anti-racist and someone who works to lift up marginalized people, including my children, who I love very much and miss, we need to have these sorts of things in place in the neighborhood. It is imperative. And when I heard, I've been in touch with Rosie, our school community coordinator of resources, who will speak tonight, and heard about these options coming. I will say that it's one of the most exciting things in the neighborhood that I've heard. We are a school that works very hard. We are transforming the outcomes in our school. You know that Leopold on the street doesn't always have a real good rep. It's changing, and be a part of that change. And let us partner with you and the hub and that teen center, okay? I just appreciate that this is one of the amendments, and that we're really, I think someone said, putting our money where our mouth is, and really needing, we have been woke. We know that we need to change, and this is part of it. This is an anti-racist action. So I, again, plead that you support this effort, and I'm right there with you to partner in whatever way we can. Full force of
All
public
right.
educators
Thank you. That is 3
ready to
minutes.
support.
Have a good day.
Mm-hmm.
All right, who's next, Scott?
Elizabeth Cox.
Elizabeth Cox, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Cox. I live on Yarmouth Greenway. I've been in Fitchburg for about 20 years. I'm with you this evening to support several of the amendments under consideration. First, I'd like to just acknowledge the amendment related to hybrid and electric vehicle purchases. I think Alder Gerhardt has put forth a very cost-effective approach for us to move that forward in operating cleaner city vehicles. And I really hope that you'll consider supporting that amendment. The thing, though, that I want to spend the bulk of my time on is the amendments around creating the hub and a teen center. So I'm actually a pediatrician, and I've cared for kids in our community for nearly 30 years. Our kids and our teens are our greatest resource. They're capable, talented, insightful, and ready to make a difference. My life's work has been trying to tell the healthcare system how they can improve outcomes for kids. But let me share something with you. We can't do it. We can't do it alone. And the reason for that is, yes, doctors and nurses can do life-saving surgery or offer treatment for a relatively small number of kids who need those things. But the sad reality is that for most kids, what's most impactful and much harder to fix are those social determinants of health. The social determinants are those things that reflect basic needs for kids to do what they need to do, to grow, to learn, and to play. When they don't have enough to eat, when they don't have enough involved positive role models, enough opportunity, and enough safety, kids simply just cannot succeed. So Health is impacted by these social determinants of health so badly that the Centers for Disease Control has made creating social and physical environments like are being proposed a #1 priority for improving health this decade. Health is negatively impacted by things like unstable housing, unsafe neighborhoods, poverty, limited education. Funding infrastructure like the Hub and the Teen Center allows us to invest our resources to address those social determinants and make sure our kids in Fitchburg have enough. Right now, there's a dearth of spaces for community members to gather in. These proposed spaces could host things like academic support, healthy meals and snacks, physical activity. For older kids, they can host things like job training and counseling services. And we know these programs work. They increase high school graduation rates, they support academic achievement, promote more positive social behavior, and ultimately improve work habits for young adults. In Milwaukee, one program that's focused on violence prevention through youth development has reduced the city's murder rate by 33% in 5 years. I urge you to vote for these projects. As the earlier speaker said, this is the most exciting amendment I have seen from this council in all the time that I've lived here. Waiting only creates more cost for us, and the impact of these social determinants is hitting our families minute by minute as we sit at this meeting. So I want to thank Joe and Julia for putting this together,
right,
and I
thank you.
really hope
That is
that we
3
can get the
minutes.
votes we need to push this
All
forward.
right.
I will be
Who is
so
next,
proud
Scott?
of us as a community.
Thank you.
Thank you all for listening. Have a
All right,
great night.
who's next, Scott?
Baltasar de Anda Santana.
Baltasar.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Buenas noches. Good evening. You know, everybody for all your service, for all this work. I am the executive director of the Latino Academy of Workforce Development. The Latino Academy has been working over at the Fitchburg, and we have partnered with the Leopold School now for around 4 years. You welcome the Latino Academy into your neighborhood. You gave us the opportunity because we have been working with the students. We have been partnering with the students to provide high school education, to provide job training, ESL classes, English as a second language classes. Now I am here in support of the Teen Center and the Hub. I'm not a resident of Fitchburg, but one of the things that I always hear through all the work that I have been doing part of the community is, Baltasar, what should we do in Fitchburg? What should happen in Fitchburg? This is the answer. This is what needs to happen. Many of our parents, and I'm just gonna share this. So at the Latino Academy, we partner with the Leopold School and we have our classes. And as much as we love that space, these are the chairs, the little chairs that are adult parents, adult human beings sit to be able to learn math, to be able to learn English. Those chairs are perfect for kids. We need to have spaces for adults, spaces where folks can come and get a CDL training, learn math, learn computers. I think this is one of the best things that is happening in Fitchburg right now. You know, and I really appreciate Joe and Julia and, you know, for all the work that you guys are doing. And I really urge you to try to move this forward. We always talk about healthy neighborhood initiative. This is a healthy neighborhood initiative. It's not about biking. It's not about providing food. It's about respecting the human being of those folks who live in that forgotten corner. So thank you very much. I know you have a big vote to support. I really applaud you. And if you support yes, we are gonna be here working with all of you. You are not alone. We are here. We want adult chairs for the education that our adult family deserve. Thank you very much and have a great night.
All right, thank you. Who's next, Scott?
Gloria Reyes.
Gloria. Go ahead, Gloria Reyes.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, City Council members, and thank you for your service. Again, my name is Gloria Reyes. I am a career law enforcement officer. I served as a detective for the City of Madison and also served as Deputy Mayor to Public Safety, Community Development Division, public health, and civil rights. I am a mother of an adult child and a teenage daughter. I have mentored youth throughout my career and currently serve as president of the Madison School Board. I am in full support of Fitchburg's Capital Improvement Plan, Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13, and the establishment of the Hub Community Center and Fitchburg Teen Center. As you know, part of our school district includes Fitchburg, particularly the Leopold neighborhood. And it's so important to have quality out of school time and school success go hand in hand. It improves academic, social, emotional, and mental health outcomes and reduces the economic and human burden of more punitive and reactive systems such as law enforcement, the judicial system, incarceration, and human services. Youth, particularly youth from working families and families of color, need safe places to be after school. Teens need places to practice leadership and feel a sense of belonging by investing in them. We are investing in our entire community. As a district, we are excited about the opportunity to build partnerships with our local neighborhoods in which these centers will be situated. I have worked on intervention strategies to tackle violence, working with judges, police departments, school districts, municipalities, the county, to focus on justice-involved youth. We need to continue to invest in our children early on from prevention and intervention. I know firsthand from growing up as an at-risk youth myself, the power of investing early in our communities to help define a child's trajectory. I had strong community centers and a teen loft where I could go to expand my knowledge in a positive, healthy environment. So again, please vote yes on CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. And thank you, City Council, Joe Maldonado and Julia for really bringing us together and speaking on this and for your support in leading this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who's next, Scott?
Linda Horvath.
Linda Horvath. Go ahead, Linda.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for listening to me tonight. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here. You're on the verge of making a major difference in lives of Black and Brown people in the Leopold and Jamestown areas by supporting Amendments 11 through 13. I've spent about 10 years in the Leopold area, first as the leader of the 2013 Arbor Hills Leopold Neighborhood Plan, and next as the co-leader of the Leopold Arbor Hills Neighborhood Resource Team. I've had the privilege of spending lots of time as well assisting with walking school bus at Leopold School, helping distribute bikes to kids, and organizing and volunteering at block parties and picnics. Through these experiences, I've come to know Fitchburg and Madison neighbors of all ages, from kids to elderly folks. People love this neighborhood, and it's not too difficult to figure out why. Green spaces are plenty, and it's a place where people from different racial, ethnic, and international backgrounds feel welcome and at home. It's also a place where many people are living with very difficult challenges, like low incomes and limited access to reliable transportation to get to their jobs, affordable and healthy food, healthcare, and education. People often load into a friend's van and drive to Woodman's and Walmart for groceries, and many have cars, but they don't have enough money to put gas into them. As you know, the neighborhood is physically isolated from the city centers of Fitchburg and Madison, where senior resources, libraries, City Hall, and more are located. During the City of Madison's Arbor Hills Leopold Neighborhood Plan process, residents expressed that despite the fact there's 60 acres of public land in the middle of their neighborhood, there's no central gathering space for community activities, programming, festivals, adult education, and job skills training. Creating such a place was the top priority of the plan process. Let's make a promise to finally change the things we can and bring much needed community facilities to this area. Time and again, I've heard residents say they love this place. It's where their family has lived for decades, but they're struggling to get by. It's time to help them close that equity gap and invest here and in other isolated places where people of color and of lower incomes are often concentrated. While only a start, our neighborhood plan has been a great collaborative process. The cities of Madison and Fitchburg are jointly planning and building pedestrian islands and other traffic calming facilities along Post Road, right in front of the school. Fitchburg Parks and Recreation has established soccer golf. They've expanded the First Tee program and added winter activities and more at the Nine Springs Golf Course. Aldo Leopold Park has a beautiful community garden put in by the neighborhood. It serves 65 families. And we've also recently put in a bike trail right off the Cannonball Path. The Leopold Community School has been expanded by the school, and that has added a lot of programming and activities that greatly serve the neighborhood. And we also recently worked with an artist to put in a fern sculpture gateway at the Cannonball Path to the school, which has gotten a lot of rave reviews.
All right,
Especially.
that is 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Who's next, Scott?
Next is Veronica Figueroa Velez.
Veronica, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, everyone. Good night. My name is Veronica Figueroa. I'm the Executive Director of Unidos Against Domestic Violence. I'm right on the border of Fitchburg and Madison, over there providing services to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking in Dane County. Fitchburg is up our alley and work in collaboration with the school district, including the Leopold area, and the social worker in that area as well. I also do community art projects and been involved with the Leopold, creating artwork in the Leopold area. So I think that supporting this project is the right thing to do, and providing our community with this space to not only for the sake of having the space, but for the sake of having a space that creates interactions among community members and provides students and children the opportunity to interact with others and other healthy options for our kids to get engaged with or on. New connections for kids, new green spaces, having the opportunity to involve our youth in leadership skills and many other opportunities that can come about in this space. And just having a space where the community can have ownership of that space. I don't think that I have to speak enough about the importance of having spaces where people can access, especially now during this social distancing era, where we do rely on green spaces for relaxation, for dealing with stress, from having places where we can just go for a walk. As we continue to support people in our community, green spaces have become vital in the work that we do in allowing or giving another tool for parents to go out with the kids, to just go for a walk in the park, to go and use the playground in your neighborhood if there's one. Unfortunately, in Leopold, there's not many options for that to happen in this particular neighborhood. There's no particular spaces, and a golf course is not very inviting of kids running around, right? So I urge you to support this initiative. I urge you to really follow through the recommendations of the health impact assessment, and give the families and the community what they deserve, and they've been waiting for a very long time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who do you want next, Scott?
Tanya Buckingham.
Tanya Buckingham, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Tanya Buckingham. I'm a new resident of Fitchburg, and I'm here to speak in favor of the 4 budget amendments to support the community centers by shifting funding from the police facility. And we know that community centers are the heart of our communities, where we can get ahead of challenges in our own neighborhoods, as they're an incredible investment in early intervention, offering support that in the long run can support the success for all of us. I've worked with community centers and advocating for them for the last several years, and it's the entire reason that I decided to serve on the Dane County Board. And we know that they work, and this is a time where we have the opportunity to invest in them, and we must move forward with that. Redirecting police funding is precisely the move we need to be making, and leading here, not only in our community, sets a model for the county, for the state, and for actually the entire country for how this can be done and what this actually looks like. This is fundamental change that we can all be extremely proud of. This offers a great opportunity to allow these places to be built for the community, by the community. And I really want to applaud the alders that put so much work into putting this together and all of the thought that you've put behind this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Morales.
Sandy Morales, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you. So my name is Sandy Morales. I'm the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Dane County. We are the largest youth mentoring organization in Dane County, having served close to 700 youth last year. Our mission is to create and support one-to-one mentoring relationships that ignite the power and promise of youth. I am here in support of the Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 that paves the way for our underserved youth in Fitchburg with undeniable potential to thrive as students and leaders in their communities by having a safe place that gives them access to so many resources that youth are lacking. You have taken an important step by implementing the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative, which the City of Fitchburg partners with Big Brothers and Big Sisters to deliver mentoring services to about 79 youth and children in the Fitchburg priority areas. But I ask you to not stop there. Together, we could create a beautiful space for youth to give back to their neighborhoods and feel proud to be a Fitchburg resident. From the past comments, it does look like you have a diverse set of residents and other folks that are willing to help and partner, a wonderful opportunity to bring the entire city together. So as a city leader, I ask you to take a step back to the moment you decided to be in a leadership position and dedicate yourself to civil service. For Fitchburg to be a place for all then your duty puts you in a position to ensure that all Fitchburg residents, especially our youth, to feel like they belong. Thank you to Alders Maldonado and Arata Frata for their leadership. I hope the rest of the alders will follow their leadership in taking a bold step for our youth to invest in their future and their potential. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Tariq Sakaf.
Tariq, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tariq Sakaf, and I work for the City of Madison. We're on a program called Neighborhood Resource Teams, and just in brief, it's focusing on neighborhoods to make sure that they work with folks, really focused on racial equity and inclusion. We've got 9 different teams in Madison, one of which is in Leopold. Another one is an ally, and obviously both abut with Fitchburg. I think you've heard a lot of really great stuff tonight, and really underscoring the value of centers for young people and for community. Paul Soglin in Soglin 2.0 created the Neighborhood Resource Teams in the early 90s. And I think there were 9 teams at that time. And they went through some different iterations. When he came back for 3.0, he recreated them. And there were basically 3 categories that the teams fell in. They were always in areas where we saw higher concentrations of people living with lower incomes, most of whom were Black or brown, renting. But there are 3 categories. One was the areas that no longer had teams. They used to in the early 90s, but now in 2012 they didn't. There were the areas that had brand new teams. They didn't used to. They got brand new ones now. And then there were the areas that used to have them, and that's still. And if you looked and tried to find a pattern, this is what I saw. The areas that used to have NRTs, neighborhood resource teams, but no longer did, every single one of them had a strong community facility at its core. Whether it was Wexford Ridge, whether it was Bayview, whether it was the Packers area or Northport area. The areas that we had brand new NRTs all either just had a community facility come online, like Balsam Russet and Meadow Ridge Center, or they were about to get one, they were clamoring for one, and we were able to get one going through the NRT, like Hammersley Teresa, or they were in dire need of one, like Leopold. And then there were the areas that used to have the teams and still did. And every single one of those had this kind of tease situation. We had Allied Drive, where you've got the Boys and Girls Club, which is doing great things for boys and girls, but still doesn't provide that community space that folks really are looking for. You've got the Salvation Army, Darbo Worthington, that didn't provide that level of access. And then you've got South Madison, which is flush with community facilities, but nothing really providing that anchor for the folks that live. And so the opportunities that you've got tonight in front of you are there's the stuff when I think when you look back on your governance with Fitchburg, that can be exciting. So the teen center, teens need it big time. Leopold needs something, and I think this is an opportunity to really fill that void for both people living in Leopold as well as teens. And I think the one other note I'll add with teens is just, this isn't just Fitchburg.
All right, that is 3 minutes. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. All right, who you got next, Scott?
Rosalia Glittens.
Rosalia, go ahead, Rosalia.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to see me. I'm in a car right now, so I apologize if the camera keeps moving. I am the Community School Resource Coordinator over at Leopold, but tonight I'm representing about 12 different families, Spanish-speaking families, and 12 non-Spanish-speaking families, so a total of 24 families who were unable to be here tonight due to language barriers, transportation barrier, or technology barriers. They wrote a statement, and a part of it is translated, so I apologize if it doesn't translate right. We would like to ask you to support amendments 11, 12, and 13. We believe having a community center, it will be an equity initiative from your part. We often have to drive or spend long hours in the bus so that our children can access resources and activities that impact them positively. I don't think we should have to do this, and I'm quoting people. This space will help us to see Leopold not only as the place where we live, but also as our community, a place where we actually belong. Right now, it doesn't feel that way. To many of us who have been living here for a long time, we feel very disconnected. We don't know our neighbors. We don't have a place to gather and talk and really get to know each other. So as this will allow us to have a gathering space to be able to get to know one another. I think I'm repeating myself. Some of us have been living in this neighborhood for a long time and haven't even actually get to meet each other. Also, some of us with very young kids are unable to use the Leopold School when school is in session, as this space is reserved for students to go out to recess and such as other things. We also have to often travel very far to be able to access resources such as childcare or library resources and things like that. So we ask you tonight to please consider on behalf of these 24 families, to consider 24 families and a combination of 36 students that are speaking and that live in the Leopold neighborhood, and asking you to take action tonight to support this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Scott, who's next?
Bernicia Clifton.
All right.
Good evening. I'm Pranisha Clifton, and I am the Director of Youth Protection and Compliance for the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I have over 20 years of youth protection and youth programming experience, actually internationally and nationally. And I'm here to advocate for Amendments 3 and 11 through 13. So part of my background is youth protection and holistic youth protection. And that means protection from predators and peers, through abuse prevention, protection from self through youth mental health first aid, and of course, protection for medical through advanced CPR and AED for specifically youth populations. And I want to talk a little bit about well privilege. A lot of times we make the assumption that when our youth go home, that they are well at home or that they are safer at home. And we know that not to be true for all of our children. And by creating this community space, we are creating a space of wellness for these children, for them to grow and to expand. What we also know is that one of the major protective factors that keeps children safe, especially in mental health crises, is just to have one adult that they can lean on. And we do know that that one adult is not always in the classroom, and that one adult is not always at home. And so spaces like community centers for children provide that opportunity of wellness and provide that opportunity to be connected for someone that can care for them and that can advocate for them. It's not whether or not you invest in these programs, it's whether or not how much you invest in these programs. We already know statistically what this does for crime rates in cities. We automatically know statistically what this does for graduation rates and literacy rates in cities. All we have to do is say how much time and how much energy do we want to invest in our children and our future. And I can, commit today that if you bring this center here, it's also going to create access for some of the 250,000 youth activities that we do at UW-Madison. Well, 250 youth programs that we do at UW-Madison, but we serve over 250,000 minors. And the only way that we can bring youth programs into communities is if we have access to communities. And that's through youth programs, and that's through community centers. So I really hope that you take this time to invest in your children and invest in the future of your community, because they are relying on you to speak for them when they are voiceless. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that is everyone, I believe, online that is registered to speak on this, but I do have a number of messages that were sent to me to read, so bear with me. And we do have one video. I'm going to play that in the middle so I get a few minutes to actually rest and take a drink of water in the middle of all this. All right. I am a fairly new resident of Fitchburg, having moved here from Illinois earlier this summer. I'd like to express my support for Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 to the proposed capital improvement plan, which call for the creation of a community center and a teen center. As a recent college graduate, someone who has just moved to a new town, and someone with siblings ranging from 6 to 20 years old, I understand how important it is to have a community outside of school and work. The COVID-19 situation has only made this more apparent, as I see my younger siblings missing out on any significant social and extracurricular activities, and the toll it has taken on them, warranted by the situation at hand, of course. There is ample evidence that youth and community programs, like teen centers, furnish improved academic outcomes and reduce crime rates. This serves as further justification for Amendment 3, which would allow for reallocation of some resources from the proposed police building to community and teen centers. As much of the nation moves toward making significant changes to their policing systems and putting more funds into social and community resources, I feel that it would be harmful to move in the opposite direction by investing so much money into a new police station. I've attached 2 resources that discuss these topics. The first is titled The Impact of Youth Development Programs on Student Academic Achievement by the National Collaboration for Youth. And the second is a short review from UC Berkeley that discusses the various causes of community violence and how to prevent it. It concludes that reinvesting in things like housing, access to jobs, good education, healthy environments, access to social and health services, transportation, and safe places to walk, recreate, and live effectively reduce neighborhood crime more than expanded policing. The Community Center and Teen Center fall within this group of resources. Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 would strengthen our community and contribute to the bright futures of Fitchburg youth in particular. I urge you to support them. Thank you. From Ethan Piper from Fitchburg. I regret to have a conflict the evening of August 11th that will prevent me from attending the Common Council meeting. As an older white Fitchburg homeowner, I want to go on record as being in strong favor of CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Why am I in favor? Number 1, living with COVID-19 these past months has taught all of us the importance of being flexible and able to change our priorities. I believe this is true for the Common Council as it is for us individuals and families. 2, one of the lessons from these past months is the importance for our community to invest in our youth and families, not just in large-scale projects. Number 3, the Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 would create needed investment in the health and well-being of all residents. Number 4, the Hub and Fitchburg Teen Center would be located in neighborhoods that have high numbers of young people, working families, and a lack of opportunities for quality out-of-school time. 5, out-of-school time opportunities are critical for providing safe spaces for youth, developing leadership, improving academic success, reducing risk factors such as justice system involvement and mental health issues. 6, community centers and opportunities for youth make our neighborhoods and our community safer. And 7, our city investments in public safety dwarf our investments in human services. Investing in root causes such as youth reduces the financial and social costs of enforcement and incarceration. As each of you vote to update the capital improvement plan, you'll be going on record as to whether you have learned and or care that our world has been turned upside down these past months by COVID-19 and the gross exposure of racial injustice and economic disparity. I'll be watching how you vote, I will care how you vote, and I will remember how you vote. And that's Elvis McAlpine from Fitchburg. Dear representatives, this is to urge your support for developing a new community center hub and teen center. Fitchburg is far behind in addressing the critical needs of residents in the North Fish Hatchery areas. We were surprised to learn that for these many years, the golf course was counted as a park resource for this part of the city. We were also disappointed when the new library was located so far from this high-needs area. Addition of the community center hub will somewhat address this situation. We further urge that the overall outdoor space recreational needs of this area be reassessed and addressed in future planning. The teen center is also of enormous importance. Out-of-school time opportunities have always been hypercritical for our children. This center will bring a safe and needed resource to children and their neighborhoods. Finally, we also support the modifications to the space needs of the police department, which will free up funding for the above two items. The alternative of adding space to existing capacity rather than building a new structure makes good sense. Sincerely, Sue and Paul Fieber from Fitchburg. All right. Next up, I am the Government Affairs Director for the Realtors Association of South Central Wisconsin. We represent over 3,400 members in the greater Dane County area, including a significant number in the city of Fitchburg. The Realtors Association works to advance public policies that build strong communities, protect property interests, and promote a vibrant business environment. We are registering in support of Amendment Numbers 11, 12, and 13 to the CIP to create the North Fish Hatchery Community Hub, a new community center, recreation facility, and park space, and to create a Fitchburg Teen Center. There are a number of ways that community centers, such as the proposed hub and teen center, benefit a community such as Fitchburg. Community centers help to increase the value of the community. A local community center helps to draw in potential residents, especially families with young children. They provide a space for the youth to hang out and are beneficial for parents who work and need a safe spot for their children to go after school. The community center and teen center will promote community involvement by helping to bring different members of the community together. The hub and the teen center will help to strengthen the Fitchburg community. A strong community is the basis for maintaining and increasing property values and for promoting a vibrant business environment. And that is Robert Proctor, who is representing the Realtors Association. Council and Mayor, I wanted to briefly register my support for the CIP amendments to fund 2 new community centers in lieu of a new police building. I anticipate that creating the North Fish Hatchery Hub and the Jamestown Teen Center will be an investment in Fitchburg that, among other things, promotes a healthy community and reduces crime in the long run. Sincerely, Catherine Koza from Fitchburg. I am writing this email to publicly lend my support to Amendment 3, Amendment 11, Amendment 12, and Amendment 13 at today's Common Council meeting on August 11th. Amendment 3, Public Safety Facility, reduce facility size and return to expansion of City Hall on page 23. Amendment 11, Hub Phase 1 on page 76. Amendment 12, Hub Phase 2, page 86. Amendment 13, the Northwest Teen Center, page 94. We are being called to so many important issues currently. One of the most important issues we are being called to is community health. The creation of the hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center will have a direct impact on community health. These spaces will provide an opportunity for young people to continue to develop leadership skills, improve academic skills, participate in community activism, and find space and a sense of belonging to stay invested in the continuous improvement of our communities into the future, as well as reducing risk factors such as justice system involvement and mental health issues. We need to be thinking upstream in place of reacting to only what we see downstream. We owe this to our communities and the youth that are navigating unprecedented times. These amendments offer us an opportunity to do just that, provide upstream community-based solutions that will positively impact the young people of our community for generations to come and thus improve our overall community health. Thank you for your time and for this consideration, Nicole Nelson. Not sure where she lives. As a resident of Fitchburg, I am in favor of supporting the CIP amendments as will be presented at the council meeting on August 11th, 2020. And particularly, I am in favor of supporting the CIP amendments that address the Lacey-Seminole Road intersection. There's a lot of development going on in this area, and with the planned development of one of the largest solar farms in the county coming into place, it's more important that we get the Lacey and Seminole intersection improved to handle increased traffic. I'm in favor of a roundabout instead of the traffic signals, as this will allow for a more even traffic flow and prevent idling vehicle emissions that are associated with traffic signals. Also, I believe the city needs to take into consideration improvements to Lacey Road from Fitchburg Road to Fish Hatchery Road. This section of Lacey Road is getting beat to death by the high volume of haul trucks coming from the nearby gravel quarries. Additionally, these vehicles are not covering their loads, leaving gravel and rocks on Lacey Road, which makes it hazardous for cars and bicycles. The city should pass an ordinance that bans open haul trucks when they are carrying a load. In addition to the improvements at Lacey and Seminole, I am supportive of the amendment that will give more flexibility of the city to purchase hybrid electric vehicles to the fleet. Thank you for considering my suggestions and recommendations, and thank you for all your hard work to make Fitchburg a great place to live. Ronald French from Fitchburg. Mayor Richardson and council members, I write to you this evening strongly encouraging you to support CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. These amendments are a critical investment in newfound assets for our community, ones that will not only benefit youth, but residents of all ages and socioeconomic backgrounds across our city. These community projects will provide leadership development opportunities and improve academic success for our young people, supplement pre-existing community resources such as the Fitchburg Community and Senior Center, and build toward a more unified and intertwined community. I hope these amendments earn your support. Thank you for your consideration. Sam Voorhees from Fitchburg. Dear Mayor Richardson and Common Council, my name is Dr. Jasmine Zapata. I live in the Jamestown neighborhood at 5738 Williamsburg Way. I'm the mother of 3 children. I write in support of Fitchburg CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. I am also a pediatric physician who has worked extensively in the community for over the last 10 years. I'm also board certified in preventive medicine and public health, and the current state of our youth is a public health crisis that cannot be ignored. Given the dual pandemic we are facing, racism and COVID-19, many young people have experienced increasing rates of stress, suicidal thoughts, depression, and other concerning behaviors. It is critical that we discuss now long-term solutions to help support our youth as they recover from the collective traumas we have experienced over the last several months and will likely continue on in the future. The stressors they face may have long-term health consequences. That is why I'm so supportive of CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. A few years ago, I had the honor of working at the King James Fire Station, working with youth from the Fitchburg community through a variety of programs and special events led by local nonprofits. I particularly worked with many of the youth in that area via music and performing arts as a means of positive youth development. I was very saddened when the station as a safe space for youth, the Be Empowered, was no longer available. From a public health and prevention standpoint, it is critically important to support our youth by any means necessary. Positive youth development is something so very important. Many youth in the Fitchburg community have faced adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, particularly youth of color. One of the best ways to combat the negative effects of adverse childhood experiences is to create opportunities to build resilience and also provide role models and positive outlets in their lives to serve as protective factors. Alder Maldonado's proposal, Capital Improvement Plan Amendment 13, will be a great way to work toward this goal. Now more than ever, we must support our youth, especially if we want to put action behind our words. Also, this proposal is a public health approach to violence prevention for enhancing the social, emotional health, and mental well-being of our young people. This is also an anti-racist strategy that has the potential to create true impact. As a homeowner, a landlord, a mother, a wife, a community member, pediatrician, and public health doctor living in Fitchburg, I strongly support Alder Maldonado's proposal and hope you will seriously consider opening these much-needed centers. The future of our community depends on it. Thank you for your time and consideration. That was Dr. Jasmine Zapata from Fitchburg. All right, we're going to do the video real quick while I take a drink of water.
Mr. Mayor, I also have another caller online that we can work in right after this.
All right. Do you want to do the caller first?
Too late.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Heather Bowers. I am a parent to a teenager. I am a community member, and I am also a caregiver to both of my parents who have Alzheimer's. I am here to speak from the heart. I wish I could be there personally, but unfortunately, I cannot be. So this, I hope, will speak as deeply as I want it to, because I feel very deeply about these amendments and the creation of the Teen Center. I'd like you to imagine the peace and feeling of self-worth that relaxing in a safe space and increasing personal knowledge for financial literacy, employment opportunities, and training, and the mental health services, and how that would impact the lives of not only the individuals, but the communities and humanity as a whole, if we were to bring these teen centers into life. I deeply believe that when we invest in our most vulnerable communities, into our people of color, we will see a healthier city that works for everyone's benefit, all people, all races. And that is why I deeply hope you will support Amendment 3, 11, 12, and 13. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, and we have someone else online, Scott?
Grant Petty. Go ahead.
Grant? All right, go ahead, Grant. Just a reminder, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Grant Petty. I'm a homeowner in the Seminole Forest in District 4, and I've lived here for 20 years. I'm a parent of 2 grown daughters who went through the schools here. I'm a veteran. I'm currently a professor of atmospheric science at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I'm commenting in support of the Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. I'm a firm believer in the idea that investment in our youth, all of our youth, is foundational to a healthy society. I've become more aware in recent years that some parts of our city have not received the sustained investment that our otherwise roughly affluent city could reasonably afford if it decides that that investment is important. As a homeowner, I have learned the hard way that neglecting a leaky roof, for example, can save money in the short run, but usually costs much more in the long run. Likewise, providing resources such as the new teen center to a part of the city where teens currently have few opportunities for constructive, positive recreation may sound expensive in the short run, but the long-term costs of neglecting this need could be high in both fiscal and human terms. There may be an argument that right now is the wrong time to make such investments in light of the economic and fiscal fallout of the COVID-19 shutdown. Precisely those who have few resources to begin with who are most affected by what we are going through right now. And we're seeing that effect in the form of a sharp rise in the incidence of burglary and violent crime in some areas, apparently involving teens in many cases. We've further seen the boiling over frustration of minority communities who perceive themselves as receiving high levels of attention from law enforcement while being neglected by their cities in almost every other conceivable way. There's no more pressing time than the present to show that Fitchburg is willing to invest in recreational and social opportunities for young people in and near the Jamestown neighborhood. On a related note, I'm a huge supporter of our Fitchburg police. I've had nothing but positive interactions with them during my 20 years, including in connection with property crimes committed in my own neighborhood. That said, the proposed new investment in a standalone new police building comes at exactly the time when our country as a whole is grappling with an apparent disproportionality between what we invest in law enforcement and what we have been willing to invest in social services that, among are proven to reduce crimes before they occur. In summary, I urge the mayor and the council, and in particular my own alders, Tom Clotter and Randy Udell, to vote yes on amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, going forward. I strongly support capital improvement plan amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 put forward by Alder Radafrada and Alder Maldonado. I've had the honor to serve on the Dane County Board for the past 14 years representing the west side of Madison, including representing the Allied Drive neighborhood for several years before redistricting. I'm currently the vice chair and senior member of the county's Public Protection and Judiciary Committee. This includes oversight of the county's juvenile justice system. Just like our adult system, our juvenile justice system has tremendous racial disparities. In past years, more than 70% of youth in our system have been youth of color, even though 85% of Dane County's population is white. Additionally, the majority of youth in juvenile detention are there for nonviolent property theft violations. These crimes occur largely because youth are unoccupied and have no place to be outside of school. Fitchburg Community Centers make a tremendous difference in the lives of these youth and their families, would help address their critical inequities in our community. I'm happy to work with Alders Maldonado and Arata Frada, as well as Dane County Supervisors Ann DeGarmo and Dorothy Krause, to find ways the county can support these two community centers in Fitchburg. Thank you, Carousel Baird from Madison. I have read the proposals for both the Community Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center and submit the following to be read at tonight's City Council meeting. As a longtime resident of Fitchburg, I have often wondered what more we can and should do to foster a sense of community. After reading the information provided regarding the proposals for both the Community Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center, I can sincerely offer my support to both of these projects. Community is built by gathering together in safe and pleasant surroundings. A sense of belonging, of shared ideas, and goals for a future are given room to grow in safe and pleasant surroundings. Opportunities to learn new ideas and make better choices, feel some hope for the future, happen in safe and pleasant surroundings. North Fish Hatchery Community Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center offer all these opportunities and more if properly funded and staffed, and I'm happy to lend my support. Mary Power from Fitchburg. Regarding Amendment 13, page 94, we are very interested in the development of a teen center in the Jamestown neighborhood. The neighborhood has for years been asking for park and library services at our parks. At the time of the old fire station, a teen center would be most welcome. Regarding Amendments 11 and 12, a teen center for that neighborhood, I would defer to those living in the area to speak of this as a good project for their neighborhood. Generally, I am in support of proactive measures that support our community children and students. I'm very excited about the potential of working with local nonprofit organizations in these teen centers. I would also like for the city to spend their dollars wisely, especially due to the impact of COVID-19. As you know, many families have been impacted by furloughs, job loss, and reduced income. There's likely to be a continued economic downturn for the next 2 to 3 years. The school district is taking measures to account for the expected cuts in state funding and the financial impact COVID-19 will have on our taxpayers. Before spending, please confirm that the city has enough resources to continue to provide essential services and respond to developing community needs in addition to this planned spending. Take kindness wherever you go. Sincerely, Amy Allman from Fitchburg. We write in support of the Hub and Fitchburg Teen Center under consideration as part of the Capital Improvement Plan, specifically Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13, introduced by Alder Joe Maldonado and Alder Julia Arata Frada. Research consistently confirms that providing young people access to youth centers with strong programming significantly benefits the individual youth and the community as a whole. We must be willing to invest in our young people. Ensuring Fitchburg young people have a healthy outlet for their creativity and energy is an important step towards long-term community improvement. Discipline, self-esteem, and leadership are all qualities that are fostered in youth-focused programs. As your state senator for nearly 10 years, and as your state representative and resident of Fitchburg, we believe this initiative will quickly create local change. Recently, there's been an increase in youth-related car thefts that have affected many in our community. Having positive outlets for our youth will make our entire city safer. The Hub and Teen Center will help Fitchburg youth to recognize the choices and opportunities they have available to them. Ultimately, this is an issue of equity. As state legislators, we believe all of us must work diligently to help set each of our young people on a path to success. Where they live should not determine their future. The Hub and Fitchburg Teen Center will ensure that all young people in Fitchburg, regardless of the neighborhood, will have the opportunity to grow, learn, and thrive. We pledge to assist you any way that we can to help make this project a reality. We urge the Council to adopt Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 of the Capital Improvement Plan. Thank you for the opportunity to share our support for the Hub and Teen Center. Sincerely, Mark Miller, I believe he lives in Monona, and Jimmy Anderson from Fitchburg. I am writing to publicly voice my support of Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 for the Common Council meeting on August 11, 2020. Amendment 3, Public Safety Facility, reduce facility size and return to expansion of City Hall, page 23. Amendment 11, Hub Phase 1, page 76. Amendment 12, Hub Phase 2, page 86. Amendment 13, Northwest Teen Center, page 94. It is vital that we put community health at the top of our priority list during these unprecedented times. The creation of the Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center will positively impact community health. Both spaces will provide an opportunity for young people to continue to develop many skills, improve academic learning, participate in community activism, and have a space to stay invested in the continuous improvement of our communities. These spaces will also help to reduce high-risk factors such as justice system involvement and mental health issues. We must be proactive in our community planning and owe this to our youth that are navigating unprecedented times. These amendments offer community-based solutions that will positively impact generations to come. Thank you for your consideration. Kate Schmidt, unsure of where she lives. I write today in support of the Fitchburg Capital Improvements Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 for the establishment of the Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center. As a current state representative, state senate candidate, former Dane County Board Supervisor, and single mom to 4 boys, I have seen firsthand the needs in our local communities for places of gathering that serve kids and families. Community centers, in particular those that prioritizes resources for youth and working families, provide unparalleled benefits. The research shows that quality out-of-school time results in improved outcomes for community safety, academic success, and more. Our youth need a safe place where they can learn, grow, and thrive in a location that best serves them. Jamestown and Leopold are 2 of the neighborhoods in Fitchburg where kids and families need further support and are seeking human connection and community. The proposed Teen and Community Center are long-term investments for the well-being of the residents of Fitchburg. In the state legislature, I will continue to support community development initiatives that support underserved populations and provide opportunities for our state's youth, including the establishment of the Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center. I urge you to support capital improvement plans 3, 11, 12, and 13 for the well-being of Fitchburg and appreciate your consideration. In service, Melissa Sargent. I don't know where she lives, but it's not Fitchburg. I am writing to voice support of the capital improvement plan amendments, Fitchburg Teen Center, Fish Hatchery Community Hub, revised police facility proposal, hybrid vehicle purchases and upgrades. My husband and I are most excited about the community investment proposals from Alders Maldonado and Arata Frada, the Teen Center and Community Hub. These 2 proposals and the accompanying funding through the rescaling of the public safety facility project will allow the city to continue to grow and support the rich and diverse needs of all of its residents by providing a vibrant and safe environment that offers responsive, community-grounded, and need-based services. We appreciate the attention to the public nonprofit partnership embedded in the running of the youth facility and see these 2 projects as opportunities for the city to create a place for the people to come together when it's safe again, to enjoy the outdoors and build relationships with their neighbors and peers. This will inevitably facilitate a greater sense of place and community for residents, which we know from community development principles leads to increased and sustained civic engagement, greater safety, and better health and socioeconomic outcomes for all. We used to live up the street from the Goodman Community Center, so we have personally benefited from the services offered there. I've seen firsthand how these kinds of projects positively impact youth and the surrounding community. I'm also pleased to see the proposal for Alder Gerhardt to expand Fitchburg's hybrid fleet. The city clearly values alternative energy and environmental protection through its existing initiatives, including a robust set of biking and walking trails, its recycling program, and its approval and encouragement of future planned solar fields. This is congruent with those values and makes sense environmentally and fiscally. Thank you to each of these alders for their work in developing and presenting these proposals, and for the time and energy the council and the mayor dedicate to the city of Fitchburg. Best, Rachel and Aaron Glaza. Dear Council and Mayor Richardson, I support the proposed amendment put forth by Alder Gerhardt concerning the purchase of hybrid or electric vehicles. This amendment would address the City of Fitchburg's resolution to reduce the use of fossil fuels and prioritize energy efficiently. In addition to benefiting our environment and the health of our community, the purchase of hybrid or electric vehicles would ultimately save money through the reduction of gas purchases. This money can then be put back into the city through other community efforts. Katie Tredenick, and she's from Fitchburg. Dear Greens Mayor Richardson, we hope this note finds you well. We, the Black Student Unit Advisors at Verona Area High School, write to state our full support for Amendments 11, 12, and 13. Our high school provides education for several of the students that live in the District 1 area, specifically Black and Brown students. Our school makes up about 7% African Americans and 20.6% Latino. Many of our Black and Brown students are bused to Verona Area High School from the District 1 area. We often hear students express how they would like to have more activities in their communities and or wish they didn't have to travel to Verona to engage with a community they don't feel connected to. Having the hub and teen center will provide safe spaces for our youth, develop leadership opportunities, job opportunities, assist with improving academic success, increase access to Verona Area High School staff who could meet students in their community, and reduce risk factors such as justice system involvement and mental health issues. Please let us know how we continue our support with such a movement, as we are committed to seeing the success of our students. In unity, Andrea Bonaparte, Sean Harris, Ganarva Monroe, Andrina Susie Sandvillamar, and Walter Williams. My name is Kaylana Williams. I am the founder and director of Dear Diary, a mentoring program targeting Black and Brown girls in Dane County. For the last 2 years, Dear Diary has collaborated with community members, schools, DOC, judges, JRC, Dane County Human Services, and Madison Police Department to offer effective, intensive mentoring to girls most at risk. Our girls are heavily justice involved, and many have began paving a new path for themselves due to their involvement with Dear Diary. Fitchburg's crime rate has been on the rise for several years. Some would blame lack of police, while others blame youth, particularly youth of color, for the destruction to the city and property of those in the city. As a community member who works closely with youth of color in the Fitchburg area, many youth have discussed lack of spaces to be themselves and to thrive. Spaces, adults, and resources to grow them and their families, some who have lived in poverty for generations. Coupled with continuous negative police relations, Fitchburg youth have been disconnected from their community and some from themselves and their families. Providing a space for youth to be themselves, to learn from others and adults, and to build and take pride in their community is the beginning of breaking through systemic issues within our community. Out-of-school time programming positively impacts their personal lives while also preventing arrest and incarceration, saving funds for the Fitchburg area. New positive relationships will be established, and our youth will start to feel empowered to build their community up. I'm in full support of Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 for the establishment of the Fitchburg Teen Center and the Hub. And it doesn't say where she's from, but it doesn't sound like Fitchburg. My name is Kim Morris, and I'm a resident of the Jamestown neighborhood. I have 4 children, ranging in age from 4 to 10 years old, that attend a Verona charter school. Since they don't attend the neighborhood school, we don't know many of the other families in our neighborhood. I urge you to support CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. The Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center would be located in neighborhoods that have high numbers of young people, working families, a lack of opportunities for quality out-of-school time. Although we have the resources and time to participate in activities in surrounding communities, we think it is important that our children also be involved in our local community. The Teen Center would give our children the opportunity to independently do so. Our city investments in public safety dwarf our investments in human services. Investing in root causes, such as youth, reduces the financial and social costs of enforcement and incarceration. As the saying goes, prevention is the best medicine. Community centers and opportunities for youth make our neighborhoods and our communities safer. It's important to provide safe spaces for youth to develop leadership skills, and work towards academic success. Giving kids the opportunity to improve themselves and their situation prevents them from making choices that lead to involvement in the justice system. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope that you choose to support the Fitchburg Police in their mission to create partnerships with those in the community to solve problems, prevent crime, and improve the quality of life in the city of Fitchburg. Kim Morris from Fitchburg.
Aaron, what was the name before Kim? I missed it.
That was Kaylana Williams from Dear Diary.
Okay.
All right. Oh, we did have someone walk in, just wants to register. This is Batenga Obush from Fitchburg. And registering support, Amendments 11, 12, 13. I wish to register support of the development of a teen center. It is crucial that we create a safe location for children of this age range to help curb the growing negative behaviors developing in our neighborhoods, such as car thefts. Thank you for your consideration. I am a mother of 2 teenagers. I have been a Fitchburg resident for nearly 24 years. My family have enjoyed utilizing all the facilities the city has to offer. We have been fortunate to live near parks and playgrounds and have transportation to the library and Fitchburg Recreation Center. It is my wish that all families have similar access. Access is the reason that I'm writing you today to register my support for the following CIP amendments. Number 10, McKee Farms Park improvements. I was among the community members who helped build the park. It is widely used, therefore the city should continue appropriate upkeep for community-wide use. Number 11, North Fishhatchee Road, Hub Phase 1 Park north of Traceway Drive. This land, along with the Nine Springs Golf Course, has been underutilized because it has not been uniquely suited to meet the neighborhood needs. This proposed project does so. With the additional housing built this past year, this development will meet the current community needs of those in the future. It will provide for a community gathering space like McKee Farms Park, but for the Leopold family and school community. Right now, the small pocket park in Leopold Way and the elementary school playground does not adequately support the neighborhood. Number 12, North Fishhatchee Road, Hub Phase 2 Neighborhood Center, south of Traceway Drive. This neighborhood center, in conjunction with the Phase 1, will provide for community neighborhood building and partnership with not-for-profit organizations to run community-centered programs as tenants or to staff with city staff. It is great to see buildings being considered with partnerships in mind. This facility can provide community meeting space and recreation needs in all seasons. Right now, there's not a community rental space that meets the community needs, especially when school is out of session. The center will help to fill that void. Number 13, Fitchburg Teen Center, that would service the Jamestown neighborhood and other parts of Madison and Fitchburg, is an excellent idea. This facility can provide Fitchburg youth with options in their neighborhood so they connect with friends around all types of programs with teens in mind. Thank you for your consideration in funding these projects. If you wish to contact me, feel free to email me. And that's from Dawn Krim from Fitchburg. As a resident business on Fitchburg's west side, we recognize a lack of resources in the King James Way neighborhood. Our church offers varied resources, but there is still a lack of food, programming for teenagers, job training, and more. We'd approve these resources moving into our neighborhood and using the A1 furniture building for this use, as this would greatly benefit our community. As is regards to Amendment 13, that's from Casey Johnson, who's the pastor at Redeemer City Church. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to express our support for the proposed capital project for the park amenities and senior center on Traceway Drive. As a property owner in the area, we recognize the need for projects of this nature. The residents in our properties would benefit greatly from having outdoor play structures and facilities, and the senior center would directly provide services to the large senior population, which is existing at the Fairways Apartments, as well as newcomers at the new senior apartment building, the High Line. The design approach fits nicely into the neighborhood and creates a real sense of place that is really needed in this area. Other groups in the area have also expressed the need for community space for children, and the new community center would fill that need. Although there are specifics which will need to be resolved as it relates to existing land ownership and financing obligations, I cannot think of a project that has potential to do more for the community with as little investment as is contemplated. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts regarding the proposed project. David Gevers from EJ Plusco. My name is Kate Pren. My family and I have lived in the Jamestown neighborhood at Norfolk Circle since 2016. I am writing in support of the Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. As a mother and Fitchburg resident, it is critically important that we invest in our neighborhoods, our youth, and families. Our neighborhood in particular does not have outlets for youth, teens in particular. A teen center in Jamestown would benefit the entire community and improve its quality of life. I work for the Wisconsin Alumni Association and see firsthand that when we invest in the talents and passions of humans, we see results that literally change the world. Having a place where young adults can harness their talents and passions. I'm excited for the possibility of this center, as well as for the hub in the North Fishhatchee Road area. Our neighborhoods have gone without these resources for far too long. I urge you to support these important amendments. All the best, and that was again Kate Pren from Fitchburg. Hello, I'm emailing to voice my support for CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, 13. We need a teen center and community center in these areas of our community. Sincerely, Jenny Peters from Fitchburg. I'm writing to encourage everyone to please keep in mind the challenging economic situation Fitchburg residents are facing as you consider budgets and upcoming projects, as both the city's renters and homeowners have to be mindful of their spending in these uncertain times. I hope the city of Fitchburg will also be mindful. Please consider putting some projects on hold until the economy stabilizes, and do not gut our essential services, e.g. the police and fire departments, to fund projects that would wait. Homeowners especially are facing a crunch in light of yet another increase in property valuation. I know the line I've heard is, but even if the value goes up, the mill rate may go down, so taxes won't increase. Has that ever happened? Higher taxes and fewer, less satisfactory basic services will not make for happy residents. Thank you, Karen Peckham from Fitchburg. I am a Fitchburg resident. My name is Megan Siebert, and I live on Whispering Pines Way. I want to voice my support for CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Fitchburg's young residents deserve and need more places to gather. I fully support a teen center in Jamestown and a community center in Fish Hatchery. I work at Leopold Elementary, and I struggle when I think about where our students can be when they aren't at school or home. There are not very many places you can be without spending money, which leaves young people to fend for themselves and potentially find unhealthy ways to spend their time. I believe these centers would support Fitchburg's thriving, creative young population and boost the morale of people living here regardless of age. Thank you, Megan Siebert from Fitchburg. As the Madison Out-of-School Time Coordinator for the City of Madison, I was incredibly excited to see Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Our area has struggled for decades to provide young people the opportunities they deserve, and we have paid the consequences as a community. In normal times, MMSD has about 5,000 children who don't have access to needed after-school and summer programs. I expect the scale of lack of access is similar across other areas of Fitchburg as well. Data from the Dane County Youth Survey in 2018 confirmed that youth who have access to out-of-school time opportunities like youth programming and neighborhood centers consistently have outcomes that were better across all domains. Better academics, less risky behavior, better mental health, less police contact, and all of those compound over the years. There are very few other investments that have such long-term positive impacts on young people in our community. I urge you in this critical time to invest in youth and our future. Nathan Beck, it doesn't say where he's from, but it doesn't sound like Fitchburg. I am writing today in support of CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. I strongly feel that we need a teen center in Jamestown, where I live, and a community center on Fish Hatchery Road. More crime in our area is committed by youth with nothing better to do. Brian Klein from Fitchburg. I write to you this evening to express my support of sponsored amendments to the 2021-2030 Capital Improvement Plan that would greatly affect our city's most underserved communities, namely Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Amendments 11, 12, and 13 would create much-needed spaces for our teens in communities that have historically had limited access to youth resources and programming. Amendment 3 would not only provide the needed funding for these projects, it would also stand as a symbol of our commitment to investment in our BIPOC neighborhoods, while still providing additional space and resources for our law enforcement. I look forward to the establishment of these youth spaces and engaging with my neighbors in the programming and community building that will result from their creation. That's Ryan Hulsman from Fitchburg. Sorry, Ryan, I butchered your last name. I am one of your many Fitchburg constituents. I'm ready to support Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13, which will provide more community and help for teens and families. I live in Jamestown, and I'm fully aware that the majority of crimes here are being done by youth who do not have better role models and outlets for their personal expression. We need to address that proactively. Our children are our future, and we must invest in them now more than ever. This cannot wait any longer. Thank you for your time and attention. Franny Lyons from Fitchburg. I'd like to voice my support for the following specific CIP amendments to be voted on tonight. Northfish Hatchery Community Hub Teen Center. The concept looks beautiful, and we need to invest here, especially with all the current investment in the area happening already. Police facility changes, Lacey Seminole interchange updates. We hit this intersection multiple times daily. Thanks, Micah and Amy LaDusa from Fitchburg. I saw a news article today about the proposed amendments to fund the hub and youth centers in Fitchburg and wanted to provide feedback that I think both are great ideas and fully support those amendments. As a resident who lives fairly close to the proposed Traceway location, I see the density of housing and lack of safe recreational areas for the kids nearby on a daily basis. My only concern with the proposed hub is the lack of connectivity with multi-use trails, as Leopold and Post are both rather bicycle unfriendly. I would think a trail connecting the residential complexes and Fitchburg Springs Park, similar to that previously proposed in the Nine Springs Future Use Plan, would be a big improvement. It would also provide fairly direct and safe access for many other residents who could connect off the Capital City Trail via Longford Parkway, which has less vehicle traffic and parked vehicles than Leopold. Hope that the amendments are approved and that consideration is given to how we expect young kids to safely travel to these places. Thank you, Brian Poole. It sounds like maybe close to Fitchburg, but in Madison. Thank you for your service. As your fellow elected official, I am writing to ask for your support of Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. The Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center are transformational investments in the city of Fitchburg's future. Such investments in your CIP will be a deep reflection of your values. Today, more than ever, the need for investments, neighborhoods, and communities need to be a priority. It is these investments in our youth and residents that are the underpinning of a healthy and thriving Fitchburg. The City of Madison has long invested in neighborhood centers and nonprofits that serve families and youth across municipal boundaries. The future of Fitchburg and Madison are intertwined. We have the collective power and responsibility to shape our future. Please support Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 as submitted by Alders Frada and Maldonado. Respectfully, Shiva Badar from Madison.
Aaron, can I mention something?
Yeah, what's that?
The previous person before Shiva Vidar is Brian Poole, and he mentioned in the first paragraph that you didn't read that he's from he's a resident of Fitchburg.
Okay. Hello, I am writing to voice my support for Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. These would add much needed resources for young people in our community and perhaps start to build an actual community identity for Fitchburg. Thank you, Charlie Saxler from Fitchburg. My name is Shalisha Johnson. I've lived on Williamsburg Way Court since 2004. I'm an early childhood educator, and I urge you to support CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. With the uptick in crime by teenagers with nothing constructive provided for them by the community, these places would be invaluable for these children and residents. The Hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center would be located in neighborhoods that have high numbers of young people, working families, and a lack of opportunities for quality out-of-school time. Out-of-school time opportunities are critical for providing safe spaces for youth, developing leadership, academic success, or reducing risk factors such as justice system involvement and mental health issues. Community centers and opportunities for youth make our neighborhoods and our communities safer. Our city investments in public safety dwarf our investments in human services. Investing in root causes such as youth reduces the financial and social costs of enforcement and incarceration. Thank you for your consideration. Shalisha Johnson from Fitchburg. These unprecedented times have brought to light the worst of realities for communities of color. We have known about our entrenched systems of racism and inequities for a long time. However, this crisis has allowed many to recognize and call out systems of injustices. This crisis has also shown light to the vital importance of neighborhood-based community organizations and centers. Community centers are known to provide a safe space where communities and youth can feel supported and a sense of belonging to a larger community. As an immigrant and Latina who's lived in Fitchburg for the past 15 years, I feel there's work that can be done to create a sense of belonging for communities of color in Fitchburg. especially for Latinos who continue to grow and bring business to the city. I've also witnessed the need for a space where families and youth can gather, access to resources, and create community. In 2017, through the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative and a partnership with the Latino Academy of Workforce Development, I led efforts bringing ESL and GED classes to Leopold School. For a long time, these resources were requested due to the lack of transportation and a safe space. I witnessed families' efforts to do more activities and engage. However, the space at Leopold was limited and wasn't suited for many of the ideas parents had. A Fitchburg Teen Center and the Hub offer an opportunity to address the broad needs of the Fitchburg community and work towards creating a more equity system and healthy neighborhoods. This crisis offers the city of Fitchburg the opportunity to take action and plan for a sustainable and just future for communities that have long awaited for a safe space in its own city. By embracing the expertise, power, and solutions that are found within the neighborhoods themselves, these community centers can lead the way to ensure communities of color are not left behind. Thus, I support the CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, 13, led by Alder Julia Radafrada and Alder Joel Maldonado. Thank you, Norma Gallegos from Fitchburg. Dear Mayor, please let's start controlling city spending. Our property taxes are getting out of control, especially for senior citizens on fixed incomes. The city just made a large increase in our property assessments. Many of us just cannot afford to pay any more in property taxes. Let some nonprofit organizations or wealthy private citizens raise the funds to build these centers, as the average Fitchburg taxpayer can no longer afford all the wants of some of our alders. Thank you for reading my opinion. Bob Schumacher, Fitchburg since 1971. I am Ada Deer. I have lived on Muchler Road in District 4 since 1978. Due to being in the high-risk category for COVID-19, I'm unable to join you tonight, so I'm asking for Mayor Richardson to read my comments. I give my full support and urge the Fitchburg Common Council to approve Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Youth and teens in our community, particularly in northern Fitchburg, would benefit immeasurably from nurturing, fun, and supportive community center spaces after school. I grew up on the Menominee Indian Reservation and graduated from UW-Madison with a BA in social work. I have worked and served as a social worker by profession since 1961, both through practice in the community and later as faculty member at the university. Before retirement, I last served as Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, U.S. Department of Interior. As a social worker, educator, and Indigenous person, I understand deeply the importance of human capital and relationships. When we invest in human beings, the payoff is immense. People thrive, the community thrives. Similar to African American and Latinx communities, tribal communities are affected by disparities related to education, justice system involvement, and mental health, among others. We can go a long way to address these disparities through nurturing opportunities and positive experiences for youth. We are at a turning point in the history of our city. Please be on the right side of history by supporting the proposed capital improvement plan amendments. Sincerely, Ada Deer from Fitchburg.
Mr. Mayor, we could take a new caller from Zoomland.
All right, let's take a caller from the Zoomland. Who is it?
Brandy De La Rosa.
All right, go ahead, Brandy.
Hi, I'm Brady De La Rosa. I'm the interim executive board member for the Latino Chamber of Commerce. I'm calling just to let you know that I support, or we support, Amendment 13 for the Teen Center. As somebody that lives in the community and has two teenage sons, I support this. I think this is something that the community could use and benefit from, having a positive place for students of color to congregate and have a positive environment that would greatly impact this community.
All right, thank you. All right, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel here. My name is Savion Castro. I currently serve in the MMSD Board of Education. I graduated from La Follette in 2013 and UW-Madison in 2018. Going through our school system and school community, as well as working and volunteering for youth programming like People Program and Boys and Girls Club, I'm deeply aware of the issues affecting our youth in our community. Having worked in the state legislature, serving on multiple policy committees at the county and city level, and researching local policy at UW-Madison, and now in my service on the BOE, I'm convinced that we have to change course and policy related to youth development and poverty relief. I'm fully in support of the Fitchburg Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, 13, and the establishment of the Hub Community Center and Fitchburg Teen Center. As you know, part of our school district includes Fitchburg. Quality out-of-school time and school success go hand in hand. It improves academic, social, emotional, and mental health outcomes, and reduces the economic and human costs of more punitive and reactive systems such as law enforcement, the judicial system, incarceration, and human services. Youth, particularly youth from working families and families of color, need safe places to be after school. Teens need places to practice leadership and feel a sense of belonging. By investing in them, we are investing in our entire community. As a district, we are excited about the opportunity to build partnerships with the local neighborhoods in which these centers will be situated. Again, please vote yes on the CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 in service. Savion Castro, and I believe he's from Madison. I am Dane County Supervisor Ann DeGarmo, residing on South Gardens Way, and I'm writing today to have my support for Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13 read into the record at today's City Council meeting. First, I would like to thank Alder Maldonado and Council President Arata Frada for bringing these amendments before the body today. Throughout my campaign and service to our community, I have heard support for a Fitchburg that is inclusive, supportive, and welcoming to all its residents. The North Fish Hatchery Hub and Jamestown Teen Center bring us closer to that vision, where all the youth and families that call Fitchburg home have safe places to grow, learn, and play. The location of these community resources is critical. Both neighborhoods have populations of residents who historically and intentionally under-resourced. Neither neighborhood has a park or community center of their own. It is difficult for residents in these neighborhoods to reach the library and existing senior center because of a lack of transportation. These circumstances make building the North Fish Hatchery Hub and Jamestown Teen Center a dramatic statement that these neighbors are valuable members of our city and they are worth investing in. The juvenile justice system in Dane County requires $3.7 million in operating tax dollars each year. This does not include policing, school resource officers, and other elements of the criminal justice system. The investment we make in policing and incarcerating youth of color dwarfs the investment we make in supporting youth of color in their journey to become successful adults. The trade-off we are committing to with these community centers is one that will yield dividends for decades to come. By investing in youth of color and giving them opportunities to be supported and loved by this community, we're saving ourselves money in the long run. These amendments shift our priorities so they better reflect the values of this community. You have or will hear from a few of my county board colleagues in support of this proposal. I'll work with them to explore opportunities to partner with the City of Fitchburg on this project because these proposals easily fit within the reform the county has already begun. While my time as a youth seems far away, I remember that in rural southeast Wisconsin, where I grew up, I always had places to play, after-school activities to do, and I was surrounded by adults outside of my parents who were invested in my success. These community centers will provide enriching activity to youth and families in our city to help foster the same sense of security and support that I felt from my childhood home. While the location of these centers focuses on the neighbors that have been historically and intentionally under-resourced, I can envision citywide participation in this center. Ultimately, these community centers are resources to supplement our existing assets, like the library and senior center, and will enhance the lives of residents in all corners of our city. This project brings the possibility of intergenerational space, volunteer opportunities, meeting rooms and rental space, polling locations, a library book drop-off, and more. My husband and I don't have children, but if we did, they would go to Leopold School. We live in Swan Creek, and the Hub would provide a place for our kids to continue the relationships they have with their classmates through a recreational activity, learning through play, and outdoor exploration. It would also give our kids another opportunity to develop a network of caring adults outside of my husband and I. It takes a village to raise a child. We are the village to all of the youth who live here. Our entire community benefits when we invest in our collective future because it is ours. I want us to raise a generation of youth and kids who are proud to call Fitchburg their hometown. I urge you to vote yes on CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Thank you for your time and dedication to our city. It is an honor to serve with you. Ann DeGarmo from Fitchburg. I am writing in support in the creation of spaces for young people and community members here in Fitchburg. Please invest in youth and families by supporting CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Spaces like the proposed were beneficial in my upbringing in inner city Chicago. In many ways, the Fitchburg community reminds me of the area I grew up in, with families and kids who want access to spaces that allow for opportunities to be creative and thrive. When my community made that space available, it brought the community to life. These spaces allowed me the opportunity to take part in programming that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to access, whether it was swimming, dance, gymnastics, or basketball. As I got older, support came in the form of assistance with schoolwork and leadership opportunities. My parents also utilized the resources and sought out staff members with questions. It was a space I enjoyed after school and on weekends. I met so many friends there and spent hours enjoying the space with my sister and parents. Please support these amendments and make this a possibility for kids and families in our area. Engaged community member, Christina Fallon. And it sounds like she's from Fitchburg, though it doesn't say that.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening. I am Francis Huntley Cooper, a longtime resident of the Jamestown neighborhood, 44 and a half years to be exact. I'm a parent of 2 adult children who were born in Madison, grew up in this neighborhood, and attended Verona Area High School from K to 12 grades. Retired now for a few years, but worked for Dane County Department of Human Services as a social worker and then supervisor for 28 years. I always worked with children, youth, and families from around the county and always provided services to the Verona, Oregon, and Madison schools in particular that serve the city of Fitchburg. You may be familiar with JFF, Joining Forces for Families, that worked around the county and the Jamestown neighborhood as well. I also had the pleasure to work with many city and county police departments as we investigated causes of neglect and or child abuse, or with families experiencing issues of mental health, alcohol, or other drug abuse. Through the years, I saw many of our youth be removed from their parental home for numerous reasons, and children were placed in a foster or group home, child caring institution, or if all efforts failed, a few ended up in the juvenile correction facility. I share a little of my professional experience because most folks know me as a former mayor of Fitchburg, becoming the first and to date only elected African-American mayor in the state of Wisconsin. Not only did I sit in your seat as mayor, but also served 2 terms as Fitchburg Alder for District 1. Yes, I've had to make tough decisions, but not during these unprecedented times of COVID-19 or Black Lives Matter movement. These pandemics have really brought to our attention, all of us, the importance of how precious a life is. Every child is not fortunate enough to having loving, caring parents, a home, great health or health care, great schools, neighborhoods, etc. Times have changed, so American and the city of Fitchburg can now be a leader, advocate, mentor, teacher for our youth. The capital improvement plan that is before you tonight is a great place to start to make a difference in the lives of all of our children and families. As you vote to update the CIP tonight, I ask that you vote to keep the following amendments. Amendment 3, public safety facility, reduce facility size and return to expansion of City Hall, page 23. Amendment 11, Hub Phase 1, page 76. Amendment 12, Hub Phase 2, page 86. Amendment 13, Northwest Teen Center, page 94. These 4 amendments would set aside funding for 1, the purchase and renovation of a vacant building in the Jamestown neighborhood for the creation of Fitchburg Teen Center, as well as ongoing support for programming. Number 2, the construction and design of the Hub, a community center in the Leopold neighborhood on North Fishhatchee Road, as well as ongoing program support. Number 3, the expansion of City Hall, which will allow for future growth of staff in proportion to city needs. I'm asking for your support and vote of the above 4 amendments for the health, welfare of our youth. The future of our city depends on the youth of tomorrow. Let us partner with the parents, schools, police to offer a safe and educational infrastructure for youth from all backgrounds, ethnicities, cultures, to develop into successful and contributing members of society. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of our future. We can make a small difference in the lives of our children and families. If you have any questions, please reach out to me, Francis Huntley Cooper, from Fitchburg and former Fitchburg mayor. All right, let me see here. I got a couple late emails here I can try and pull up here. As a services provider in the neighborhood and as a recipient of the Healthy Neighborhood Program Initiative funding, I strongly support this project. I ask the council to invest in this community by providing a space excuse me, where community members can engage with one another. Kids can have opportunities for new interaction, healthy options, new connections, and green spaces. Open green spaces are proven more critical now than ever as we help our community deal with this pandemic. As we support others cope with stress, anxiety, depression, and isolation, a park can become a resource that can save someone's life. I urge you to follow the health impact assessment recommendations and move forward with this project. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Veronica Figueroa Velez. Doesn't say where she's from, but she's the executive director at Unidos. I had anticipated being able to attend City Council meeting tonight. I wanted to be sure an email expressing my support of Amendments 3, 11, 12, 13, the Mayor's Capital Improvement Plan, and hope this opinion can still be considered in the final decision. Central Hispano of Dane County is the largest social services provider dedicated to the thriving Latinx community. Our mission is multi-generational. As a partner in the Madison Metropolitan School District, we work together with the schools to ensure our youth are empowered. We are accessible and open to all families who are in need of strengthening, and most importantly, prioritize community engagement so that Latinx voices can be heard. As an agency, we recognize that the success of the Latinx community is only possible if our community is seen, heard, and felt. Having community gathering spaces where our families and our young people can create connections, developing trusting relationships is key to the vitality of a city. As an agency, Central stands in full support of Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13, setting aside funds for the development of the hub in the Leopold neighborhood and the Teen Center in the Jamestown neighborhood of Fitchburg. Both would complement Central's mission and expand on the work that we are already so committed to doing in Dane County, lessening the heaviness of the load we carry as an organization. Both centers would provide invaluable community resources. A hub for activity and community building would fill the current void that exists in available space where social networks across communities of color in Fitchburg can be built. The dedicated teen center would provide much needed space for community building and fostering relationships for young people when they most need this peer support and bonding. Education and workforce, a thriving community. None can be possible if there are not enough spaces to dream and where hope can be felt. An investment in the Hub and Teen Center represent proactive investments in the health and well-being of a community, spaces where communities can engage and feel strengthened to be vocal and participatory should always be prioritized. I commend Alders Maldonado and Arata Frada for taking their foresight and taking the initiative to expand spaces reserved for youth and community. Please do not hesitate to reach out. I look forward to seeing these projects advance and look forward to continuing to build a vibrant Dane County. Let's remain committed to advancing all communities. Karen Menendez-Collar, representing Central Hispano of Dane County. I am Thad Schumacher, a Fitchburg business owner, former Fitchburg resident, father of 4 MMSD students and alumni, nonprofit board member, and longtime volunteer in the community. I'm writing to urge the council and mayor to support youth development in Fitchburg, voting in favor of the Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. My business is located less than a mile from the proposed site of the hub and Leopold Elementary School. There's a clear need for youth in our community to have safe, nurturing options for out-of-school time care. It benefits working parents of school-aged youth. It also gives youth themselves opportunities to learn both academically and with social, emotional growth and leadership schools. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, youth have been yearning for connection with their peers and caring, nurturing adults. This is the right time to re-examine our priorities and truly focus on what young people and families need. The Healthy Neighborhood Initiative identified 3 Fitchburg neighborhoods that need our investment and support. These centers will complement that work and close the out-of-school time gap. Again, please make the right choice by voting for Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. And that was Thad Schumacher, doesn't live in Fitchburg anymore, but Fitchburg business owner. My name is Alex Gee. I live on Charleston Drive in District 2, where my wife Jackie and daughter Lexi have lived for the past 25 years. I'm a faith leader, trained theologian, a father, a nonprofit executive, an alumni of the University of Wisconsin, and a Black man born in Chicago, Illinois, and raised here in Dane County. I'm writing to you in full support of Fitchburg Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Over 3 decades ago, I was a recent college graduate and member of corporate America. I stepped out on faith and with our community, built a multiracial, non-denominational church that now has a congregation of 250. In the mid-1990s, we collectively built Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development, a nonprofit organization that focuses on economic development, reentry services for men coming out of prison, and youth development. From birth through adulthood, we understand the importance of not only investing in people, but understanding how historic disinvestment in communities of color has led us to where we are today. As a Fitchburg resident, I'm thrilled to see that our council is considering investing in our most valuable asset, our young people. This will strengthen the work that we can do together by putting dollars and buildings in the spaces that will have the greatest return, both from a human and from an economic perspective. We are at a point where we can do something groundbreaking. I implore you to make the right decision. Sincerely, Reverend Alexander Gee from Fitchburg. And let's see here, last one, I think. Growing up on the south side of Chicago, I did not have many options for positive role models or opportunities. My neighborhood was surrounded by gangs, guns, drugs, and violence. I've seen many people lose their lives and freedoms to the toxic environment I grew up in. I moved to Madison, Wisconsin at the age of 14. I was immediately greeted by a strong community of grassroots leaders who dedicated their time to investing in youth. I was provided many opportunities to grow into the person I am today through programming in our community centers and after-school programs. Community centers provide so much more than programming. They give youth the opportunity to believe, learn, and dream of achieving goals that they may not have known otherwise. I ask that you consider and approve the amendments to build 2 community centers in the city of Fitchburg. The financial investment now will have a tremendous payoff on the overall lives of the youth today. I know because I am living proof of that investment. Thank you for your time. Tyrone Craddock Williams from Madison. And hopefully I got one more. Hold on. I have lived in Fitchburg for over 20 years. I've read that the city council is now looking into cutting the police department's budget to fund neighborhood programs. I am extremely disappointed that the city is looking into such a thing. Our community is facing increasing crime and is absorbing the town of Madison in the near future. I've always been impressed with the professionalism of our police officers, and I'm very concerned that some alders are looking into the defund mentality as a means of solving problems. Yes, clearly the police cannot solve all the community's problems, but there is no one else to do their jobs. Our community is not what it was when I moved here. It concerns me that some alders seem to want to follow whatever social media bandwagon comes along. The community centers are a good idea, but where is that money coming from? This idea of community centers seems to be an 11th hour approach to shove an idea through. From what I had read, the building would be brought by the city, but no actual staff. There would be teen volunteers as compared to the Boys and Girls Club. That club is staffed by paid employees who supervise the programs. My concern is my tax money being spent on a rushed program. It seems to me that some planning and studies should be done prior to our small community spending millions of dollars on the spur of the moment. My thoughts, thank you. John Stevens from Fitchburg.
Hey, Aaron, there were a few that you missed, and I forwarded them to you.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. There's a lot of them on here. My name is Jorge Avalos, and I'm writing this email in support of the capital improvement amendments 11, 12, and 13. Now more than ever, we need to ensure our communities are safe and have safe spaces that can be used as resources for the betterment of our society. We have seen historically how marginalized groups of people have been affected by housing, education, healthcare, and other institutions. It is now our moral obligation to guarantee spaces where our communities can thrive and have a sense of belonging and support. I can see how these spaces can create many bridges in collaboration with our schools and community organizations. I can think of positive and productive ways that a teen center can be used to have teachers hold parent-teacher meetings without having to create transportation barriers to our students who go to schools in the Verona Area School District. We can also utilize these spaces to offer after-school tutoring programs or presentations to our families about financial literacy from banking institutions. Seminars can also be offered about owning your first home to provide social mobility for our Black and brown families. Finally, having green spaces where our students can exercise and have their social and emotional needs met would help tremendously. Please consider my advocacy for creating safe spaces where our children can thrive in the city of Fitchburg. Thank you for your time. Jorge Avalos, he's a principal at Verona Area High School. I am writing in strong support of Capital Improvement Plan Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13, the establishment of the hub in the Leopold area and the Fitchburg Teen Center overdue. These neighborhoods have been consistently overlooked in development of resources, but consistently criticized for challenges related to being under-resourced. The time is now to support our young people. The cost for these centers is relatively low, but the return on investment will be immense. I wear many hats in the community, which gives me a unique perspective on these proposals. As a scientist and researcher, I understand the data as a community organizer and nonprofit worker. I understand the need, and as a resident of the Leopold neighborhood, I'm personally invested in this outcome. Although I am not writing in a professional capacity, I have extensive experience creating spaces for performing arts, including summer and after-school programming for teens through my work with 2 local nonprofits. One of the biggest challenges for these programs is a lack of central location for youth without access or limited access to transportation during these timeframes. The hub and the Fitchburg Teen Center provide the necessary space to provide opportunities to teens that are culturally responsive. Communities cannot thrive without gathering spaces. There are mountains of evidence that teens need constructive activities to keep them on track and out of the criminal justice system. Young people need space and mentors to develop social, emotional, and leadership skills. It costs over $400 per person per day to incarcerate youth and about $95 per person per day to incarcerate an adult. Comparatively, the daily cost for teens to attend these centers and avoid going down the wrong path is insignificant. Fitchburg has had great success in developing thriving neighborhoods and business communities. Each of these efforts required a substantial amount of tax dollars, and each of these efforts were described by the council as an investment into the city. These community centers are no different. Why do we continue to throw our money away when a profitable solution, both financially and socially, is right in front of us? Local experts in community building insist that creating space and opportunity for teens is vital to ensure a bright future for our youth in our neighborhoods. It is time to start listening. Fitchburg has a history of placing new developments in areas that are not accessible to people without transportation, that do not incorporate the voices of residents of color, and/or that are not culturally responsive. A few examples include the placement of Stoner Prairie in 1988 and Savannah Oaks in 1994, schools near Lacey Road as opposed to the Jamestown neighborhood, and the failure to fund a space for Wanda Smith's community programming in 2017. Notably, the placement of the school sites were preferred by white families, while the needs of black families in more densely populated areas were ignored. Our kids need opportunity now. Let's not wait another 20 years to have the same conversation. Although I live on the Madison side of Post Road, my neighbors are Fitchburg taxpayers. I grew up in Fitchburg in the Duns Marsh area. I played in Marlboro Park, Balmar Hills Park, and Hugo Park. I care about what happens in the city of Fitchburg. An investment in our children who need it the most is an investment for our future as a community and for the city of Fitchburg. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Do the right thing. Make room for teens in this budget. Thank you, Karen Reese from Madison. I actually read Elvis. That was like the first or second one I read, I believe. Yeah, I read that one. Good afternoon. Oh, proposed letter of support. I don't know, like 3 more. I read this one actually from Plesco. I read Amy and Micah as well. I read Jenny Peters as well. And I also believe I read Trisha Hillner, I think, but I'll read this one more again. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I am pleased to learn of the proposed CIP Amendments 3, 11, 12, and 13. Together, these proposals open the way for a significant investment in the future of the youth of Fitchburg, especially helping those whose families are not able to give them the same leg up the more privileged families can. Jamestown would be a perfect site for a center where teens could go after school to do homework, learn new skills, and just spend time in a safe space where their dreams are supported and nurtured. I live in the Swan Creek neighborhood without a yard of my own, and during these last few months have come to appreciate even more the walking bike paths near me as a way to get exercise and to escape outdoors. A community center would give families in the Leopold neighborhood a safe and attractive setting in which to enjoy outdoor recreation, to exercise, attend classes or gatherings, and to de-stress from the challenges they will continue to face even after the present COVID-19 crisis abates. I support the Common Council's adoption of these proposed amendments as an investment in human services and a positive, creative way to address some of the root causes of inequality in our community. Thank you, Tricia Hillner from Fitchburg. All right. All right, that's all. That's all you got? Oh, you're done? Okay, all right. All right, that was nice and quick. All right, so I will now close the public hearing and go on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I heard a second. Is there anything that anyone wants to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor of approving consent agenda, say aye.
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 And opposed, nay. All right, that is approved. Before we do the administrator's report, sorry for, I think it's Steve, or not Steve, but Bill and Claudia. They are here to do their update on Lake Barney, so I would ask if there's no objections that we move that up and do that next, do the Lake Barney Stormwater Study Project update, which is 11A, and get them out of here. They've been here long enough. So, seeing no objections, I don't know if Claudia, you're kicking it off, or Bill, but I want you to give us an update.
Thank you. And I think Nick is going to share his screen.
Yes, hold on just a second.
All right, perfect. So thank you. My name is Claudia Guy. I'm the environmental engineer for the city of Fitchburg. I'm here today with Nick Hayden and Steve Gatfield from Mars EOR. We're here to talk about Lake Barney, the Lake Barney Stormwater and Flood Mitigation Project. Next slide. So our presentation today is going to include just a very brief introduction to the project team, background information. We'll review the study scope as well as the current status of the project. And then we're going to go over next steps. I did want to call attention to the fact that we are planning to present in more detail our findings at the presentation to the Committee of the Whole on September 23rd. Next slide. So the project team includes myself with the City of Fitchburg, Nick and Steve with Mars EOR, and we're also partnering with Heartland to do wetland-related tasks. In addition, we're working with a large stakeholder group that includes impacted parties, the Village of Oregon, Dane County, DNR, and landowner representatives from the Department of Corrections, Alpine Dairy, and Fish and Wildlife Service. Next slide. So just some background information on the problem that we've been seeing. Lake Barney is a glacial kettle that's located in the south of Fitchburg. It does not have a natural outlet, so under normal conditions, water that flows into the lake does not flow out. Instead, it either infiltrates or evaporates. This means that water levels rise and fall, but generally hover around an elevation of 942, which corresponds to a square footage of about 42 acres, which can be seen on the right-hand side of that screen. Next slide. However, in the past few years, we've seen extremely wet conditions that have caused water levels in the lake to rise higher than we've seen in at least the past 70 years. And looking at aerial photography that's available, water has risen to the point where it has actually found an outlet, which is overflowing for the first time in at least those 70 years that we have aerial photography available. And it's been flowing over land for the last several years. Water flows downstream through property owned by the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Department of Corrections, and Alpine Dairy before it enters the Village of Oregon's storm sewer system. This new condition has caused many problems, both within the city of Fitchburg for our residents and for areas outside of Fitchburg as well. Problems have included loss of farmable land in Fitchburg due to wet conditions, One accessory structure is underwater for a Fitchburg resident, as well as flooding in lawn areas and the loss of large old trees. Groundwater has caused some pumps to run continuously, and one homeowner in the town of Oregon needed to fill in his basement due to the high groundwater levels. In addition, the high lake levels have put one bike trail underwater, which is owned by the village of Oregon. The overflow route, which goes to the southeast, you can see on the map there, has impacted farmable land for the Department of Corrections and Alpine Dairy. And downstream, the village of Oregon has seen street flooding and nuisance flooding for homeowners. Therefore, we need to determine what can be done, and then we also need to decide what should be done. The purpose of this study is to answer that first question, which is what can be done. So the goal of this study is to put together concept solutions and pull together data that is needed in order to make the decision on what should be done. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nick Hayden to go through the rest of our presentation.
Thanks, Claudia. Just a brief outline of the project scope. So our first task, we're looking at the existing conditions out at the lake, some of the elevation history that Claudia already mentioned with looking through aerial records. How often does it get high enough to cause problems, and how quickly has it dropped down in the past? We are going out to measure the overflow rate from the lake. So that's the quantity and flow rate of water leaving the lake, going across the bike path and heading downstream. And we're also doing wetland work to determine which of the downstream portions have potential for being mapped wetlands. The second big task we have is modeling the existing conditions at Lake Barney and the area. We're using two hydrology computer models to look at that. One of them looks at the groundwater system. We're keying in on kind of how much flow is entering the Lake Barney system through the ground, both currently and if we were to put in some sort of outlet to lower the lake. We need to know what that groundwater influence is. And then the other part of that is looking at the surface water influence. So this is, when it rains and when it's rained a lot, like it has the last several years, how much water comes off the watershed and feeds into the lake system. The third main part of the scope is the alternatives analysis. As was mentioned, we're looking at different configurations of a designed outlet and drainage path downstream towards the village so that the lake level can be controlled more easily. And then so any overflowing water is also controlled instead of just running across farmland. So part of looking at these concepts will be evaluating how quickly the lake would drain down if these were implemented, and especially comparing that to how long it might take for Lake Barney to naturally return to lower levels if we get drier weather. And then another big portion of this is looking at the costs and benefits. So we'll be explaining all of these a little bit more detail during the rest of this presentation. Fourth item is just looking at permits required in order if we were to construct any of these alternatives, as well as easements. And then continuing to do meetings like this and reaching out to the stakeholder group, but once every 6 weeks to make sure that all the various people involved in this project are informed and up to date on where we're going. So for our status of this project, we've mostly completed the off-site wetland screening. The image in the upper right shows the area, and I'm not sure if you're able to see my screen, but oops, looks like I've got to draw on the other screen. Shows the flow path coming from the upper left corner where Lake Barney is, down across Alpine Dairy's land, and then through down towards the village of Oregon. And the purple areas on that image show areas that are likely to be mapped as regulatory wetlands. So that has implications for kind of restrictions and impacts of what we can do there. Potentially also some benefits in terms of enhancing what's out there already. Some of the other field work we've done has been to install monitoring wells and to measure the flow at the Rotary Trail. The monitoring wells are on U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service property near Lake Barney, and those will help us to gauge how accurate our groundwater model is, as well as just kind of get a sense for, during the period of this project, how much is groundwater changing near the site. And then, as I mentioned, we're going out there periodically to measure flow that's leaving the lake and going across the Rotary Trail. So the modeling for this project is nearing completion, pending some additional data collection. The figure in the lower left is just kind of showing the groundwater system and predicted drawdown if we were to implement an outlet and drainage system here. The gist of it is if we lower the lake, we'll probably increase groundwater flow into the lake for a period of time until the groundwater in that immediate area can respond. And so that's something we need to know as we design this potential outlet. The watershed modeling kind of shown in the upper right corner. This is important to kind of, as I mentioned, understand how much rainfall that's falling on the land is reaching Lake Barney, how it's behaved over the past couple of years, and then we can use that to kind of simulate how it might behave if we were to implement one of these alternatives, and looking not just at how long it might take to drain down, but also trying to get a handle on the benefits of flood reduction. So if the lake is kept at a lower level, there's a much larger volume of water that can be prevented from going downstream during a large rain event. So our next steps are to get into the real details of these alternative designs. As we mentioned, these are planned to be variations of an outlet and channel configurations that would be put in place near Lake Barney to draw it down and take water downstream in a controlled fashion towards the Village of Oregon. We still need to discuss or confirm how improvements that the Village of Oregon is doing to their storm sewer system will allow us to send water downstream for these alternatives. We need to think about the target lake stage, and if that's the sort of 942 feet, which is the most commonly seen elevation that we've seen in the aerial photo review, or if there's, if by not lowering it quite so much, there could be some savings in terms of the earthwork and the other efforts and the costs that would need to go into this. As I mentioned, we're very interested in trying to quantify how long it would take to reduce these high water levels for these various alternatives, and especially comparing it to what might happen naturally. And again, the trying to put a number on the flood storage benefits by lowering the lake. So any outflow from the lake will cross the Department of Corrections and Alpine Dairy properties. So we'll need to think about what they're doing on their properties and what plans they have for the future, and how any of these solutions might impact what they're doing. And so we've been in discussions with them, and they're part of the stakeholder group, as Claudia mentioned. And I mentioned we'll also need to consider how wetlands play into the picture, since they can be have a pretty strong impact on what you're allowed to build and do in certain cases. As part of this cost benefit analysis, we'll be looking certainly at the costs for each of these alternatives, looking at lowering the lake with an outlet. And these are fairly straightforward, I think, just the design and construction costs, easements, as well as the long-term maintenance of an outlet and channel. The benefits are a little bit more difficult to quantify. Some of the things we're thinking about is looking at crop damage averted within the city. So these are areas that are currently either in the path of flowing water from Lake Barney, or because of high groundwater, they're just consistently wet areas that used to be farmable land that are now untillable. We'll be looking at private property damage averted. This will include kind of looking at the cost that the landowners have spent kind of on an ongoing basis in some cases, preventing their property from being flooded. And we'll also be taking into consideration the benefits downstream. So this would be the flood storage potential that lowering the lake would have for downstream Village of Oregon in particular. Part of looking at the benefits will require us to make some assumptions about future climate and weather. How much of a loss will agricultural markets, changes in agricultural markets affect losses, as well as potentially land values. And really part of our goal will be to try to figure out not just sort of the benefits of drawing down the lake now, but how often might an outlet structure actually be used in the future. And again, it'll be variable depending on kind of what we assume about the future climate conditions, but we're still going to do our best to try to put a number on that. And then we'll also be coming up with a permitting plan, which I described a little bit earlier, just kind of looking at what we would need to accomplish these alternatives. And we'll be preparing a project report, summarizing everything I've talked about, including a recommended preferred alternative. And we will be back to present to the committee of the whole on September the 23rd. And that will have a lot more details and time in terms of discussing the modeling results, the different design alternatives and solutions, as well as details on the cost benefit analysis. So that's all I have. I forgot to add in our contact, but I think if we have questions, you can direct them to Claudia, and she'll get a hold of us. And with that, I think that's all we have, unless Claudia, you have anything to add?
If anyone had questions, we can answer them now, or feel free to follow up with me afterwards.
All right, thank you. If you're familiar with what Lake Barney had been at historically and what it is right now, it's amazing in a bad way how big that area is right now with flooding, and that lake is. Questions, comments at all? We're going to be hearing more about it, so it's good to know that there's a lot of progress. I know the people that live in that area are very excited to see some improvements. Julia, go ahead.
Yeah, will you include a time frame in the presentation in September?
So you mean a time frame for how long it would take for the lake to draw down?
Yeah.
So we're going to assume weather conditions and then calculate a drawdown time based on the assumed weather conditions. Of course, we don't know if it's going to rain more or less in the future. That what actually happens in real life will affect the answer to that question. But the least that we can do is assume a certain weather conditions and then say this is what would happen given those weather conditions with an outlet structure, and this is what would happen without an outlet structure, and that gives us a basis for comparison.
And Claudia, I'll just add to that. We have a little bit of history to look at what's happened in the past. In 2008, the lake was also very high, not quite as high as it has been recently, but it was within a couple of feet. It took about 5 years for the lake to drop back down to the 942-foot elevation. That doesn't mean in 5 years from now it's going to be back down there, but we went from big storms and very wet conditions in 2007 and 8 to more average rainfalls for several years. And in that case, it took about 5 years for it to fall. So at least give some time frame. Expect the lake to naturally fall barring extraordinary circumstances, probably several years.
But I have another question for you, Steve. So the idea is that one of the solutions is to divert how the water runoff to another bigger watershed, like Wabisa Lake or something like that?
Where the water is overflowing now is into the headwaters of Badfish Creek. So in the village of Oregon, it's one of the branches of Badfish Creek. So where the water is going now is Badfish Creek and downstream to the Rock River, I guess Yahara and the Rock River. So it would be the same destination. It would just be an engineered way to get it there and more efficiently and safely.
So it goes to the Rock River.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Seeing nothing else at this point, thank you for sitting through everything else and for the update, and looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
All right, going back to the agenda. Misty, do you have an administrator's report?
I do not.
All right, then we'll skip that one. Planning Commission, anything, Tom, you want to say?
The next meeting will be the 18th of this month, I think. Next month.
Yep, all right, next week, yep, next Tuesday. Public Works, Sarah?
Next meeting is August 17th.
All right, what about Parks?
We met last Thursday. We reviewed commission responsibilities, and Dorothy provided a Dunn's Marsh project update. Julio was available to answer CIP proposal questions, and we meet next September 3rd.
All right, Randy, Library Board?
Library Board meets next week, Wednesday, the 19th.
All right, Dorothy, Commission on Aging Well.
Thank you. We're going to be meeting Thursday morning at 8:30. Main topic is School of Public Health students talking about a program called Aging Mastery. It's going to be an online program, so we'll learn more about that on Thursday morning.
All right, RCC, Gabriella?
We meet again in September.
All right, what about Transportation and Transit?
Nothing at this time.
All right, CEDA, Julia?
No report.
All right, Ag and Rural Affairs, Randy?
Nothing to report.
All right, EMS, Shannon?
You're on mute.
You're still muted.
Thank you. We meet on the 20th, but nothing else to report at this point.
All right, Bike Committee?
None since last meeting.
All right, what about Tree Advisory?
Meeting in September.
All right, Landmarks Preservation?
Went right off the mute again. We meet later this month, I think 24th, but otherwise, yeah.
All right, Dorothy, you got a few here. Census Complete Count Committee?
Yeah, we met on August 6th, talked with the rep from the Census Committee. They started today with the door-to-door campaign. They intend to finish it up by September 30th. Right now, the total Fitchburg average is about 74% that we've got already counted. That compares to Dane County at 75.6 and Wisconsin at 69.8. Big non-surprise is that the southern tier of Fitchburg has about 80% in. The northern tier has less than 70% in. So we really need to do a lot of work on the northern tier. And again, they intend to stop counting September 30th. And whoever ain't counted by then doesn't count, literally. So the city really needs, and all of us really need to push to get people counted if we want the state and federal money to come to the city, if we want the money to go to schools and whatever for all the people that live here. Critically important.
Yep. All right, what about Housing Advisory?
Nothing new for that, nor for Healthy Neighborhoods.
All right, Finance Committee, Julia.
To date, we approved the detailed review of all check issue, check number 121021-121056, dated July 16 to July 31st, 2020, totaling $1,477,659.42. Also, we reviewed the detail of all the ACH payments for the month of July, totaling $446,024.70. And we review all the P card transactions for the cycle ending July 6, totaling $184,524.49.
All right, and you want to make a motion for the resolution here?
Oh, and I move approval of resolution R-106-20, adopting the 2021-2030 capital improvement plan.
Second.
Seconded by Joe. All right, so what'll happen is, maybe Steve can correct me if I'm wrong, but we'll go through each amendment and I'll have whoever submitted it to do a motion and get a second for that, and then they have them explain what they're doing and why, and then open up to just kind of regular discussion. A few things that I had quick before we get started. I think one of the things looking at these is that all these ideas are great ideas and all things that would be great things for Fitchburg. The biggest challenge is going to be paying for it, as you can imagine. This week I got some preliminary information from Misty about our operating budget, and I had to cut, based on what I already have submitted, about $1 million. And so anything that we do tonight that adds to the next year's spending is another dollar that I have to try and remove. So that's just something to think about. One of the things that we had hoped for was about 6% growth in new construction this year. We came in at 4.89%, which is the highest in Dane County, which is great, but it's not as high as we would hope for. And so that does put some added stress on there. Other than that, I think that, when assessments came out, you heard from a lot of people concerned about affordability in Fitchburg and affordability of their taxes. So that's something to think about. Town of Madison is a looming thing coming in with some unknowns still, and we're trying to figure that out, and that's what we're working on with staff and with the town and the city of Madison, frankly. Other things to think about are staff capacity to actually do all these projects. I think, there's a lot of areas that are struggling right now to do everything that we'd like to do, and especially in public works and with all those different projects. Other than that, the staff recommendations are in here, so hopefully you read all those. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, and it's still ongoing. We still don't know when that's going to end and what the impact is for us. As of right now, the impact is fairly small on our budget, but you look at someone like Madison, who's looking at a $25 million hole in their budget, and that's something that is a very big concern for me, is that if we do go into some kind of a recession, our 4.89% growth we had this year, next year, it's still going to be okay because there's some projects that are finishing. It's probably 2-something%. But after that, it could go down to 1% or maybe less. We don't know. There's so much unknown right now with this. And so you really got to think about those long-term consequences, because, even if our new growth and amount we can increase our taxes goes up 1%, there's things like insurance costs for our staff, which are going up a lot more than 1%. There's things like that we're going to have to somehow figure out in future budgets. So we got to look long-term on some of this stuff. Other than that, those are just kind of the main things I have right now. Misty, are there things you want to add before we get started?
Not at this point, other than using the bookmarks is probably the easiest way for people to navigate the document as they're going through, but we should be going in order, so you should be able to scroll through tonight.
All right, Julia?
Yes, I would like to make a comment regarding the CIP plan, especially to the new alders. The CIP plan is a flexible plan, okay? It doesn't mean that what we put tonight here or we vote is a set stone, okay? The idea is that we can put some of the projects in the CIP plan that they are not already in the CIP plan, but then it doesn't mean that we have to do it the year that we plan it. In case that COVID gets worse, we can be flexible with the plan in the future year and move it. You know, if we know that the situation is getting worse next year or in 2 years, if we have project coming, we can move those projects. It doesn't mean that we have to do it those years. I have seen that in my 5 year working in the council that we have done many, many times. So that one is seen that you need to think about this process. The CIP plan is a flexible plan, okay? So it's a plan, okay? That's it.
Yep, and to add to that, absolutely, and anything that is put into the budget for what would be next year, when I come out with the operating plan, the operating budget proposal, if there's things that we approve tonight that are supposed to be in next year's that I remove, we do call those out. So if I have to remove something that we do approve for next year, we do call that out, and so that you know that, hey, whatever it might be, you know, hey, we asked in CIP, this amendment was in there, but I had to take it out. Sorry. You know, it's not, again, not that it's not a good idea, but we have $1 million budget that I need to cut, or $1 million out of our budget that I need to cut. So, all right, let's get started with number 1. Julia, do you want to make a motion?
There is a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just have one question. And I totally understand and agree that the CIP is a plan, but I guess just for a point of clarification, it's still something that I think residents do look to, and that if things do change, I think it can cause confusion. So I guess my understanding has always been that, yes, it's a plan, but it still should be well thought out, and we should be putting in our best guess and best realistic vision just to avoid any type of confusion or misleading anyone in any direction. That's always been my understanding, just as a point of clarification.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, thank you. Yep. All right. Julia, why don't you do a motion for number 1?
Okay, so first, before I start, I want to thank all the people that show up tonight to support of our amendments. So thank you for, if you are still watching there, so you know who you are. Thank you very much from my bottom of my heart. So, I would like to a motion to approve project 1040 Town of Madison. Is the what I am trying to do here is change.
Oh, hold on, Julia. Hold on. So I would read what's on the agenda. So
What is the agenda?
you got it started.
Sorry.
And just change them. You were close. You just didn't finish the change funding source of debt.
Okay. Yeah, this is what I was planning to say. Okay.
Yeah, but we also need a second. Julia, hold on. We need you to say you move to approve Amendment 1, CIP 1040 Town of Madison, change funding source to debt. And then I need a second.
Okay, I get it.
And then you can tell us what's going on.
I get it. I need a motion to approve amendment number 1, CIP project 1040 Town of Madison, change funding sources to debt.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Second, I'm not sure that was, but all right, Julia, what are you doing here?
So what I'm trying to do is, because we don't know about how much it's going to cost the town of Madison or how much exactly we will need. You know, this is a very guess estimate that instead of using tax levy, we should combine the 2 years, I think it's 22 and 23, combine the amount that is almost $600,000 and use debt to pay for what is needed. I know that there is a memo that they mentioned that we don't use, we use debt only for legacy building or projects, but we don't use it for equipment. But we have, we use debt to buy equipment, and there are a couple of projects in the CIP that we are going to borrow for equipment. So what I'm trying to do here is to try to free up some of the tax levy money that the mayor is telling that he needs. now from 2021 budget. We can, because I would say that maybe in January, we are gonna have a better idea how much it's gonna cost to absorb the town of Madison. We are gonna have a better idea really how much is the investment in the in construction, in equipment. So this is what I try to combine and use borrow debt instead of using tax levy.
All right. Misty, I don't know if you want to speak to these or not, or just available for questions. I'm not exactly sure what works best.
Yeah, so I did have the staff memo in there that Julia referred to. Other thing I'd like to point out is she is correct. We do borrow for some pieces of equipment, but those pieces are $1 million fire trucks or $500,000 pieces of equipment. It's not $20,000 for a senior center vehicle or $20,000 for voting equipment, things like that.
All right,
I'll
Julia,
leave the
you had a
discussion for you guys.
all right, Julia, you had a follow up.
Yeah, if we go through the CIP Plus, I can see project 2233, 2250, 2065, 2125. Where they are like they are like some of them they are $500,000, but they're equipment. So we use debt to buy equipment. You know what I mean? It's not like we use debt only to find legacy buildings or project or facility. So what I am trying to do here is we don't have a clue how much it's going to cost, the absorption of the town of Madison, and I am trying to look for a strategy that we can free up some tax levy burden for our residents and instead using borrowing. That's it. Borrowing is very cheap lately, why we don't use that?
Other comments, questions at all? Yeah, Sarah.
I guess my only comment is that I think that from my perspective and reading Misty's memo, the reason why we don't use borrowing when we don't have to is that we are penalized twice, basically, where we still need to borrow the money and pay it back, and then we're also going to be experiencing the interest. So yes, interest rates have been low, but I still don't think they can be completely discounted, and that they are something we need to consider when we're reviewing or when we're considering borrowing.
I know one thing, I was reading the staff memo that really stands out to me, and is something that I kind of knew, but our current debt burden is high right now. And in fact, Moody's has called us out on that. And there's a whole lot of other projects on here that want to borrow as well. And that's a huge concern for me because the impact that can have on our rating, because if it's already being called out as being a problem, we're making it more of a problem. And again, we have this COVID unknown situation. If we use all of our capacity to borrow now, and we need to use that for who knows what else in the future, that it won't be there. And we're putting ourselves at a lot of risk. So I guess that's where, to me, this doesn't seem like a very financially responsible move. Other questions or comments?
What is the limit of borrowing for the city?
Would you like me to answer that, Erin?
Yes, please.
So we went through the different financial policies that the city has a few committee of the whole meetings ago, and there's a bunch of different ways that we look at our debt. So think of it similar to when you buy a house. So it's not just how big of a house you can.
I know all of that. I want to know, Misty, what I know all of that. I want to know how much is current, because I don't remember. So people that are watching there can know how much is the current level, that we have in millions of dollars, and how much more we can absorb.
And my point was that there's a few different ways that we need to look at that. And depending on how you want to, it's going to be a different answer. So I would encourage you to go back to the committee of the whole presentation that we did, where I outlined each one of the policies, and I showed what the status was of that policy as of the end of 2019.
I think another way to answer that is that just because you have capacity doesn't mean you should use the capacity, much like if you had a credit card, you don't, well, maybe you do, but hopefully you don't spend to your credit card limit and keep it at the maximum limit all the time.
I know how to use my credit card. I don't need a lecture from you, okay, in this. So
Julia, please be professional.
Okay.
That's unprofessional. Thank you. All right, any other constructive comments? Seeing none, I think we'll just do a roll call, maybe Misty, on all these, just to be safe. And so I will ask for a roll call vote.
Sounds good. Frada?
Yes.
Clouder?
No.
Gerhart?
Yes.
Rousey?
Dorothy, you're on mute if you answered.
Yes.
Maldonado?
Yes.
Schroeder?
No.
Strassman?
No.
Udell?
No.
It's a 4-4.
And then I will vote no. All right, moving on to number 2, Julia.
I need a motion to approve amendment number 2, CIP 1713, Fitchburg Dome Program, shift to operating to budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Dorothy. All right, Julia, what's this one about?
So this one is they did instead of using tax levy money or some grant, they found out that there are other cheaper options and they can be absorbed during the budget. So so this is why we decided to move it from the CIP to budget. This one is a very, it's a process, I mean, nothing difficult. The people that are involved are fine. They are the one that find out and they did the research to find other options cheaper than the one that it was in the CIP plan, and they decided that they are going to absorb that. Each department is going to absorb that in the budget department.
All right, so it's really moving into operating because it's cheaper, which is a good thing. It's cheaper. Questions, comments at all? Yeah, Sarah.
Sorry, just one question, because I do think this is great news that it is more affordable. I just am uncertain. So we've been learning a lot and discussing a lot about FACT TV's budgeting. Is this something that we would potentially roll into that whole conversation to have it be kind of a full picture of resources that they use, or is that not something that would be considered?
So I guess I can tell you what my thoughts are as of right now with the operating budget is that I want to bring all of their costs into our operating budget this year and not have the Misty's least favorite thing, the structural deficit. And as part of that, if we do put all of theirs into the operating budget, they will still have some funds that they've been using to pay for their budget up to this point, and that they were planning, well, if we didn't put in the operating budget, they would exhaust those funds. And what I was gonna ask them to do is to look at their capital needs and see what things will they need the next few years for FACT TV for equipment, and hopefully that does not take up all of the money and there's enough room for the drone to be part of that. And so that's kind of my plan in the operating budget as of today is all of their operating budget will be in our operating plan, and then that little bit of money that they've been using to pay for operating FACT TV will then be where that drone comes from, is my initial thought anyway. Dorothy.
The sense that I get, since it's going to be used by so many departments, is we ought to be looking at splitting the budget up and giving each department its appropriate share of the budget, so that we're not saying that FACT TV has to take the whole hit.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah. Julia.
Yeah, I want to add that it was part of the package that is going to be shared by several departments. So.
All right. Randy?
I would agree as well. That's fair. I think that's done in most organizations.
Okay. Yeah, I can look to do that. Anything else? All right, seeing none, then Misty, do you want to do a roll call vote on number 2 here?
Will do. Arada Frada,
Yes.
Clouder.
Aye.
Is that an I? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Yes.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
You're on mute.
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, thank you. Number 3, I don't know if it's Julie or Joe that wants to do the motion.
Go for it, Julia.
Okay. I move I need a motion to approve amendment number 3, CIP 2141 is the public safety facility to reduce the facility size and return to expansion of City Hall.
Joe, you're on mute if you're seconding.
Second.
All right, I figured you probably wanted to second that one. All right, Julia, do you want to start first on what you're doing here?
Yes, the amendment is originally to reduce the size from 75,000 square feet that it was increased in last year's CIP to bring it back to the original or the one that was proposed in the 2015 city expansion plan to 50,000 square feet. Instead of having a standalone police facility, is to go back to a city hall expansion, to reduce it to $25 million, and then with this $10 million is the idea that we can fund the 2 community centers that are coming at the end of the CIP project. So practically we are not going to change the construction schedule. It's going to remain the same with the same design, with the design for 2022 and the building construction in 23, 24, as it was original plan from last year. What we're trying to do is reduce the size. I know that some people are going to argue that we are building a facility instead for 40 years, it's going to be maybe for 15, 20 years. Yes, it's true. I really agree that our police department needs the space. I have been there. I know the space where they operate, but I don't think that it's prudent for the condition that are right now at the national level to come up with a $35 million standalone police department in front of the library, in front of the city hall. I don't think this is prudent. I think that we can continue investing in our police department. We are leaving $25 million on the table to do the expansion, and then use the other $10 million to invest in community centers that they are going to help our police department doing a better policing and doing a better outreach and doing what they should be doing instead of being police officers, social worker, mental health specialists. So we want to help them through doing their job, investing in their space, but also creating the community centers. And this is what we need, the $10 million from this reduction. But 50,000 square feet is the one that is originally stated in the 2015 City Hall expansion. So we maintain the scheduling. We are asking the rest of the ALDER is to help us to fund the other big and important projects that you see all the support from different organizations, agencies that they are partners and collaborate with the city of Fitchburg in different areas. And this is this is the proposal. I talked to the chief, Breckley. He was the first one to know about this, what I was planning to do. he was involved. He saw my amendment. He understand my perspective. I don't know if he supported, but he understand where we are coming from, what we're trying to do. And I'm bringing a solution. We are still leaving $25 million on the table for the police expansion through a city hall expansion. That's it.
All right, Joe, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I want to, just kind of reemphasize Julia's last point regarding, capacity to be able to support the police department. I think, when we're thinking about how to do that, I think the important part is that there is adequate space for the current department to be able to operate and do their job. And not to put words in your mouth, Chief, but I remember from our conversation, you said that just having the adequate space for your department is the top priority. So, I agree with Julia that by really investing in things that prevent violence, and I'll talk about that, later in the other amendments, you're truly allowing for, a safe community and an effective police department that actually, is able to respond to, to safety needs.
All right, Randy.
It's kind of a follow-up with Joel's, but it is directed to the Chief Berklin. When you and I met, which we had a great conversation, or at least I felt anyway, it was a great learning experience, and I had never been in the police department. And I saw a lot of issues and capacity issues. What is the current square footage that the police department occupies currently? Do you know offhand? I mean, roughly?
Good evening. The current police facility that we have, or space in City Hall, is approximately 15,000 net square feet, which equates to usable square footage.
Okay. So if this amendment passes, we're looking at 50,000 square foot expansion. Now, is that an expansion on top of the existing, or is that a standalone in and of itself on the City Hall?
Standalone.
Standalone.
Yeah, the room here in City Hall would then be vacated for expansion of city staff.
Okay, so currently where the police department resides would be dedicated then to City Hall? Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, the capacity issue is very important. When Chief, when you and I met, I mean, there's some real issues that you're struggling with, and I think you've done a great job. My experience early in my career was working for the Attorney General, State of Maryland, and some of the issues that you're encountering, I think you're doing an outstanding job, but we need to, as a city, we need to do a better job and provide that resource to you. And I'm not going to go into all those details where we've got a long agenda this evening, but I think it's important that we provide some tools to keep Fitchburg safe. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Tom, go ahead.
I guess I want to start by saying that people that are watching too in all these amendments, this number 3 goes along with, as stated, 11, 12, and 13. And that's very important to get out in the open, because what the alders have done here is taken money out of the police department, and I want to make it clear, the police department is a good police department. The police department is not Minnesota. The police department is not Philadelphia or Detroit. It's the city of Fitchburg. We have changed the police department, and the chief can correct me, but I think about 5 times with new buildings, might be 6. I'm going to say that again for new alders. We're changing the department because we outgrew it. It's been changed 5 or 6 times. And with that said, there was a study done in 2014, and there's some alders that were here at that time. I wasn't here. And that study was paid by the city to state that we need a standalone building. The study stated from Madison Design Group that we should have a standalone building. How big? I'm not sure of that. But I know, and I think everybody on the city council knows, and I know the chief knows, not only for his department, but for the next chief and the next chief and the next chief, the city has to think for the future. And this department cannot be built for the next 5 years. The department has to be built for the future, when there are people on this council that won't even be here, when the mayor will be changed 3 and 4 times, and the city will grow. We put up all these apartment buildings, we have to service them, along with the homes. And it's easy to say, but I want to get this so the public knows. We have taken from Peter to pay Paul. 11, 12, and 13, as Joe said, we can talk about them later. I think they have some merit. But I don't know if we can afford them. In the police department, I'm not sure how big the building would be, but it's very interesting because there's 4 alders that sat here for hours last year and supported what we voted on, and now we're changing it. You know who you are. There was one alder that's not here anymore that I fought with because he thought it was too big. He wanted to reduce it. It didn't happen that way. So what we're doing here is we're taking out of the police department, and I'm going to say it like it is, I guess because I worked there for so long. That's what you're doing. Be real careful. Be real careful. Yes, we have crime. Yes, we don't train, I know for a fact, like that officer in Minnesota did. We don't train like that. And in Dane County. That's not how we train. That's not even, well, we don't train like that. I'll leave it at that. But the fact of the matter is, be careful here. It all sounds good tonight. Everybody talked on it. But you're taken out of the police department, which we don't know. And I bet the chief in the back of his mind doesn't know how big he needs it. Look back at this study the city went through. It's on the shelf, and now we seem to not use it. We don't need it. It said we need a standalone building. I wasn't here, but I do believe it. So this amendment defunds is maybe a little strong word, I don't mean it like that, but it takes away from the police department. Be careful how you vote on this.
All right, I have Joe and Julia, but I first want to just give a little background for the new alders on a couple of things, because there's 2 pieces to this. One is, should it be built as essentially kind of an addition to City Hall, or should it be a freestanding building? And we talked about this last year, that there's no difference in cost on where you build it, actually. The cost per square foot is cost per square foot. You're essentially building a building right next to City Hall that some tunnels might connect or some hallways might connect. So there's really not a difference in cost on where you build it. The reason why we decided to build a freestanding building across the street last year was a few things, actually. One is that when we build it, we will build it so that if the police department needs to expand again, which 10, 20 years down the line, I'm sure it will, that we can expand it at a reasonable level. And so there'll be some ability to expand it cheaper when it is built on that piece. And also, by building it next to City Hall, that will then essentially max out our space available on the City Hall campus. And so when the police department needs to grow again, it won't be able to grow right there. And so at that point in time, we'll have to build a separate building. And I don't know if City Hall will need that extra space for a while. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I have a feeling the police department will run out of space before City Hall will, just because of even things like evidence and new techniques of processing equipment. I mean, DNA wasn't a thing 10 years ago, and so who knows what the future will hold. So that's why really the decision was made to build it as a separate building. And so there's that piece to it. And then, Tom just kind of hit on the other thing. I mean, I think every year I've been on council, this thing has changed, and I was hoping to have a year when we didn't change it. And last year, I think that it was, right or wrong, we went to 75,000 square foot. And part of that is because of the unknown. And, we have the planning and design in 2022. We did that the year before we would start construction because we didn't want a big gap between when we determine what space we need and we start building it, because things can change. And so we wanted to be closer to the building date for that reason. And that part of that design process in 2022 was really figuring out how much square foot we need. It might be 50,000, it might be 75,000, it might be 30,000, it might be 100,000 square feet. I don't think that's the case, but we just don't know. And so, I worry a little bit about this shell game of taking this money away now, because costs are also going up. I mean, it's very possible that 50,000 square feet could cost $40 million in a few years. And we'll talk more about the other projects, but I'm not convinced that those will cost $10 million either. So I worry a little bit about the shell game component to that. But just last year, Tom mentioned just the decision to go to 75,000 square foot. So just want to provide some background, especially on the standalone building versus addition to City Hall. Have Joe and then Julia after that.
Yeah. So I just want to, I pay attention to words. So words are important. What people say and how they say it is really important. I'm glad, Alder Clowder, that you sort of step back from the word defund. And I just want to make it clear that this is not defunding, nor is it taking away. And I just want the public to also hear that. Because, again, I think every council member that's sitting here has been more than respectful of the role of Fitchburg PD, as well as been very communicative, open and honest with the chief. We respect the current work that the Fitchburg PD is doing, and this is not an effort to take away. The second thing that I will say is that I've heard several alders, as well as people who have submitted public comment, to say that we are in times of uncertainty. I also heard both the mayor and Alder Clowder say that we are uncertain of how much space the police will need. So essentially, I hear contradictions in those two statements, because in a time of COVID, we're sort of overestimating or guesstimating a size when we're in a recession, and choosing to spend more money that's in our annual budget on construction. But and I'll get to amendments 11, 12, and 13 later. These are needs that are occurring right now. And again, I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but for years, neighbors in both neighborhoods have called for spaces in these communities. And I wasn't an alder during any of those times, but I've been a citizen and I've lived in this community for 19 years. And I've been actively involved in both communities since I moved here for college. So I just want to make it clear, we're not proposing to defund the police. We're not proposing to take away from the police. This is money that's not spent yet. We're talking about immediate needs that are occurring right now that will have a positive impact on safety in our community, which I'm sure, you know, any law enforcement officer will want as well.
All right, Julia.
Yeah, so I want to echo what Alder Maldonado mentioned, that, you know, we are not, I am very supportive of the police department in our city. I have been in the past. You know, Chief know about that. We are trying, I don't like to use the word defunding because we are not doing that. We are not taking money away, as Tom Clouder mentioned. We are trying change. A lot of things have changed in last year. You know, a lot of change has changed in last year. I don't see that is building a $35 million police department facility in the middle of the city is a controversial issue right now. You know, so I would support, they need a space. I want to use $25 million to determine how we need to do a design. The design is going to determine which option we are going to go. But the other thing that I want to mention, when last year we went from 50 to 75, we decided to build a 40-year building. So we are going to build a 40-year building to have half empty until we put all the people inside, when we have all the pressing needs right now in our community, in our most vulnerable neighborhood. And I have received a lot of email and call, and I have been doing a lot of work in my community, helping the police department the last week, trying to how we can protect our city, because the level of criminal activity that happened in our city recently is high. Most of these are committed by youth. They don't have a place where to go. They are not engaged in any activity. We need to start thinking outside the box for one's sake. We cannot continue doing the same thing and expecting different results. This is why we are proposing this community center. Maybe we need to invest there, but we are also investing in our police department. We are investing. We are not spending. We are investing. We're investing in our police department. We are investing in our communities, in our neighborhood where they are the most vulnerable, where they don't have any parks, activities. They are completely desert. Young kids, youth kids, they don't have activity to do after school, during summertime. And what COVID showed us during this time, one of the things is that we are not going to need big spaces in the future to work. We can still work. This is another thing that we need to think about. We can run the city from our houses, most of the department. You know, so we need to think about all of that too. So I am asking you to give us the opportunity doing this, approving this amendment, so we can put in the CIP plan these new projects that they are not in the current CIP plan. We can put it there in the CIP plan, so the city eventually can build them.
All right, two quick things. First is I need a motion to extend the meeting. I would ask for an hour if someone would like to do that. Moved by Tom, seconded by Randy. All right, all in favor of extending the meeting an hour, say aye.
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 And opposed, nay. All right, that is extended. And then the other thing I should have actually mentioned at the beginning is that you can move to amend these amendments. And so I just want to make sure people know that. And, you know, this is like, yeah, Julie was talking about at the beginning, and this isn't something for next year. This is long term. I mean, frankly, it doesn't, for something like it should be a standalone building or not, I can just wait and change that in the next year's CIP as well. And then maybe someone can change it back. But so it's not necessarily critical to do that since it's not something for next year's budget anyway. All right. Any other comments? Yeah, Sarah.
I guess I just had a quick question. So just for clarity, even if this amendment isn't passed, it doesn't eliminate the possibility of a community teen center, because it still could be treated as a legacy project that we budget and plan for in the future, correct?
There's a number of other options. Yeah, it could
Okay.
be something like that. There
I
could
just
be other funding.
was
Yeah.
looking for, I guess, that clarification that one doesn't equal the other completely as a complete trade-off. And then I guess my only other point was just, I do have a question or a comment as to how we've had several conversations about how there's definitely a need for additional services. And I know Joe has mentioned programs like Cahoots and Eugene, Oregon, and things like that, where there's more grassroots initiatives that work with the police departments. And I guess I would just ask if there's a plan that these additional resources, they're going to need space, that they do work with police departments. So I think that that's something where, without a doubt, that's recognized as something that I think could benefit the city. But I would assume that they would need space and need to partner with our police department as well, and could also benefit from this, correct? That just something to consider on how, when you're potentially removing space or taking away from the police, you're potentially, I don't know, minimizing, or I guess limiting the fact of additional space available for other services that could use that and really benefit the community and other options.
All right, I have Dorothy next.
Thanks. My concern in talking about expanding on the current campus is how landlocked it is. But looking at the map and the property, I think it's possible to put an addition onto the building that could serve the purpose for, call it 20 years, until we have a better handle on a permanent long-term solution. I'm also concerned about parking, but I see areas where we might be able to expand parking. I know also that there's vacant land adjoining the city hall property that could potentially be used for parking. So I've been kind of wanting off-site over the years, because even though City Hall might be relatively in the geographic center of the city, it is not in the population center. And I think a police station should probably be a lot closer to the population center than it is. So I've been advocating for years, and I don't think I've ever gotten any traction on it, but I would rather the police be closer to the population center than we are now. But I'm plenty willing to look at the possibility of building an addition onto the current city hall to expand police into. And that would be probably a 20-year for now plan.
Joe.
Yep, two things to Alder Schroeder's point. I just got a message from a county supervisor who's watching, and told me that Dane County is actually sort of in the process of working on Cahoots. So, this is something, as if it were to get implemented, could actually be implemented at a county level, and, be able to support, different departments throughout the county. The other piece regarding sort of a space, I think, and one of the speakers mentioned programming that they do with girls, specifically Justice Involved girls, and said that, in their operations in Madison, they've specifically brought officers into the spaces that they work in. So I think, we're not just talking about bringing people to the police, we're talking about bringing relationships with officers to people, which, relates to Dorothy's point about where they are located. Right, there's officers that split, from Chief Breckland's presentation, that split between the west and east sides of the city. If those officers were able to be in a space where the community gathers and be able to build those relationships, I think that can go a long way in increasing positive relationships between the officers and the community.
All right, I got Tom next.
I guess I just want to make a couple comments what I heard, just to give you an idea. And for also the public watching, it's interesting, the county has gotten on the phone due to the fact that that's something we can talk about 11, 12, and 13. No problem. To add it onto this, to add something onto this building, you didn't do it with fire. Fire got 2 new buildings, 2 brand new buildings. And to Sarah's point, I think it's well taken. If this gets defeated, I know there are other alders maybe. I haven't talked to the alders that put together 11, 12, and 13, but I think there's other ways to look at this too. It's just not associated with number 3. Take it for what it's worth.
All right, Julia.
Gabriela was first?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Go ahead, Gabriela. Oh, you're on mute though.
Thanks. So I just want to reiterate some of the points that have been brought up and bring up something that actually Tony Hartman brought up in his statement, but maybe he didn't get into very much, is that part of the problem in my mind with the current iteration of this amendment is that the location of the new police station would be right in that corner of Lacey and Fish Hatchery. And that's like the first thing you would see of our City Hall campus. And the idea that like the first face of Fitchburg, as people are driving down Fish Hatchery, is the police station. I'm not sure that that's like the right foot forward in terms of like there's an optics problem, I think, and also in a way it demonstrates like what our priorities are as a city, that we're willing to fund a large police station and not something like a community center. So I think that there's a real issue there. That being said, you know, there are realities that there are space needs. And so I really do believe that we can make a more moderate construction project match the needs of the city, as this, you know, proposal suggests. And over the coming years, we might see changes to policing in Dane County. We might see some of the burden taken off of Fitchburg PD if we do some sort of mental health rapid response in Dane County. We might see changing work conditions like Alder Rutherford mentioned. You know, COVID's shown us that working from home is an option, a real legitimate option that people hadn't seen before. And even, you know, we've even created a teleworking policy in Fitchburg now because, you know, Pat Marsh, our administrator, realized how much of an option that truly is. So things are changing rapidly. And I think that creating a more moderate project to address the space needs allows us to fund different things in the city. And I know that people are saying they're not necessarily connected, but I do think that they show what our priorities are. And so they're connected in that way.
All right, thank you. One other thing in the history part that I failed to mention is part of the reason we were looking across the street is also because of cost, because we actually, I think we own that property already. And while it might not be the ideal space, if we want to put it, if we build one somewhere else or don't have it next to City Hall, there is a land acquisition costs that are not included in this. So, I mean, it's, again, it might not be the most ideal spot. It was done for cost effectiveness. Julia.
Yes, what I want to mention, well, Gabriela already mentioned, because there is a connection between, taking $10 million from this project to invest in the community center. There is a connection between the police and the community center. I don't see like two separate events. And also 50,000 square feet is a lot. That would mean that the police department can have a space or building for the next 15, 20 years. It doesn't mean that we are building them or expanding for 2 or 3 years. 50,000 square feet is a lot of square feet, okay? So we need to we need to be sure when we talk about dimension and size. So maybe it's not the building for 40 years or 35 years that we intended last year, but 50,000 is a lot of square feet, and it could be a building they can be there for 15 to 20 years. So that one I want to put there. And I think that having the $10 million to invest in the community center is going to be huge for the next amendment, the 12, the 11, the 12 and 13 particularly. Because if we don't have this initial funding, they are not going to be, I don't think that we can build them, to be honest. And we really need to have this one in this project in the CIP plan.
All right, ready to vote?
Yes.
Looks like it. All right, Misty, please.
Frada?
Yes.
Louder?
No.
Gerhart?
Yes.
Krause?
Yes.
Maldonado?
Yes.
Schroeder?
Who was that?
It's me,
Oh,
sorry. Can you remind me again, when we vote on these, they'll come back again at the next meeting, correct? Or no, this is all
No, this is it. Well, it is kind of it. I mean, next year CIP will be in there again.
Got it. Sorry. No.
Strassman?
No.
Udell?
Yes.
That passes.
All right, on to number 4. I don't know if this is Randy or Tom. All right, Randy.
Motion to approve project 3495, Lacey Seminole intersection, Lacey East, Seminole North. Basically the.
Oh, can I get a second first?
Oh, yes.
Seconded by Tom. All right, go ahead. Tell us what's going on.
All right. Basically, the project is to accelerate the Lacey Seminole intersection, the improvements from 2025-26 to 2021. And then there's also some updated total cost based on the new estimates received. The decision hasn't been made yet about if it's going to be a roundabout or traffic signals, but we can discuss that during the design process. And I guess the numbers in this amendment reflect is the most expensive of the two options. So, what did I hear? Oh,
no, go ahead.
Okay. And go ahead, Tom. Tom and I are co-sponsoring.
All right, Tom, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Randy, correct me if I'm wrong, but we did talk at,
yes.
I want this to get out there. Because of staff's comments about design and cost, and I believe it was TIF number 4 or something like that, Randy and I said it would be better probably, and this also goes to Walter Gerhardt's, I believe, 7 and 8, maybe in 2022 instead of 2021. Okay, is that
is correct?
Is that correct?
Yeah, I think because
give it a little more
stormwater,
time. That's all.
Try to work all of them together at once in 2022. So I'm not sure how we would correct this. Is it another amendment or
You just do an amendment to this amendment to change the timing from 2021 to 2022.
And so I should make that amendment?
Sure.
Okay. It's a simple amendment from to change the year from 2021 to 2022.
Yep.
Okay.
Seconded by Tom.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion on moving it back a year?
I've got a quick comment from staff.
Yeah, Bill. Thank you.
We really need to have the design dollars in 21 to have it ready for construction in 22 on all of those projects. It's going to take between 10 and 12, 14 months to get everything designed, acquisition, right of way, and all of that to get lined up. So we won't even be ready to start construction until 22, but we do need the design money in 21 to get started on that.
So it looks like $192,000 for planning, design, engineering in 21.
Could I jump in?
Okay, all right, so that is, all right.
Can I jump in and ask Bill a question too?
Sure.
This is Gabriella. I'm just curious. So we're going to talk about the stormwater projects associated with Lacey and Seminole in a moment. But if we move all those projects up to 2022, and as you suggested, put the money for the design in the 2021 budget so the design can begin, is it going to be possible to do all three of those projects in like design in 2021 for a plan to do in 2022? Is that even possible?
We try to make it work. It would be, as far as the staff capacity, trying to get them all done at one time. We would like to spread them out as much as possible, if we could. I think the constraints of the three projects would be the major stormwater, Lacey Seminole, sub-zero pond solution, and the direction that we would be going with that. That might not even be done and ready for bidding out next year.
And is the fact that fish hatchery is still underway next year, does that play into the ability of your department to make these other projects happen? Like, will fish hatchery being done free up some resources to do other big projects?
In 22, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking, and this is certainly open for conversation, I fully understand that Lacey and Seminole intersection is a huge problem, but I'm just curious if yeah, it would be great if we could do it in 2021. I wonder if moving it to 2023 would even be more feasible, or if there's some way we can separate the stormwater and the intersection projects, especially given I'm sorry, I jumped in here a lot, but I'm also concerned about the TID. I'm concerned about the TID financing. And so, and I feel like these three projects are so intertwined that I just wanted to bring it up now, and we can jump back on it later.
Yeah, I think, if we do design next year and we put the building in, whatever construction happens in 22, that will come in next year's budget. And so, if next year we sit here and go, well, wait a minute, we need another year, or we want another year because COVID has wrecked the, growth in the city or something like that, that is still an option next year, is to push it back further. So there's a couple options there. Julia.
Yeah, so my only concern about this project, I agree with the project that we need to do it. My only agree is you remember last, when we reviewed all the tax incremental district, and we review district number 9, usually we build infrastructure on these districts when we have some increment, when the district generates some increment. So this is why it was set up 25, 26. My concern is that if we build everything right now and everything goes sour because this tax incremental district didn't, it doesn't generate the increment to pay for the infrastructure, we are going to be creating more debt, and the taxpayer are going to be paying this. This is my only concern with this. I know that the people want, I know that the city is growing, but we are not totally, those neighborhoods that are still under development. I think that when the staff put in place this planning and how to build this infrastructure, this is a reason. But usually, in all my years here in the city council, we build this additional infrastructure when the TID is already running and creating increments, creating the money. My concern is that we will put all of this at the beginning, because this is a relatively new tax incremental district. It's maybe 2, 3 years old, I think so. And we are already putting the Promega road, that one is also affecting. My other question to Misty is, I read an article about that sometimes successful tax incremental district can, if there are some money left on those districts, can fund or can transfer to a deficit district. Have you heard about that? I know that other cities are doing that. What is your intake on that? You know, so but this is a crazy idea, but you know.
Aaron, are you okay with me responding?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's called a donor TID. So there's a couple of things we have to keep in mind if we think about that. First is that all of the overlying jurisdictions have to be the same. So with all of our different school districts, that makes it a little more complicated for us than it would for other cities. TID 9, the one we're talking about, is in the Verona School District. So it would be TID 6 is the one that could potentially be a donor. However, that one's going to close. You also can't approve a donor until towards the end of the life when you're showing that you're not going to be able to pay things off. So that would be another complicating factor. I'd also say those are allowed now under the TIF law. We don't know for sure what options will be available when the TID is scheduled to close. You know, maybe there will be extension opportunities and things like that. We just don't know what that will be because it's, 18 years from now.
Yeah, one other thing I wanted to add too is I share the concern about this TID being successful and enough development happening. I've actually talked with Pat already about starting the neighborhood planning for South Sonora Prairie over in this area. And part of that I see as we're doing that is adding some more industrial, commercial type property that I think fits very, very well with what's on the north side of Lacey Road there. And then in a couple of years when we can change our TIDs, there would be some additional industrial commercial land that we could add to this TID to help it be successful. Now, recession, COVID, who knows if development will happen, but it does add more land to at least increase the chances of this being successful long term. But I think there is value in, pushing this back at least a year and then maybe again in another year just to ensure that success. Gabriella.
Misty, this is something from the finance meeting earlier, but you were talking about the net new construction in the area, and you mentioned that the valuation for Promega came in lower than we anticipated. Is that the new Promega campus that's in the TID 6?
That would be the one that's in TID 12 over by City Hall.
Okay.
The TID 9 that we're talking about now is the one that's Seminole and Lacey area. The difference is that the Promega building that we were talking about in TID 12 by City Hall, that's part of a parcel that's already has other buildings on it. So manufacturing is already assessing that even now when it's just a partial building. The problem we have with the two buildings in TID 9, the Promega and the Sub-Zero building, they both will be assessed by manufacturing, but they aren't yet. So we're just seeing what's happening with other buildings and seeing that trend where they're not valuing it as high as we expected it to. So I suspect that will be what we experience in TID 9 as well. And we just don't know yet.
And that was reflected in the TID 9 report that we discussed that was shared as part of that was reflected in those calculations, or?
No, it was not. So it was not. Yep. So the annual reports that we provided were based on the project plan. So that was on the information that we knew at the time that the TID was created. So it was just a couple of years old, but it's been recently, in particular, that other building that we were talking about, that we're noticing more of a disparity between the actual cost to build it and what it's getting assessed at.
Yeah. And so if I recall correctly from the TID 9 discussion, we needed $16 million more of increment in like the two parcels that were remaining in the TID in order to make the TID successful. But it's possible we might need it even more than that because it's possible that the Sub-Zero and the Promega areas might actually come in lower than we anticipate based on that report.
Exactly. And then those preliminary values did come out for 1/120, and we're about $1 million behind what we thought at that point too. So while it was 16 before, I'd say we're at 17 now, based on those preliminary. And like you said, it might be a bigger hole once you get those actual values from manufacturing when the building is completed.
That makes me want to push this out even farther just because, I don't know, the TID as a whole really worries me. And it worries me from a financial perspective, but it also worries me from a stormwater perspective because, as Bill mentioned, that kettle study that we're working on right now, that's really important to understand before we can attract new businesses to that area, and also so that we can make sure that the stormwater project works. It just seems like to me like that we might need more time on these projects, even though like theoretically I would love that intersection to be done because I know it's terrible. I know it's super terrible it's bad for District 2 residents. It's even worse for District 4 residents. So I understand why this is a good discussion. But anyway, I'll let someone else talk.
All right. Randy.
Explain to me further on the TID in and of itself. When does it expire? I've heard 18 years. Is that true?
Misty?
I can look to be sure because I have the TID 9 annual report up. So the last year of increment collection is 2036 with a mandatory termination date of 2035.
So
15, 16 years.
Based on that, we were already projecting that we will lose.
At this point, yes. We need
Assuming
an
there's no
additional
other development.
I'm sorry.
$17 million now worth of value in order to cash flow the projects as in the mayor's proposed CIP.
Assuming there's no other projects in there. And then there's some land still available to be developed. And if we add more land when we do the Southstone or Prairie neighborhood, then that is more development that could happen there. You can't obviously force development, but you hope that it's an attractive area and people continue to build in that area.
I would certainly hope in 18 years at some development, but it just may not be the value of what we projected.
Yeah, hard to say.
Yeah.
It has to be industrial too, right?
All right. Well, it's undetermined. Julia, not necessarily.
Yeah, the other thing I want to mention to Randy is about we can extend the tax incremental district, like the mayor mentioned about the South Stony Prairie, we can include that. And also, we say we need $17 million more to be successful, but then if those companies are coming and ask for TID, so we need to increase that amount too. You know what I mean? So 16 is they're coming and they don't ask for anything, but they come in and say we need money, so we need to, you know what I mean? So, so that one is a concern about these districts right now because I think one of the options that to make this district successful in the next couple of years is to expand it, you know, to add more land with, you know, for projects.
Yep. Okay, so, and a reminder too, I mean, if we extend this to put this in 2022, next year we can push it back again. You know, we'll know more about the economy at that point. Maybe there's a new project that comes forward. We can keep pushing it out as of now. But I did hear, you know, Bill mentioned that, you know, there is some need for the planning, design, engineering next year to prepare for that. So maybe I could suggest a friendly amendment of doing the planning, design, engineering in 21 with, at least this point anyway, 2022 as the construction. I don't know if you're okay with that or not, but it's up to you, Randy.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
You okay with that as a friendly? Tom's okay with a friendly? Okay, so just kind of as a friendly amendment, the planning, design, engineering would still be in 2021, but as the amendment on the table anyway, is for the construction to be in 2022 as of now. And again, that's
sure.
That piece is.
I fully understand. And
Tom.
Aaron, can I clarify something?
Oh, sorry.
Quick?
Go ahead, Misty.
So a while back in the conversation, you mentioned the 192,000 for design. Part of the amendment is also increasing that design cost. Okay. So it's actually 440,000 that would be in 2021 and the 1.45 million in 2022.
Yep. Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, Tom.
Can I have a question?
Tom and then Julia. And then Gabriella.
Most of the others know, but this intersection in District 4 is just a mess. And it goes beyond that, though. Keep in mind, this intersection, we get traffic from Seminole Forest, Wildwood South, Lacey Heights, Tower Hill. It's all converged there. And I know Randy gets the questions, and I get it all the time. When are we going to get this upgraded? When are we going to get it taken care of? It's another intersection that I always hear about is Lacey at Sain Road. all those apartments, but there wasn't much, well, maybe that's coming. But this intersection is important to the whole city, not just District 4. That's your east-west corridor, so.
All right, I have Julia and then Gabriella after that.
But Tom, you need to understand that now this intersection is being used more because we are doing Fish Hatchery Road reconstruction and also McKee, and people are using those more. I understand that it's an important, intersection, but, the concern is about the health, the financial health of the district, you know what I mean? But I think when McKee is finished and Fish Hatchery next year is done, it's gonna be a relief, than what it is right now. But I think because people are using more of those routes to avoid those areas.
All right, Gabriella.
So I have some questions for Bill, if he's on the line. Because for me, this vote is very much tied to the 2 stormwater projects, and I want to understand, Bill, your opinion about does the design for the stormwater projects and this intersection have to be done in tandem, or can they be done separately?
They can be done separately, but like the intersection is a sub-basin of the whole Kettle area so, even though we're taking care of, the small stormwater part by the pond or by the intersection, it's still going to spill over into areas within that whole basin. So we have to really figure out what we're going to do with that water once it fills up. So, like I said, I think they go hand in hand. And we would probably have a pretty good idea of where we want to be by the end of 21 for designing and constructing something in 22.
And so we'll have the results from the Kettle study that we've approved that we're likely to have results by the end of the fall. Is that right? Or is that something that's going to go on for longer?
It'll probably go on a little bit longer. I think we'll have some preliminary results by December is what the last meeting that we had. So that we can start in 21 with any design of the project.
Okay. I guess the reason I'm asking, and for everyone just to get a sense, I wonder if we might consider for this amendment, but also for the 2 stormwater ones that are coming up, putting the design costs in 2022 and then putting the construction costs in 2023, which both has the benefit of giving more time for that stormwater study results to be assessed and incorporated into the design, and then also giving us more time to see how the TID is performing. And if, even if we can add land to the TID, which we couldn't do right now because we're over the 12% threshold. So we can't do it until another TID closes, which wouldn't be till 2022. Is that right, Misty? Okay, so we would be able to close another TID and potentially add land to TID 9 in 2022. So if we push that project, the design to 2022 and the construction in 2023, that gives us the flexibility both to better understand the TID and also to have those stormwater studies done and have enough time for the analysis to be done so that we can really do it well. And also Public Works won't be dealing with Fish Hatchery and McKee Road projects anymore, like they will be next year. So anyway, that I would propose, if there's interest, I propose an amendment to put design costs into 2022 and construction costs into 2023 for this project. And I will make similar amendments for the stormwater projects as well.
So we first need to vote on the current amendment before we do that. We can't, I don't want to change an amendment to an amendment. Gets a little messy at that point. So I don't know if there's any other comments or thoughts on pushing it back even further, Tom?
Well, Randy and I wanted this in 21, and we pushed it back to 22. We wanted to give it more time. Now we're going to 23, and I suggest no. Let it alone in 22. Let's see how we're doing. why are we going, now, Randy, we're going 2 years back. We're going further back than we want to. And I'm willing to give a little bit here, but why don't we just leave it the way it was and see how we're doing, Bill, next year, and see how it's coming along. Instead of trying to forecast this for 2 years out. That's exactly where we didn't want to go. Randy, you and I talked about it. We wanted it next year.
Right. We're getting back to where we were in 2025.
Exactly. That's exactly where we didn't want to go. And I understand what the alder's trying to say, but we could revisit it next year too. I mean, Bill, you'll have a better understanding yourself, won't you, by next year?
Yeah, we would have a pretty good understanding by probably the middle of 21.
Next budget season, we'll have some more information. All right, so the current amendment is for planning, design, engineering in 21, and then construction in 22. Let's go ahead and vote on that change.
Arada Frada? Oh. Did you say no?
Yeah.
Okay. Clouder?
Aye.
Gerhart?
No.
Krause?
No.
Maldonado?
Just based on everything I heard, I'm gonna have to say no.
Schroeder?
Yes.
Strassman?
You're on mute, Shannon.
Yes.
Udell?
Yes.
4-4.
Awesome. I'll vote yes on the change. So now we're back to the original motion now changed, which is accelerating the project to design in 2021 and build in 2022 at this point. Any further discussion? Otherwise, we can vote on this one.
So are we not going to consider moving it even further back? That's just not, we're not going to consider that.
I mean, you can propose another amendment. It might end up being the same 4-4 vote. And like we mentioned, that next year we can push it back again. Not necessarily the planning and design, obviously, but the construction can get pushed back next year.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced that the planning and design is going to be fully formed.
So can I
And I'm
ask,
just curious too, like Aaron, you're saying that we need to cut $1 million out of the budget for this coming budget, but you're okay putting $440,000 in for design.
So this is the TID.
End up being on the taxpayers in the end because we don't know how the TID's going to perform.
So this is TID, so it's not next year's operating budget. And if the TID, isn't successful, that'll be in 16 years. So it's not next year. That would be a concern.
Okay.
Julia?
so where we are now, so why Gabriela cannot put like another friendly amendment?
Yeah, so we're to the original amendment, but it's changed. Okay. And so someone, if Gabriella or someone else wants to now propose another amendment instead, they are welcome to.
I'd like to make a motion to move design costs to 2022 and construction costs to 2023 for this project.
Second.
All right. Seconded. Any further discussion? We've talked about it a lot already. Dorothy?
Well,
this is where we are.
I think a big point is that if we put it for 21-22, we're probably going to figure out that we need to push it another year after we've already told all the residents that it would happen in 2022.
Yeah.
Right now, if we do it design in 22 and construction in 23, and we tell residents we're moving it up 2 years earlier, they'll be happy. They won't be happy, but they'll be happier than if it's in 25.
Tom?
I guess, Dorothy, I don't know if you heard what Bill said, but we're not going to tell the residents in District 4 anything that would mislead them. We don't do that. At least I'm not going to do that. I'm sure Randy's not. And furthermore, Bill gave me the answer when he said that he could take care of it, or, we could look at it and go from there. So I'm not quite coming along with that one.
All right. Seeing nothing else, we would now be voting to change it to design in 22 and construction in 23. Misty?
Yeah. Arada Frada,
Yes.
Clouder,
No.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Rousey,
Yes.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
No.
Strassman,
No.
Udell,
No.
4-4.
That's what I thought. I'll also vote no. So we're back to design in 21 and construction in 22. I think we could probably go to a vote. We talked about this quite a bit.
Arada Frada,
So what we're voting now?
So now we're voting, this is the final vote, and it was changed to design in 21 and construction in 22.
Okay.
but for the new dollar amounts as
Yeah.
shown in the.
Yeah, for the 440,000. Yep.
So Arada Frada,
No.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
No.
Rousey,
No.
Maldonado,
No.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell,
Yes.
4-4.
Surprising. All right, yes.
Okay.
All right, next up is number 5, Tom.
Thank you. Number 5 is reference to 4717 Curry Court flooding. With this amendment.
Oh, first make a
Move
motion.
it first.
Yep.
I'll move it.
All right, so you're moving Creek Court flooding, remove curb and gutter portion of the project?
Correct.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, I have a second by Sarah. All right, what's this one time?
What happened, Alders, is this one, there was a gentleman that came from Curry Court and talked to us probably, it could be 2 months ago or 2 months ago. And if you don't know Curry Court is off Sign Road. It's south of Irish Lane. It's a dead-end street. It just goes dead end, and there's a lot of apartments on one side, 2 or 3 buildings. On the other side, there's like 3 homes. And the homeowners, one of them came to me and said, Tom, we're good with redoing the street. Can we just not have the curb and gutter? Just let the water flow. I don't know if you know, but right there on the corner of Curry Court and Sign Road is owned by the city of Fitchburg. There's a park there, or green space. And so what I'm proposing here is do the street, but just don't put in the curb and gutter. And that's what it's about. It would save 110,000, I think, or something like that. It would save quite a bit in reference to, it's a dead-end street. It goes nowhere.
Bill, do you want to speak to your comments?
Yeah, thank you. We just wanted to leave that option available to be able to, while we're doing the study, to provide an option for drainage, I guess, is what we're trying to say. That, if we take curb and gutter off the table, that might be an option to solve the flooding problems that are in the area. And we can address, whether or not the city wants to pay the curb and gutter or have the residents pay the curb and gutter at that point through assessments. But we just wanted to leave it as an option on the table for addressing the drainage concerns that are there.
Anything else? Oh, Sarah.
Just one comment. I did go back and listen to that June 23rd council meeting where the resident came in. And from his comment, he was saying as to how there's flooding within the front and backyard. And he had actually said that maybe curb and gutter would help. He didn't know, but just kind of was asking for something to help. And with Bill's memo, I just feel like the risk of removing an option that could potentially alleviate the situation feels very risky for this being planned in 23, that I just feel like it makes sense to keep it on the table.
All right. Tom?
I'll just bring up one last point. With that curb and gutter, you're going to tax the people again. You're going to tax them down there in reference to this curb and gutter, which exactly is what they don't want.
All right, Sarah?
Sorry, but just from that June 23rd resident coming in again, I would say that he was saying as to how he thought his property values were decreasing because of the significant flooding within the front and backyard and making space not usable. So I guess I want to avoid taxing people without a doubt, but I think that there's other variables that are playing within this situation.
All right, Gabriella?
And just to clarify with Bill, I think you said it in your statement, but if, when you do the design, if it's possible to not do curb and gutter and thus make the cost less to the homeowner, that's something that you could opt to do at that point. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it's an option. If it's not going to help, we can still, like, even if we leave this amendment the same, if we leave this project the same, don't amend it. If it's possible to do it without curb and gutter, and thus not charge the homeowner, we can opt to do that at that point, or we will do it at that point.
Yeah, it's definitely an option that we'll consider, that we can remove the curb and gutter when we go through the planning process and the design study.
So is that an amendment to the amendment? Like, do we have to direct the project to say that if it's possible to remove the curb and gutter and thus save the homeowner money, we will go forward with that, or present it as an option? Or, do you know what I mean? Like, is that implied in the original project, or would we have to amend this amendment to make it a result of the design study, or the choice that is made by Public Works? And it's for anybody. I'm not sure I'm asking that question too. I don't know what the answer is, so it might not be to Bill.
I can answer it from a CIP
Yeah,
perspective.
Misty,
if
go
you'd
ahead.
like. So it is kind of assumed in the process. So the CIP puts the umbrella as far as what the project can do, and then as they go through the design, all of that will likely come back through council at that point. So that's just a normal practice as they're going through design to look at the different options. So I don't think you need to amend the CIP to spell that out. I think that could be assumed.
I would agree with that. All right, seeing nothing else, then let's go ahead and vote, Misty.
Okay. Ratified.
So what we are voting the original?
Yep.
Okay. No.
Louder.
Aye.
Gerhart.
No.
Krause.
No.
Maldonado.
No.
Schroeder.
No.
Strassman.
No.
Udell.
Yes.
That fails.
All right, on to number 6 then.
You catch up.
I'll move number 6. Number 6 is the upsize Sherman Drive storm sewer. This is just to.
Okay, is there a second?
Oh.
Hold on.
Second.
Second by Randy for Schuman Drive. Yep, go ahead, Tom. What are you doing here?
What this one was just, the mayor had it in, it was like 21 or to 30. All it is was trying to move this, move it up, and due to the fact the Sherman Drive down there is stormwater. There's been a water problem for years in the park, and all we tried to do here is move it up sooner than later. It goes, if you're most of you are familiar with it, there's a lot of flooding down there with the kettle. It's called the kettle in the park. And I know somebody's going to talk about, we have a pump now that we can pump it out if it gets wet. But a lot of the residents from Lacey Heights believe and don't believe in that pump. And this was just to move it up so that it happens sooner than later. That's all. That's all it is.
All right. Anyone else? Julia.
Can I have a question?
Yep, go ahead, Julia.
For Misty. So this project is funded through what? Borrowing or assess or utility? What is that? I can know.
Stormwater.
So it's funded by 75,000 in the first year out of rates, and then 800,000 by borrowing through the stormwater utility.
Borrowing through the utility.
So it's still part of our general obligation debt. It's still city debt. It's just the stormwater rates would repay the debt rather than property taxes.
Misty, if I remember right, we had to balance out when we did these projects because we didn't want to put too much debt burden on the utility. Is that right?
Right. So actually, as of right now, the utilities are debt free. And what we were looking at is from a stormwater rate perspective, when you're funding your infrastructure, you want to reinvest in your infrastructure at about the same rate as what your depreciation is, so that you're putting money back in at about the same that it's getting used up. And so we tried to even out some of those projects to meet that level. Then also go back to a comment from earlier with staffing concerns too, spreading those projects out a little bit to make sure we could adequately address them.
I think that's
I
an
have a
important
question
thing.
for the
Hold on.
mayor.
I think that's just an important comment too that, Gabriella had mentioned and Misty said again, is that we do gotta be a little careful on how much we expect staff to do in a year because they only have so much capacity. So, yeah, Julia.
So why did you move it from 2025 to 2018 and 19?
Yeah, for the reasons that Misty just mentioned, so that we're spreading out when that impact is to our stormwater utility.
Can you repeat again, Misty, because I didn't understand what you explained.
Yeah. So to spread out the impact, you don't want to do too many large projects in one year because it overburdens the rates, but then it also overburdens staff. The other comment I remember during the CIP process is that with all of the other stormwater discussion happening kind of in that area, we weren't sure if that might get addressed through that study. There were also some other short-term things that were tried in recent years. Maybe those will actually help with this problem as well. So really wanted to see if the problem still was to the extent that it was before, or if some of it has been taken care of.
Yep, go ahead, Julia.
This question is for Bill. Bill, but it can be done if we move it to 2025?
I think so. If we're not doing the stormwater study construction that year for the Seminole Lacey Kettle, I think we have capacity to do that.
So the issue is, I am getting two questions. The issue is a staff capacity, and we don't want to have too much debt in 1 year, isn't it?
Not just debt, but also the rate part of it.
The rate, because we need to increase that. We are gonna pass this cost to the taxpayer through the rate, isn't it?
So not the taxpayer, but the ratepayer. It's similar, but it's
okay.
Yeah. So the money that needs to pay for all of the stormwater projects is collected through the stormwater rates for all of the properties that pay into that.
So for the people that are listening, mean that our water bill is going to increase.
Yes, because stormwater is a component of the utility bill that's sent out from the city.
So what you try to avoid is that we spike. You want to have level up that increase. You don't want a spike.
Exactly.
And also there is the staff capacity.
Yep. All right.
And I have another question. Do you have any idea how much is going to be the spike percentage-wise?
So I'd have to go back to the original CIP. There was a separate report in there that showed the stormwater rates and what that was, but I don't have it in my hands.
That is something like huge, like, I don't know, I am paying 140 every 2 months and now we're gonna pay 180 or is 145 or, you know what I mean?
I guess since this isn't, even if it gets changed, it's not happening for 5 years, I guess I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. We're gonna talk about it for the next 5 years at least. Just in terms of, I mean, I don't mean to cut off conversation or anything like that, but it's already 11:50 and we're not close to done.
Yeah, but we need to, this is the opportunity to have all this discussion, Aaron, because otherwise when we're gonna have this discussion?
Next year, the year
No,
after
I know
that,
it's
year after
late,
that.
but it's a part of the game, isn't it?
Okay, well, we don't have that information in front of us, unfortunately. Sorry. All right. Seeing nothing else, then Misty, why don't you go ahead and do the roll call?
Radefrada,
Yes.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Yes.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Before we do number 7, we only have 10 minutes left before midnight, and so I need another motion to extend the meeting
Motion to extend the meeting
for an hour.
Second.
You gotta do it for a time. Can you just say for an hour for now?
for an hour.
All right. And seconded by Joe. All in favor of extending another hour, say aye.
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 And opposed, nay. All right, that's one more. All right, go ahead, Gabriella.
I'm going to make a motion to approve amendment number 7 to CIP project 4723 Lacey Seminole Regional Stormwater accelerate to 2021.
Hold on, I need a second. Hold on, I need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a second.
Second.
All right, seconded by Joe. All right, what are you doing here?
So as it says in the referral, this is really just pairing the stormwater project. This and Amendment A will be the same deal, just pairing the stormwater projects that are associated with the Lacey Seminole intersection and accelerating it in tandem with the intersection move. So if I can start off with a question to Bill. Bill, do these projects, I know I asked this before, but can you say it again? Do these projects have to be done in tandem, or is it possible to do this project later than the intersection?
It's possible to do it later in the intersection or later than the intersection is being completed, but we really need to know what goal we're shooting for. So we need to have the plan in place. We can implement it as we go on.
So ideally you do these projects in the design the same year and the construction the same year.
No, it's too much of a time frame, or it's too tight of a time frame to get it done in 1 year.
Oh, I'm
especially
sorry.
when there's acquisition involved. So that's going to take some time to actually, once we design it, to acquire the property and easements and anything that we would need for those improvements.
So if I move this to pair with the Lacey Seminole intersection that we just amended to 2021 design, 2021 design, 2022, can I amend that to have this match it, or can that happen later?
It can happen later. It's when we're doing the design, or when we have the study completed for the Seminole kettle, or for the Seminole Lacey kettle, we'll then know what the big plan is. And in that big plan, we're going to know that they have to accommodate the stormwater for the intersection. So there's going to be pieces that are going to fit into that bigger plan, that it's going to take more time to do the whole big plan for the big kettle and come up with that solution. So this one, for the Seminole Lacey kettle, this one's going to take some time. There's going to be easements involved, property acquisition, multiple property owners to get through. So we're going to need a little more time to get that done.
So would you recommend 2023 or 2022? What would your recommendation be? Knowing that the intersection is going to be constructed in 2022.
we'll have a good understanding of what the kettle needs. It's just going to be getting it constructed at a later point in time. It's going to take some time to get it constructed. So we can have it designed in 22 and constructed in, who knows, 23, 4, 5. It's going to take some time to get those for the big plan.
Okay. So Misty, is there, I don't see the breakdown between this and between the design and the project. Is that?
Yeah, I'm sure Bill can provide it for us. If you guys say that you want to do design in 1 year and construction the other year, I can work with him to implement what that means as far as the dollar amounts.
Okay. I guess I'm just not sure. So I guess I'd like to make an amendment to match the intersection project to this one. So I guess my initial thought is to amend it to do design and I guess Bill, I'm just not totally clear yet. Should I, if I amend it to do design 2021, construction in 2022, that's not going to work because we're going to need more time to get easements?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
so should I do design 2022, construction 2023, and we can push it if we need to? Would that work based on the project?
I think so. We just need to split up the design and the construction costs by at least a year.
Okay, so I make a motion to amend this amendment so that the design costs for this storm sewer project be put into 2022 and the construction of the stormwater project into 2023.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Randy. All right, Dorothy.
Yeah, the question that I wanted to ask Bill is the design work contracted out, and would it be preferable to do all of the design at one time within one contract, if so, and then have the project years a little bit more spread out? Or is it okay to, are we going to end up paying more if we do some design 1 year, some design another year?
I don't think so, because they're pretty specialized designs. One is for a roundabout and a pond. Another one is for a regional pond where we might need pumping design work. So they're two separate design specialties.
Okay, so they'd be separate projects anyway.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? Yeah, Sarah.
With these being currently scheduled for 2025, is there value in just leaving them where they are until we know more about the Lacey Seminole interchange and how that goes, and and discuss it next year when we have a better feeling of how the project is going, the TID, the overall construction, just to revisit it when we have more information?
Bill, thoughts on that?
I think we would have a preliminary result, by budget time next year that we could brief the council on. So by that time, we would know what kind of intersection we want to build, what the impacts to stormwater would be, and then set the direction for the remainder of the year for the design and construction documents. So like I said, by mid next year, I'd feel pretty comfortable, knowing how the intersection and the stormwater could be handled for that intersection. And then by that time as well, we should have a pretty good idea for the Seminole Lacey Kettle, some options with that.
So I'm hearing is that we could just not change anything right now, knowing a lot more in a year when we might want to accelerate at that point. That's a possibility. Not to say that that's what people want to do, but that is a possibility. Yeah, Gabriella.
I guess my preference would be to, since we're moving the intersection up, my preference would be to move the stormwater project up too. And the amendment means, my amendment means it's not going to be in the budget next year. It's going to be in the budget in 2 years. And so while there is still an opportunity to move it later, I would prefer to set the precedent that we're pairing the stormwater with the intersection. And obviously, it's not going to be in the 2021 budget, so we can make adjustments later. But anyway, that's my preference, so.
All right. So the first thing we have to do is vote on changing the timing. And so that's the amendment to this amendment. Gets a little confusing, but so first we need to vote to change the timing to 22 design and 2023 build. So why don't we do that first?
Rada Frada,
Yes.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Yes.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, so now we need to vote on the kind of the final, which is now changed to 22 design and 23 build. All right, vote again, probably all the same thing.
Rada Frada,
Okay, I have a question. So we are voting for the same thing?
It's essentially now the same thing because the first time was changing the timing and now it's voting on the changed amendment. Yeah. So you want the same thing that you just voted.
Okay. Okay, 22 and 23.
22 design, 23 build.
Okay, okay, yes.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Yes.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Next is number 8. Gabriella.
I make a motion to approve Amendment 8, CIP project number 4724, Lacey Seminole Storm Ponds for Roads, accelerate to 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Made by Randy. All right. What's this one about?
So this is the same deal. It's the other stormwater project related to this specific area, and I think it needs to be accelerated in tandem with the intersection change. And I guess I'll start with a question to Bill. For this project, I know it's different from the storm sewer, but can it, in the same way, can it be pushed like to a 2022, 2023 timeline so that we can spread out the TID borrowing a little bit? Or is this one require more urgency?
This one would be in tandem with the intersection improvements that when we build the intersection improvement, we would need to build a pond or whatever stormwater improvements we need with that. So it would be in line with having the design in 21 and the construction in 22 for this specific project.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to amend this amendment for the design of the storm ponds to be put into the 2021 budget, and the construction for the storm ponds in the 2022 budget.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Randy. Any further discussion? We kind of talked about this in an indirect way anyway with the other project. All right. So looks like we're good for a vote on changing
I have a
the
question.
timing. Go ahead, Julia.
So, so we doing this because we already approved the other one, 21, 22?
The intersection, yes.
Yeah,
Yep. And so we're trying to match this up with that, which Bill said
so it had
they
to
need
be
to happen.
matched with that.
Yep.
Okay, but if, my question is, I think I vote no for the other one, isn't it? I don't know.
I think you did. Yeah.
So, okay, now I want to be sure what, so it had to be, okay.
Yep.
It had to be done together, okay.
Yep. All right. Go ahead, Misty.
Rada Frada,
I want to be consistent, no.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Aye.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, so now the timing is changed to 21 design, 22 build. And so I think we can vote on the final changed amendment now. So one more time, Misty, on this one.
Arada Frada,
Okay, so what we're voting again?
This is the final amendment, same thing you just voted on. Now it's changed. We've approved changing the timing. So now the timing is 21 build or design and 22 build.
And
Okay, no.
jump in really quick here. Like I am concerned about moving it this far forward. However, if the intersection is going to be 21, 22, I think the stormwater ponds have to be in sync with it, which is why there is a little bit of an inconsistency in how the voting went. But if the intersection is going to be done 21, 22, this needs to pair with it. That's in my opinion.
Yep. Any other discussion? All right, go ahead, Misty.
Arada Frada,
No.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Aye.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, great. On to number 9, Gabriella.
Make a motion to approve amendment number 9 to CIP project 6. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me start again. I'm getting punchy. Right. I'm making an amendment or a motion to approve amendment number 9 for CIP project 4726, storm sewer on Floran Drive and Lyman Lane, accelerate to 2021.
Hold on. I need a second.
I second.
Seconded by Julia. All right, now you tell us what's going on.
So I tried to be as detailed as I could in the packet, so hopefully you get a good sense of it. But on Floran and Lyman Lane, the sump pumps in the area are running almost continuously, and those sumps go into the lane, and the city storm sewers can't handle that amount of water, and so it just builds up. And in the wintertime, this causes a wild buildup of ice that salt cannot control, and that storm plows can't, or that snow plows can't keep up with. So the residents end up having, inches thick of ice. That's a pretty dangerous situation. And so this project is looking to add pipe to part of Floran Drive and part of Lyman Lane, so that the residents have the option to tie their sump pump into the city pipe. Which is not necessarily not something that the city necessarily does all over the city, but in special cases they will allow it, and it's going to be allowed on this street given the severe stormwater problems that's leading to this dangerous ice buildup. That being said, so this project is funded partly through storm sewer funds and partly through assessments, but there is a lot of unknowns right now because we're not sure how long the pipe is going to be on Floran Drive and Lyman Lane, and it could be shorter or longer depending on how the neighbors get back in terms of how bad the problem is for them individually. So the project costs are a little bit in flux, and also the amount that would be assessed to neighbors is a little bit in flux. And all that being said, I don't think it's wise anymore to keep it in 2021 because I think there's too many unknowns. And so I would like to make an amendment to move this project to 2022 instead. And there's more time for an understanding of how much the cost will be, how much the assessment to the neighbors will be, and more discussion with the neighbors. And then there'll also be an opportunity to talk about the timing next year again if we need more time to do design, for example, to push it to 2023. But anyway, I'm hoping to move it up closer, just given the fact that neighbors have been dealing with this ice issue for the last 10, 15 years. And we're talking about a pretty serious safety issue, which I hope was clear based on the photographs that the neighbors provided that were in the packet.
So is that an actual motion to amend or just what you were
Right, that is a
planning?
motion to amend the project to move it to 2022.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Julia. All right. Misty, I think this is kind of the same thing as the previous project where, I mean, it definitely is an issue on this road, but I think we're again trying to balance out when these projects hit. Am I remembering that correctly? Is that where we tried to balance out the impact?
Correct, and I don't believe you actually made changes to this one from what staff proposed to you.
But I think the idea was that because it's coming out of utility rates, that we were trying to be careful on when projects hit. That being said, if it's in 22, it can be changed again next year.
Yeah, we're also talking about only $90,000 of stormwater rates. It's significantly less expensive than some of the other projects that we're talking about. The bulk of the cost is assessed to neighbors.
Julia, go ahead.
This question is for Bill. Bill, do you know how many houses are gonna be assessed? You're mute.
Yep, sorry. I don't off the top of my head. I can count them. It's probably in the area of 30, 35, in that range.
No, it's fine because, because it's not like 90,000 or 100,000 divided by 5 neighbors than by 30.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
So, Aaron, Ron and Deb are not in the chambers anymore, right?
Who? Oh, the couple? No, they left a long time ago. They're asleep.
I didn't think so, but.
I'm jealous. No. All right. Then see nothing else. First, we need to amend the amendment to change the timing to 2022. So that's what this vote is changing the timing to 2022. Go ahead, Misty.
Frada?
Yes.
Clouder?
Aye.
Gerhart?
Yes.
Krause?
Aye.
Maldonado?
Aye.
Schroeder?
Yes.
Strassman?
Aye.
Udell?
Yes.
That passes.
All right. So now we need to vote on the changed amendment. So now it's kind of just confirming what you just voted.
Frada?
Yes.
Clouder? Gerhart?
Yes.
Krause?
Aye.
Maldonado?
Aye.
Schroeder?
Yes.
Strassman?
Yes.
Udell?
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Moving on to number 10, Julia.
Yes, I need a motion to approve amendment number 10, CIP 6212, McKee Farm Park, accelerate siding project to 2021.
Second.
Signed by Gabriella. All right. What are you doing here, Julia?
Yes, what I'm trying to do is try to, since McKee Farm Park is one of the most used park, I think it will be, if we can accelerate this project to 2021 and fix the siding and instead of waiting for 2024, there is like it's gonna cost $75,000. $30,000 is coming from, there are some savings from other projects that they were not done. So we're gonna get 30,000 from there, and then we need $45,000 that is gonna be capital tax levy.
All right. Any thoughts? Sarah, go ahead.
I guess for this one, looking at the shelter, I definitely agree that the paint is peeling, but I don't think it is in terrible shape. And I know from the Parks Department or the Commission, when we reviewed projects, I don't remember any disputes from this one being in 2024. Without a doubt, recognizing paint's peeling, but I don't think it's causing any destruction of the materials or anything like that. It's just basically appearance right now, and I don't have any concerns with it being in 2024 and don't remember any concerns being addressed within the Parks Commission.
All right. Randy.
I too looked at the shelter, and I was surprised that we were replacing the exterior siding, but the paint is peeling. But I think it can wait a few more years before we need to care for the exterior. But that's just my opinion.
Scott, I don't know if you're still awake, but I know you're on the line. I don't know if you want to say anything or not.
I am still here and I am still awake.
All right,
Yep.
good.
And maybe just as a point of reference, we did paint That shelter, I want to say in maybe 2012 or 2013. What we did do too is we added some gutters, because prior to that, what was happening is the rain would, come off the roof and hit the concrete, and then hit the lower wood portions of it, and those began to rot out. So when they did paint it, they did replace those rotting boards. So I guess I would just add that to the conversation.
All right. And Julia, I know you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, since McKee Farm Park is one of the park in my district, I always are gonna be, I am looking for ways to improve the park in my district. And then because I walk every day that park, I noticed that there are some, maintenance, improvement. And since this year is not affecting too much because we are not doing any of the big events that they usually are being done there, but remember that this is the park where all the big events are happening. And from my point of view, I would like to see that this park is maintaining a very pristine condition, because this is like our face, so that's it.
All right. Anyone else? Don't see anyone else. So sounds like we can go ahead to a vote.
Radefrada,
Yes.
Clouder,
No.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Yes.
Maldonado,
No.
Schroeder,
No.
Strassman,
No.
Udell.
No.
That fails.
All right. Moving along to number 11. Go ahead. I don't know if it's Julia or Joe.
I can start, and then Joe can help me in the presentation. So I need a motion to approve amendment number 11. This is a new project. It's the hub phase 1. Add the project to 2021, the phase 1.
And then Joe, do you want to second that?
Second.
All right. All right, Julia, go ahead and start.
Can you put a map on the Misty? I don't know who is going to, that. Okay. So, so you remember that this hub has been in the process since May last year. It was funded, the design by CIDA funds, and then it was run through all the commission, and it was approved by all of you, most of you that were there last year. And the idea with that, this is the hub, and the original design have like 3 phases. So what I am trying to do here is to go as, concentrate in 2 phases that they are a priority for me. One is the phase 1, and you can see in the map is the north of Tracy Way. That one is going to be located in the park land that it was dedicated from the senior housing that it was built in Tracy Way. So the land belonged to the city. And then the idea is to create, if you see in the design picture and in my description, this one is like an open shelter, a closed shelter, some bike pump on the north of the shelter, the facility, and then some playground in the middle between the 2, the open and the closed shelter have like a, like a basketball court. So, and the majority, I would say 90% of the project or 80% is going to be funded by park dedication fees. In the package, you have the amount of how much money is in the park dedication fund, and you have a description of what is the difference, and the difference that we cannot afford with the park dedication fee is use some of the borrowing coming from the, for the $10 million that we can use from the decreasing the size of the police station. So, so the other thing is that there's going to be a design cost, and then especially, and also there's going to be an operational cost. The $40,000 that one we can discuss, because the idea is to, we need to maintain, like another park. We need to maintain the shelter. So we need to have associated staff in, providing the maintenance. So this is what is the $40,000 in operational cost. So, so that one is the, this is the idea with the first phase of the hub. There are already 4,000 people living in all these apartment complexes in that area. This is the area located in the Leopold neighborhood, and we don't have any park for these people except for the, playground in the school. And it's time that we need to, we need to start providing these services to this neighborhood. And this is part of the Healthy Neighborhood Initiative neighborhood. So I think this is the second phase of the Healthy Neighborhood Initiative. The first one was to work on those areas, partnership with not-for-profit, and now is, okay, what is the next step? The next step is providing this type of facility where people can enjoy, and feel that they are more in a community, instead of, taking the car and drive the kid to McKeefer Park or taking to another park. Even the recreational department can do activity in that area, and also, Bike Fitchburg is also another organization. They are very, they are willing to provide, bike activity in the bike pump. So this is the idea with that first phase. I don't know if Joe, you want to add something else?
No, I would just, I would draw attention in particular to the public comments by the principal of the school, as well as the community schools staff, because they're really speaking on behalf of the people that live in the neighborhood and actually attend the school. So I'll just say that as a comment to the alders.
Misty, I have a question for you on funding. The desire is to use the parking land or fee in lieu of money. That land has to be used on community parks. Right now, those are McGaw, McKee, the dog park, and the golf course. This isn't the golf course. And, if you look on page 360, the top of 360, it says the primary beneficiaries of this project are residents of all the apartment buildings surrounding the Nine Springs Golf Course, along with apartment dwellers north of Post Road and east of Fishhatchee Road. I mean, in the description, it's saying essentially this is an area park. It's not a community park. And I know that there's some laws around that. And so when I look at that, to me, it seems like any money we spend on this is going to have to be borrowed or something else. And then I guess the only other, I guess that's my first question. I don't know if you can speak to that, Misty.
Yeah, so there is a decent amount of the money that is coming from a development that, in my view of the world, is real close to the area that we're talking about. So at the bottom right corner here, the 3101 Fishhatchery Road, which is the old juice plant, is essentially across the street. So I think that $700,000 could very easily go towards this project, no matter what it, what the future vision of it is. But then I think it comes down to, you know, is this a neighborhood park or is it a community park? That's something that will be determined as the project continues. But the laws around it are, we collected this money from development, so it has to go to benefit that development. So as long as it's a park that is a community park like McKee Farms Park, we say everybody goes there from across the community. So developments from across the community can contribute towards those parks.
All right, thank you. Julia?
Yes, and I want to bring Scott to this because it never was mentioned to me about this issue when I was working in this amendment. And it was always my understanding that this park, this piece of land, it will be part of the golf course. And even when we talk about the hub last year, it was part about the community park, the hub in everything. So, and then we need to understand that this is a technicality, but if we have the will, we can include it, you know, because now you're coming, you, Misty, and Aaron are coming with this, okay? That they never told me about this. I don't know. It never was informed me in the park commission when we discussed it the other day. So this I want to talk to Scott Handel, is the director of park, to see what is the issue here with this piece of land. Is part of the golf course or no?
Well, and I guess I would comment that certainly with the phase 1 and phase 2, there's a spine that would connect the two. So in my mind, it really is kind of an addition to the Nine Springs Golf Course, which is a community park. And I guess I would argue too that this is similar to Fahey Fields Park, where it's adjacent to McGaw Park, which is a community park, and we are using fees in lieu of dedication to improve the Fahey Fields Park. And certainly I think, you know, classifications of parks, as I understand, would be the decision of the council if they decide that, okay, this area does provide services that a community park would provide, then in theory, the common council could change the status or whatever the classification of this park is. But I would certainly see it being a continuation of the Nine Springs Golf Course and in addition to this community.
So I want to ask my fellow Alder, do you have any objection that this is part of the golf course because it's a hub that is integrated with another part? It's in front of the, you know?
Gabriella, I think I saw your hand there.
Yeah, so thanks, Scott, for hopping in. I also think of this as an extension of the Nine Springs Golf Course because that's considered a community park, and yet so few of our community members actually use it because not that many people in the community play golf. But if this is the part of the Nine Springs Golf Course that everyone can truly use because it's a center and a park, you know, park equipment, I think I would consider it part of the Nine Springs, and I'd say that funding is a non-issue. And I'm glad to hear that Scott agrees that it's not a problem. So, and then we can kind of move on to the substance of the issue.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I guess I agree. I think when we've talked in parks and when the hub was presented, I think I definitely was under the understanding that it would be part of that community park feel and just an extension. And I'll just say that from District 3, I'm excited by this proposal, just that I do think that area of Fitchburg is lacking green space and just a community place where people can go and gather. And I think from the feedback, people did mention tonight that is something that's missing within this part of the city. And I think that it would be a really beneficial add. I will have one question that I didn't realize when I looked at the hub map. I had thought that the open air option of the phase 1 was, I guess, just I thought it was the enclosure portion. I thought was just restrooms within that photograph, because when I read on the grid as to what number 2 meant, it was just community structure, indoor restrooms, and then community gathering space. So I guess I had been under the impression that potentially it would be less operating costs, and I guess had hoped for that just because it would be more of an side space that would be available for people to gather with a shelter, but still open air, and had hoped then that would cut down on operating costs, and also thought that was just really a feature once again within that neighborhood that right now just green spaces aren't available.
Dorothy, go ahead.
I think that building is supposed to be enclosed bathrooms and an open air picnic roof shelter.
Is Wade Thompson can Wade talk to this?
Yeah, Wade, can you speak to this? Because I guess I thought it was, but the description seems like it's more than just an open air shelter.
Yeah, good morning, Council. Joe Wake here as well. I think when we talk about that facility on the northern side of Traceway, it really is about an enhanced park shelter, kind of unlike any other shelter we have in the city. I would compare it kind of to a McKee Farms type shelter, but even more enhanced than that. So yeah, maybe the map is a bit misleading, but yeah, I think really a facility that offers, community rentable space, space for city staff, some rec staff, for renting equipment up there. Maybe there's a little rental window, food and drink concession window, those sorts of things. So hence some of the operating costs that are associated with that building.
Thank you.
That's my official. Misty, I guess I had a question then on the staff and building maintenance. It seems like there's not really a need for staff. There's no staffing happening. And would building maintenance then fall under, I think we have another budget that's for building maintenance, or shelter maintenance, I should say. Would that fall under that, or do we still want a separate piece? I guess I was a little confused on that piece.
Yeah, so it would be part of the overall budget for park shelter maintenance, but there would be an additional cost for it. So we'd have to make sure that we increase the budget to account for that. I don't think the staff would be able to absorb the same cost and have an additional shelter that they need to maintain. But Wade, do you have comments on that? I know we work together on that.
Yeah, again, I think it would be not just your traditional park shelter, but a facility that would require some staffing and some upkeep.
But that's not what I just heard. I just heard it was essentially a McKee Farms park shelter on that side.
Oh, that's not what if I said that, I miscommunicated. I said in terms of comparables to what we have now, it's probably most similar to McKee Farms Park, but add another step of enhancements to that. So, indoor rentable space, food and drink concession, space for city staff. So just a very enhanced park shelter.
Okay, I just have one more follow-up, and then I'll get to you, Julia. It seems like we'd be more efficient by combining that with the Phase 2 building. Is there a reason why we wouldn't just make the Phase 2 building maybe a little bit bigger? I mean, that has a lot of space in it as well. It seems a little redundant.
Yeah, if I could just clarify on that too. I think when we talked about hub planning and planning the space, the north side is really recreational focused. The south side would be more social service and city service focused. And I think there was a lot of thought to separating those uses in terms of really making that site work. I think the consultants and staff and residents kind of relayed that sentiment that there should be separation of a rec space and a more service oriented space. Certainly the north side facility could serve some neighborhood center type, provide those types of services and amenities. But, I think when we're talking about the south side of Traceway, Amendment 12, that's certainly a building of a different scale and a different service type.
Julia, go ahead.
No, and I want to mention that, this is a shelter that we can rent, and also we can generate some revenue to offset those operational costs. And also I want to echo what Gabriela mentioned about that, in the north part, we have the golf course, but people cannot you need to pay to do any activity there. So there is no playground, there is no place where people can gather, even though it's a public park, but it's run privately. So, I think building this hub in the north part is part of the is part of the community park, providing those services that we cannot be providing the other part of in the golf course.
Tom, go ahead.
For the alders, I think all three of these are worth discussing, that's for sure. And I know that I have some questions, though. I mean, I guess I have the questions is the way this was presented. I know when we built I was around when we built the library and the Boys and Girls Club. And there were many meetings. The public was involved. We just didn't hear from people like we did tonight for about 2 hours. And one of the biggest, I guess, concerns me, the biggest thing concerns me is, Misty, I'm directing this at you. What's the cost to the building? What's the ongoing cost? What's the staff? What's the staff for this? What's the cost to the taxpayer? I don't see any of that here. And one line, I'm going to say this. Anybody that's still up watching, if debt is needed, the intention is to come from the reduction of the police facilities of the CIP proposal. For that piece of the puzzle, what do I have to say? But Misty, how do we pay for this? I mean, I'm looking at $1 million, a minus million in the budget. I'm looking at the COVID problem. I'm looking at taxpayers that were assessed more than they want to be, and I know it's not 14,000 or 4%. I know it's not 4%. Where are we going with this as far as cost?
Yeah, so the upfront construction cost, that's the piece that would be primarily funded through park fees. So in theory, that wouldn't have an impact to the taxpayer. The impact would be, though, at some point it will need to be replaced or repaired or have different building pieces on it. So that will have a cost in the future. And then the ongoing maintenance costs, which is the $40,000 that's referenced in the amendment. So there is an ongoing cost.
Do you have more right now, Tom, or should I move on?
Mayor, do you have a comment on that?
Not right now.
Not right now.
All right, I have Dorothy and then Julia after that. Go ahead, Dorothy.
As it relates to that building, I think this is probably a Scott question. On McKee Farms Park, is the entire building unlocked? Is the bathrooms unlocked all of the time? What is left unlocked and accessible in a building like that?
At McKee, the bathrooms are open 24/7. The outdoor open air area is open all the time, but the indoor area, which includes there's a small room in there, gathering area along with the kitchen, that's locked. Unless the customer reserves it, then they receive a key fob and are able to get inside.
So would this building have externally available bathrooms that would be unlocked in a similar way?
Oh, absolutely.
So the building, the bulk of the building can be secured when it's not officially in use?
Correct.
All right, Julia.
Yeah, I want to mention that the cost of the project are in front of in the package, okay? So they're very clear. And yes, there are gonna be an operational cost. Yes, but this shelter are gonna generate some revenue. And the most important piece of all this discussion is that, it's time to do this for these people. It's time to do it. You know what I mean? And if we need to make other sacrifices in other part of the budget, we will do it. We will find it when it's budget time. But I think this is an overdue project for this part of the city.
I guess the other question I had go ahead, Gabriella.
I'm gonna echo what Julia just said. This project, like, there's, we can go back and forth on how we're gonna fund it, but you fund the things that you want to fund. That's what happens with city budgets. We make decisions about what we want to fund, and then we find a way to make the money work. And this city has never invested in this neighborhood in a way before. And this is the time to do it. And this part of the project is completely a no-brainer because we have the park funds to pay for it. But I think the entire project is very, very important. We need to show the community that we care about these people. I don't know about you, but when I heard the Leopold principal speak, I was absolutely moved. When I heard that the one person read that statement that was 26 different families that live in the neighborhood and talking about how important this is to them and how much they need this resource, that meant everything to me. And the outpouring of the community in such a short period of time to support this was overwhelming and moving. And I think it speaks to the fact that this is needed. And I think that we will find a way to make the budget work. And I hope that the council as a whole sees this as a priority, because I think we love to prioritize other things, but right now we should be thinking of how we prioritize these communities that have been under-resourced by the city for forever.
Scott, I had one question on timing, I guess. This first phase has a lot of pieces to it, and it seems like expecting it to be designed and built all next year is aggressive. I don't even know if it's possible. Is that really a realistic option, or should it more be designed next year and build in 22?
No, I would anticipate if the funds are there, if it's a goal from the council, we can begin to start to do an RFP for design build and get that taken care of in the last quarter of this year potentially, and get it bid and get it constructed in 2021. So I think that's a reasonable schedule.
Misty, do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't. The only comment I would say is that, Scott, you mentioned fourth quarter, so we would just have to be careful that we don't make any commitments before the budget is actually passed and before the first of the year, because that's when the money would be available. But we could start doing some of that prep work, putting the RFP together and that type of a thing, once council gives the indication that they plan to approve it.
Yeah, it's early November before we approve the final budget anyway, so nothing can happen before then. Julia.
Yes, I want to mention, I don't know if you read the letter from the Plesco company.
I did.
So they're very excited about this development because of the senior housing. And also, we need to understand that we have another big building in the juice plant with a lot of apartment and people moving there. Where these people are gonna go for a park, So I think we are providing those two new buildings, the senior housing and the other apartment complex, other parks facility. And I will believe that when I talked to David Herbert, the developer for Plesco, he was very happy that the piece of land that they dedicated is going to be used, and the senior people living in his building are going to be able to use those parks. So I don't know if you read the letter. It was sent to the council.
I did read it, yes.
Okay. I don't remember. But this is an important also, that we need to take in consideration all these new project that we are building, that more people are gonna come to move to that part of the city, and they need to have a place where they can, do some sort of activity, gather. You know what I mean? We can do events. We can also be another area where we can do big events like McKeefen Park. So I think we need to think outside the box sometime and big, and then I agree with Gabriela that we can find the money in the budget to make it happen when budget comes. We have another round that we can put amendments there. We can find the money, and this is where the city should be one of the priorities of the city. We need to show that we care about the healthy neighborhood initiative and the neighbors in those areas.
Dorothy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of go back in time a little bit. When I was first running for county board toward the end of 2011, and through the winter of 2012, I spent a lot of time in this neighborhood. And I was astounded by a whole lot of things, but especially by the fact that there were so many people living in that area and that they didn't have park space. From that point on, I have been talking about this, knowing that they've never had a park there. And that's, look at the rest of the city. You don't have to walk more than two, maybe 3 blocks, and you're at a park. What I was saying was, I want the parents in those buildings to be able to point and go say, play in the park, and there to be a park to play in. Those families, those kids have never had a park to go play in. And that's an embarrassment to me. It's always been an embarrassment to me. I am absolutely delighted that this is happening. I was floored to find out that in the mayor's CIP, it's like, oh no, we can't, we're not even gonna put this in for the next 10 years. It's like, no, these people have been waiting all these years to have a park. That the rest of the city is like, oh, no big deal. Everybody gets a park except those people. We need to provide a park for those people. And it really floors me that there's even any consideration that it's not a priority. It's been a priority for a long, long time. I am absolutely delighted that it's actually going to happen.
Joe, go ahead.
Those people are us.
Yep, absolutely.
I think, again, going back to the comments section, Sean Koval is us. And DeGarmo is us. Everybody who's, made comments, folks who are working class, middle class, upper middle class, have made it clear that they value spaces and they value a city that works for all. They make decisions on where to move based on that. I moved to the Allied Duns Marsh neighborhood because I wanted a place for my son to be able to go after school. And I'm middle class. I moved to Renaissance on the Park because I moved to a diverse neighborhood that had infrastructure to be able to serve people within that neighborhood. And, I generally try to keep it pretty calm in these meetings, but I'm astonished by the fact that we are nitpicking over these, specific rules and regulations when we can make the decision to fund this. It's astonishing to me. It's astonishing to me. And it incenses me because, again, this city is 33% of our residents are people of color. And we are not represented on in the business of this meeting. The microaggressions that I've heard, the sideways comments, they floor me. They truly floor me. When you've had a diverse collection of 76 people, 74 of which supported this project, I'm flabbergasted by the fact that we're arguing over this. This neighborhood needs a park. This neighborhood needs a community center. Public health officials, people with economic backgrounds, people with expertise who have studied this and done this their entire lives have spoken and have said that if we don't pay for this on the front end, we're gonna pay for it on the back end. And we wanna talk about taxes? Okay, look at the human services budget. Look at the amount of money that the neighborhood intervention program spends to work with kids who have gone through the juvenile justice system. Look at the amount of money that it takes to incarcerate a young person. It's $400 a day. That's coming out of your tax bill as well. Misty pointed that out when she went through the budget. So if we're not paying for it as a city to be able to invest from people on the front end, you will be paying for it on the back end, period. You will be paying for Juvenile Reception Center. You will be paying for the work that John Bauman does. You will be paying for the work of our police officers. You will be paying for the work of the judges, the Dane County juvenile judges. I've worked with all of them, and they've laid out these costs for me. They're astonishing. We want to talk about taxes. You are paying with your tax dollars for our entire criminal justice system. And if we don't do something about it now, we're in a terrible place as a city. And we're in a terrible place beyond the city.
All right, ready to vote? Any last questions, comments? All right.
Just want to vote.
Rada Frada? Rada Frada?
Oh, I am mute?
Yeah.
No, I say yes.
Clouder?
Aye.
Gerhart?
Yes.
Krause?
Yes.
Maldonado?
Yes.
Schroeder?
Yes.
Strassman?
Yes.
Udell?
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Number 12. I don't know if Julie or Joe want to do the motion for this one.
You want to do it, Joe? Or me?
You can go ahead and do it since you authored it.
Okay. So I move a motion to approve amendment number 12. CIP is a new project, is the Hub Phase 2.
Is there a second?
Add the project to.
Hold on, I need a second. If you moved it, I need a second. Joel, you're on mute if you seconded.
Second.
All right, go ahead, Julia.
Okay, so this one is, Misty, can you put a map again, please? Thank you. So this one is about, is a bigger project. This is the phase 2, and this is to create the community center, a building that the idea is to work with the not-for-profit organization that they are currently working with the Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative to provide the services and program to, different activities. It could be after-school program, summer activities, workforce development, educational, you name it, wellness program, etc. and also in this case, the city can have some presence in this community center through the library, through the senior center, can bring some of the activity to this part of the town, and also the police office, the police department can have a presence here in this community center to do the outreach, work with the kids in the community and the youth, the children, and so this is a more expensive project. It's about $5 million, and the idea is to use some of the funding coming for the money that we already from the police facility, the $10 million. So and I know that this is these people are asked, we need a staff, city staff there. But this is something that we can discuss, but the idea is to be run 90% through other organization, and also we can rent this place for a nominal price, and this organization can do the maintenance of the building, and the city is providing the space where we can provide those programs and services through our partners that we are already collaborating through the Neighborhood Health Initiative. I will say this is what I mentioned before. This is like the second step of the Healthy Neighborhood Initiative program. We already know the not-for-profit because we have been working from there for 2-3 years. We know some of the partners. Some of them, they're doing a great job in this neighborhood. So let's give them a place where they can even improve those services, where people can go there. Some of these people right now, if you heard from some of the presentation, they go to Madison to have these services. They go to Centro Hispano, the Latino Academy in Madison. They had to travel to Madison to have those services. So this is what I say. This is a win-win situation for the city and the community in general, because we can provide those services in Fitchburg. The other thing I want to mention is that I have been talking to a lot of people lately about how we can fund this, and there is you heard, there is another neighborhood resource center. It's called the Aldo Leopold and Arbor Hill, that they are very active in that location because, Leopold School is in the Madison, in Madison City. And then there are like 2 or 3 blocks there that they are not Fitchburg, they are Madison. And we are very close to the south side of Madison. So, and this is something that we can discuss with Madison to see if we can collaborate in the future if we need to bring for the funding, and also with Dane County. I talked to a couple of Dane County board supervisors. They are saying that there are CDBG money that we can use for grant to fund this project. So I think there are other funding options. Shouldn't be Fitchburg putting the whole tab in this project, but I think the opportunity are bigger here if we collaborate. This is what you asked today. Why there are so many people from Madison or the school board participating today, or some of the elders for the Madison, they send letters of support. Or we saw people from the chair of the school board and some of the board members, because the idea is they are our partner. They want to collaborate with us in this project. So this is what they came to talk about, because they want to be partner in this community center. This is why we have the support from many Dane County board supervisors, because they think that this is a very important, a very critical and piece that is for the Dane County. They're thinking about Dane County. Fitchburg, we are part of Dane County. We are part of the south of Madison. We are all commingled in that area. So this is what all these people came to speak up, because they are our partners. They want to collaborate with us. So, so I don't know, Joe, if I missed something.
Oh, hold on.
Real quick, we do
Hold
need to
on.
extend the
Yep.
meeting another.
Yep,
I'll make a
exactly.
motion to
Yep,
extend
I
the
was
meeting
just
for an
interrupting.
hour.
So, seconded by Joel. All in favor of extending the meeting for another hour, say aye.
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 And opposed, nay. All right, we're extending for another hour. Joe, do you want to add anything?
Sure. Again, I'll reference, the principal from Leopold in that, there is look at a map of Fitchburg, map of Madison. There's a red line that crosses along Post Road that separates the Madison part from the Fitchburg part. And then the borders get real funky as you move a little bit north. So, just to put a reality forth, and every alder doesn't necessarily have to experience this, but, when I was doing doors, if I wouldn't have looked on a map and, figured out where I was going, I would not know sort of what's one part of Fitchburg and what's part of Madison. So the people that live in these neighborhoods, Jamestown, Duns Marsh, Leopold, is really, although it's two cities, the folks that live and move across those lines are really one community in each neighborhood. So I want to emphasize the importance of collaboration, because although we have municipal boundaries, although we have our own budget, although we have our own sort of separate processes that are different, separate, policies, to the people that live in these communities, those things are an afterthought. The key important thing is the lives that are affected. My son's got friends across the border in Madison, and they don't know what's Madison and what's Fitchburg unless I point it out. So, to the point, where we were reading names and we were reading where people live and where they're from, I understand that it's important to make that distinction, but at the same time, the people that are speaking and came to testify here are speaking because they care about our community and they care about the human beings, and they're willing to do what they can to be able to assist. Maybe that means money, maybe that means manpower, maybe that means social capital. But I think we really need to think about this project in a collaborative spirit, and also look at what Madison and MMSD and Verona area school districts can bring to the table.
All right, I have Randy next, then Dorothy, and then Julia.
Joe, you mentioned Dane County, you mentioned Madison and collaborating. And you already know where I'm going to vote on this, but I have to ask the question on the financial side. This is Fitchburg, and does Fitchburg carry the entire weight of the project? You said Post Road is just to the north, and we talked about Madison, and a number of people spoke this evening from Madison. Has anybody reached out to Madison? Probably not going to work now with their $25 million hole, but has anybody reached out to Madison to seek funds? Because this isn't just for Fitchburg, it's for Madison teens, youth as well. What about Dane County? You mentioned Dane County. Where's Dane County in all of this? Where's our county supervisors? What opinion do you have? Is there funding that way? I mean, or does Fitchburg absorb the entire cost?
Yeah,
go ahead, Joe.
I think if you'll allow me to respond.
Sure.
I think we can look at funding from a variety of sources, I won't get into the nitty gritty of it just because I want to discuss some of it when we talk about the teen center. But
sure,
we are in 3 school districts, 2 of which are proposed on these projects, and I think when we think about MMSD, for example, their Black Excellence Initiative, there's dollars attached to that. When I think about Verona School District, I have had conversations with board members, and I'm not promising or guaranteeing anything, but I have had conversations with board members that say they would be interested in seeking some sort of resources to tap into this. And with your question about the county, I think Julia mentioned it, and that would also apply to my project, that we have not received community development block grant funds since the creation of the Boys and Girls Club, specifically to this type of funding. And that was, 15 years ago? I don't think anybody on the council was here for that. So we share our CDBG funding, which is federal funding, with the other municipalities in Dane County. And again, if I'm saying anything that's inaccurate, feel free to correct me. But from my conversations with, county staff, we can apply to funds. And I think, we can also think about what types of discretionary funds the county board has as a whole. I also think we shouldn't discount the power of private philanthropy. And I'll just say this as, from my professional experience, I've raised upwards of $50,000 in 3 months and for projects. I've, done relief funding of raising $100,000 in 4 months. So I think that with the people power in this community, with the needs that we're thinking about, we can also look into private dollars to be able to complement and support this type of work as well. So yes, Madison has some challenges right now. However, I think we really need to look broader, in terms of what we're doing. And we have costs set up at the front, but I don't think anybody's expecting that Fitchburg will fit the bill for these entire projects.
I've got Dorothy, then Julia, then Tom. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Well, Joe made me kind of laugh talking about borders, because I know, and I've been saying since forever, that I could put both mayors in my car and take them around my neighborhood and park in various places and say, so are we in Madison or Fitchburg right now? And they wouldn't know. It's craziness. In this neighborhood, we have the advantage of Madison kids and Fitchburg kids going to the same school district anyway. Over in Belmar, the Madison kids go to Madison schools and the Fitchburg kids go to Verona schools, and they all live intermingled across the street from one another and wherever all. It's crazy. I'm looking at blown up picture of the big building in here and speculating that Scott's gonna go, and he's gonna say, well, if police need more space in City Hall, I'll just move the Parks Department up into this new building. I don't know if that'll happen, but it wouldn't surprise me. One thing that's notable is that in all those buildings, I do not believe that there is anywhere for a family to have a birthday party, which I think is kind of crazy. So if we're able to give them, if we have two buildings, there can be two parties at once, heaven forbid, among all those families, that there might be two groups that might want to have a party at the same time. And then talking about the speakers that we had on earlier, they were here because they're passionate about their areas of expertise in working with families and kids and these kind of populations that we're talking about. That is what they're interested in. They don't care if they're in Madison, Fitchburg, or Timbuktu. Their passion is their passion, and they're there to talk about their passion and to share their expertise with us. And we should not disregard them just because they're not from Fitchburg. That would be doing a massive disservice to everybody. So let's not do that. And that's all the notes that I had.
Randy, go ahead.
I'm going to back up to something Dorothy just said. Are you alluding to that's what I said when my question to Joe? I never said that. I never said anything about, excluding Madison teens, youth to this facility. I simply said I incorporated all of them. In my statement, I meant to say is I certainly hope we would not exclude. I mean, just because of the border there.
No, I was talking about saying that the speakers are not from Fitchburg. Therefore, whatever it is they're saying is discounted because they're not Fitchburg residents.
Okay, fine. All right. I mistook.
All right.
Not a problem. Thanks for clarifying it.
Julia, go ahead.
So what I want to mention finally is that we need to have this project in the CIP in order to start the conversation with the other partners, like the City of Madison, Dane County, access to grant, but we need to have the project like, yes, there is the council in Fitchburg want this project, and then we are gonna have a better buyout to cancel this project to the other agencies because we have the support of the council. So we need to put it in the CIP because this project is not in the CIP right now. And then we can build those bridges and start talking to those people. We already start talking to these people. This is where they came today to talk. But the idea is when we have the full support of the council, then Wade and Scott can start writing grants to Dane County. We'll start talking to the Madison group. We start talking to, to the other groups, to the school, but we need to have this in the CIP plan.
Tom, go ahead.
I guess I want to follow up on that comment, Julie, a little bit. Are you saying in the CIP, what year or when, or don't you know that?
I think right now it's for 23.
22 is the design and to have some input from the community, and then 23, 24 is a start building.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's true that last 22? Oh, no, 22? Okay.
You answered the question. I'm going to follow up with my partner said in reference to Dane County. It just sounds like we don't have this information, and correct me if I'm wrong, but, Dane County, DNR, CDBG, the business community. I'm saying right now, we don't know who's on board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I clarify CDBG?
In a sec.
There's $1 million available each year for community development. Again, it's shared by every municipality, I believe, except for Madison. Madison has their own because they're above a certain population threshold. We're almost there. We're not there yet. So of that million, and I am totally just estimating numbers, but I believe Boys and Girls Club Allied location got 250,000 of that. So I would say that, you're right that it's not guaranteed. However, I'm just listing as sort of one source of funding that's available, meaning, we're budgeting in a certain amount to move the project forward with the intentionality that we will seek every opportunity available to us if we were to vote on this, because that would, reduce the cost. So we're starting from a certain point and saying, this is the highest we would have to spend, and then say, let's start chipping away at that. And I think also another point that, Julia is mentioning is that if we attract nonprofit agencies to these spaces, they would, be doing their own fundraising as well to be able to operate costs. And I'm speaking to this as a professional. I worked for 3 years at United Way, and I was the director of education, so I gave out funding to nonprofit agencies for programming. And, you know, your CUNA Mutuals, your American Family Insurances, your UW credit unions, your Summit credit unions, your Madison Community Foundations, all these philanthropies, and again, all these businesses and private dollars are places that, you know, the nonprofit agencies would likely be seeking funding to move their operations forward.
Just one other comment, you know, this is interesting because when the Boys and Girls Club, for some of our new alders, even Joe, when the Boys and Girls Club up there was built, there were so many meetings, you can't believe it. I worked with Dave Shizlevic at the time. In the buildings in Fitchburg, and you probably know, the parking lot is in Madison. That's how it unfolded.
Yeah.
What I'm looking at here, and I'm struggling with, I think they're good plans. I've heard of a teen center. I think Stoughton had one of the best ones around. And there's another neighborhood center. But where I have heartburn is the cost, and the public wasn't involved. If they read the paper tomorrow, which we don't have, but it's like, what? Where's this come from? And all the people that spoke tonight, yeah, be real careful about that, because in the city of Fitchburg, we let anybody speak. Anyone. Madison, Town of Dunn. When Terra Vesta was being built, I had more people in the city council from Town of Dunn than the city of Fitchburg, because they wanted to tell us how to do everything. I'm struggling with $8 million. I'm really having a hard time with it. It's like we're going to do it, but we don't have the money. I probably agree with what's going on here, but like anything else, Julia and Joe, how do you pay for it? Now, if you had an answer for me, it would make me feel better. Now, what committees, has this gone to any committee? I already know the answer to that, Mayor. Has any committees seen these? I know the answer is probably no, because they know the process. But I think they're good, and I think the intention is good, but it's how we're going about to get there, what I'm really struggling with. And folks, people are struggling out there now. People are really struggling. Not everybody's got a job. Not everybody's working full time. A lot of retirees, a lot of fixed income. You have to remember, you're giving them the bill. You'll give them the bill. That's what I'm struggling with, is the cost. And we just don't seem to have that right now.
I just have one question before I go to you, Julia, and maybe you're the right person to answer this. Maybe it's Wade. I know from what I remember, when the Boys and Girls Club was built on Genowine, I believe that the city gave them the land, and then they did the fundraising and to build it. And I think they raised the money really quickly, actually, from the business community and from individuals. And have you considered doing something similar here, where the Y or some other organization, we essentially give them the land and then they build it, they operate it with maybe some guidelines we give them, but then the businesses, the community members are actually giving money towards a nonprofit instead of the city, which some people might have an issue with. And then they have not only the fundraising expertise, but the programming expertise as well to go in there. I mean, I don't know if that was something that's considered, and we've got a few years before this happens, so we can talk more about that, but I'm just wondering if that might be an option to do something similar to that, where, maybe we provide the land for that organization and help them to get CDBG money and other things like that. I don't know if that's other considered or anything like that. I've got Julia next and then Dorothy.
Okay, Tom, most of the money is coming from the $10 million that we are decreasing the police station. And this is what we discussed in amendment number 3. So some of the money is there, okay? I would say a big chunk of the money, if we want, is gonna come from that. And the other thing is, we can have, we discussed the hub. Last year it passed for many commissions. So we discussed about this project. Maybe we didn't discuss the price, but in all of the documents that passed, they went through different commissions, there was an estimated cost, okay? So it's not a surprise. And second, the idea is that we can start with the design, and then the design we can have the public opinion, and then all of this is gonna be run through all the commission, again, for approval. But we need to put this project in the CIP plan so we can start the process to start talking about this and be serious about this. But most of the money funding is gonna come from part of those $10 million that we decrease the size of the police station. This is what the purpose of amendment number 3. And then we are gonna, of course, we are gonna apply for CDBG money. Of course, we are gonna talk to the city of Madison. Of course, we are gonna talk to other agencies for funding. But we need to have the support of the city council and be in the CIP. And maybe last year, COVID gets worse, okay? So we don't start with this in 22. We start in 23 or 24, but we have it in the CIP. This is what I am talking at the beginning of the meeting is CDBG can be flexible. We know that we are under COVID. We know that they are under other, it doesn't mean that we put in the CIP plan and it's everything next year, the economy and everything is back up, we can move forward with the project, but at least we have it in the CIP. That's all. This is what I am asking.
All right, Dorothy.
Okay. First, to answer Tom, I believe that at the very least, this proposal has been before CETA and the Parks Commission. I'm not certain what other committees, but I think at least those two. So it's not as though it's been hidden from sight within the city. Then I wanted to remind people what Tarek had said. Tarek is works out of the Madison Mayor's office, and he runs the neighborhood resource teams for the city. And what he said is that the Boys and Girls Club is not a community facility. It is not available to the community. It does what the Boys and Girls Club does, but the community doesn't have access to it. So if we want to, we get to decide how much control we want what happens in these facilities. If we want to turn it over to nonprofits and say, it's yours now, you can do with it what you will. And if we're not happy with it, oh well. Or we can say, this is ours, and we get to decide what we want it to be. So there's that spectrum to be aware of and look at.
Gabrielle, do you mind if I hop before you? Okay. I also want to say, and this is sort of going back to the what will Madison contribute question. I think if we're talking about sort of a full-fledged community center, you also have a, property that's funded by taxpayer dollars, that Madison taxpayers, put their money into, which is Leopold Elementary School, and it's the largest elementary school in in Madison for sure, probably, you know, beyond that. But I think you have the commitment also of a school district that has a, you know, paid position within their district to be able to build capacity within the organization. And, you know, as opposed to the mayor's point, giving money to, or just sort of giving an organization land, moving forward with it and saying that's it. I think in the case of, again, the hub and the teen center, the intention of the alders is that, you know, we would probably have some sort of a process to determine what is the best organization for this, that fits this space. I've worked for the Boys and Girls Club for 5 years. I send my son there ever since elementary school. It does have its limitations. I mean, I have nothing but good things to say about it because of what it's done for our community. But I will say that the limitations of it are one that, you know, a specific demographic group, Latinx children, are not represented there. You know, teen programming is not as robust as I would like it to be there. You know, and to what Dorothy said, there is some community programming. You know, you have to sort of rent the space out. But, you know, it is more strictly a youth center. And my understanding of the hub is that the hub is sort of more multi-purpose. And I think if we as a city have a say and we pass it through committees like CETA or like Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative, then we have the power as a city to be able to say, this is what we want in our city in this resource. We want a community center that, you know, is reflective of the neighborhood, the entire neighborhood. We want a community center that is not just about youth programming, but has other things. And we can build that into the process when we're searching out organizations so that the right organizations step into those spaces. And again, I'm bringing my professional expertise as somebody who, you know, has brokered those relationships in this community and knows sort of who does what to be able to help develop that criteria as a former funder for a philanthropic organization. Like I know what the right questions are to ask, and I know how we're going to be able to get the information that we need so that we have a good fit and not just hand it over to somebody who may have some shortcomings as an organization. And again, no slight to the Boys and Girls Club. I love the Boys and Girls Club. It's a tremendous resource, but you know, we want to be able to maybe get the things right that we may not have gotten right in the past.
Gabriella, go ahead. And I'll go to you, Wade.
I can let Wade jump in real quick if you want.
All right.
Wade, jump in.
Go ahead, Wade.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer your point, Aaron, and also kind of add on to what Joe and either Dorothy or Julia said. As we did the plan, we did look at, you know, kind of a privately owned, privately run facility as an option, and certainly did discuss that and explore that. At the end of the day, you know, if that were to take place on the site that we're currently planning on, you know, we gain that land as a city via parkland dedication. So if we tried to, you know, essentially sell that land, I believe there's a lot of strings attached, you know, for us to do that. So again, we did kind of explore that option, but at the end of the day, we thought, you know, a facility on public land, city land, whether run by the city or run by, you know, a nonprofit, were the two options that we thought were most feasible at this point.
All right, now Gabriella, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Sorry.
I just wanted to remind people about remind people about the overwhelming support of the community that came out for this. Like, we had our sitting senator, Mark Miller. We had one of our representatives, Jimmy Anderson. We had Melissa Sargent, who is probably going to be our next state senator for this region. We had the president of the Madison School Board, Gloria Reyes. We had another school board member, Savian Castro. We have Andy Big Armor County Board Supervisor. Obviously, Dorothy Krause is another county board supervisor. We had some other people weigh in that were part of the county board. We had the Leopold's principal. We had the Latino Chamber of Commerce, someone from the Healthy Kids Collaborative, from Operation Fresh Start, from Big Brothers Big Sisters, Latino Academy of Workforce Development. We had this crazy outpouring of people that were like, this is exciting. I want to partner with you. Let's do this. And this proposal has only been public. I mean, obviously, this has been circulating internally with the city for a while, but this has only been public since August 3rd, whenever we released in a couple of weeks, we had people just crying out that this is what they want. People from every part of Fitchburg, all over, all these partners that want to partner with us. So it just seems like we need to put this plan in place and let people work with us. People are excited about this. Organizations all over the city are excited about this in a very short period of time. And I can't wait to get to next year where we can do more work with the community and look more at the plan and look at where the funding can come from. And who knows what it's going to be? 2 weeks. Look at the type of response we got in 2 weeks. Let's put this in here and let's dream and be inspired next year and see where we can take this. I just think this is an easy yes.
All right. Ready to vote, or anyone else want to comment? All right, let's go ahead and vote, Misty.
Arada,
Yes.
Louder,
No.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Yes.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Next up is number 13. I don't know if Joe, you're taking this one, or Julia is.
Joe.
Yes. Let me, why did I just exit out of my name of my amendment? Okay, I propose amendment 13, the Fitchburg Area Teen Center.
All right, is there a second?
Can I interrupt real quick? I just got a text from a constituent saying that the Fact TV stream isn't working. I just want to make sure that that's...
All right, we'll have him check on that. All right. Did I have a second from Julia or someone?
Hey, Dorothy.
Dorothy, all right. Good. All right. We're checking on the stream, but Joe, if you want to at least speak to what you're doing here.
Sure. So I'm going to be like, anybody ever seen 8 Mile? Raise your hand. Okay, so there's a scene in 8 Mile where he's in his final battle and he tells everybody everything negative about himself so that you'll know what you're shooting for. So I've had conversations with the community. I've had conversations with several alders. And, I'm also speaking from my background experience, and I think it's really important to bring that up. But this amendment would establish a teen center in the Jamestown neighborhood. As opposed to a construction project, this would be a use of currently vacant space and repurposing that space for something that will be restorative in nature and something that will, again, pay off and have an impact on our community. I think you're all familiar as alders with the Jamestown neighborhood. It is located on the northwest corner of Fitchburg. It's divided between a highway on its east side, Verona Road. There are only 2 ways to get into it, and they're both very difficult by car. You can cross Williamsburg Way, or you can go down McKee and then ramp up. Can't remember the name of the street. It might be. It's not Fitch-Verona, but it's right before it. And it, again, shares its borders with the city of Madison once you go about a mile out. It is characterized by dozens of apartment buildings bordering the west side of Anton Drive. When you turn the corner to go down King James Way, you hit several more series of apartments. When you go to the cul-de-sac of King James Court, there are another series of apartment buildings as well. I don't have the data on, what the current demographic area is of the neighborhood. But I would say that, just from living there, having family there, walking there when I was campaigning, majority of residents are working families. There is a high concentration of families of color. There are a high concentration of families without access to transportation. And the neighborhood is adjacent to Jamestown, which has the residential part of Jamestown, which has, more homes. I say all that to say, I just want to give you a picture of sort of what the neighborhood looks like. And I will also say that when you look at the buildings that sort of scatter that landscape that are not residential, many of them are abandoned. Many of them do not necessarily serve that neighborhood directly. They're either sort of large industrial spaces or spaces that have been, abandoned due to the Verona Road project, or spaces that are sort of larger commercial spaces that don't necessarily aren't there for the people that live there. Long story short, it doesn't necessarily feel like a neighborhood, but there are many, many, many families there. And the goal of this project is to take one step in the right direction to be able to make this place truly a neighborhood. I mentioned earlier that I live, I moved to the Duns Marsh neighborhood, which includes Ally Drive. At one point, that neighborhood was considered a place that is not desirable to live. With the creation of several spaces, a youth center, affordable housing, and eventually a grocery store, that started to feel more like a neighborhood. And it had benefits that were immense. What I'm proposing in this amendment is to take one of those abandoned spaces, which is a 24,000 square foot former furniture store. It's situated between storage areas, a little bit to the north, the Catholic Multicultural Center, which has some adult programming for workforce, families that are looking for workforce training, and to the south and a little bit east, down on King James Way, a church called Redeemer City, which you heard support from their pastor, who has opened up the space for folks that want to come in and collaborate. Mostly they do some elementary, they bring in folks from the Verona School District. I toured the space with Mike Zimmerman and Joyce Fry. It is a large, wide open space. And I will just say, as somebody who has done teen programming, who has worked with teens professionally, having a place that is sort of wide open is amenable to what teens need. And let me explain that a little bit. Sorry if I'm being long-winded. I just want to get the whole picture here. Teens need a place where they can be who they are, where they can be themselves. Most community centers, some community centers in the county have teen programming. In most spaces that I've been that have teen programming, the space that's dedicated for teens and the staffing that's dedicated for teens is often minute compared to the investment in younger children. And it makes sense to invest in younger children because that's where you really want to make some headway. However, when you're in a community center where teens get one room, they're surrounded by grade school kids, and that space may or may not be available depending on what's going on. And there's a part-time staff working with, those kids. You are not likely to get robust programming. And you are not likely to get sort of a consistent use of the space and engagement of the space and ownership of the space. I think this space is ideal because it's large, it's open, and it also has, places within the space that can be used for sort of one-on-one meetings, other organizations to come in and do programming, repurpose of space for events. I know this is a proposal that's coming very early on in the process, but the purpose behind that is that this is a great space and a great opportunity that can be used, and it can be developed, and the community can have engagement in what it looks like, and youth can have engagement and input on what it looks like. And similar to the hub, we can think about who would be the most appropriate party to anchor that space. So the way the space is laid out, or the way the CIP is laid out, is that there is some upfront costs, and those upfront costs are primarily related to purchasing of the space and renovation and design of the space to be able to get it ready. The goal is that within 2 years, through community input, that it would be ready to have, a tenant in that space. So we're not necessarily spending as much time on building a building, but we are spending time on figuring out what the right fit for the current building is. I also built in some long-term programming costs. And those long-term programming costs would involve operations for a space that would, a tenant that would be able to come in. That tenant would, essentially run the space and pay us rent. And, we would be providing some funding for programming costs. It wouldn't be city staff that runs the space. I think it's more appropriate to, not put that burden on city staff, and also to trust, the experts in youth development to be able to do that. But we would provide some financial support in the long term to be able to put towards programming. I'm open to questions about the details of this project, but I also understand that we would need to really kind of work through the finer details of this project. But I wanted to, put this on the agenda because, one, we don't know how long space will be available. And I think we have an opportunity to truly utilize, space that is here and is not being used.
All right, anyone else want to speak? Everyone awake? All right, Dorothy, go ahead.
Joe has heard this, and I think he hates it. One of my grumbles about Boys and Girls Club is that when kids are troublesome, they get banned from the Boys and Girls Club. Those are the kids probably that are stealing cars, breaking into houses. Those are the kids that need a positive place to be, with positive activities and positive influences and adults that actually care about them and listen to them and help them through whatever they go through. It's been a long time since I was a kid, but I know I used to push the bubble like crazy, what my parents would tolerate. I think I broke the bubble a time or two.
Sure.
But when I hear people saying, we got to do something about this, this is what needs to be done. Go back to the cost to lock kids up, break up families, turn kids unproductive for life, and continue paying for them jail and prison for the rest of their life is just a stupid way to do it when we can do this upfront work with kids that are at risk and give them what they truly need to become productive citizens. Anything other than that is just a waste of everything and incredibly expensive for us.
Yeah, to that point, Dorothy, while I do envision this to be a space that's for all kids, all teens, I do acknowledge that there is a very specific skill set in working with youth who are justice involved. And if anybody doesn't understand the term justice involved, it means youth who are involved in the juvenile justice system. So there are organizations in this community that are well equipped to be able to lead programming with justice involved youth. So I think that if we were to say as a community, this is a priority, I would be confident that we'd be able to, one, sort of build in the criteria, and two, be able to find the right organizations. I will also say that our county does invest a significant amount in, working with youth that are involved in the justice system. It's slightly more expensive work than sort of general teen programming, but it is necessary because the cost of incarceration is way more expensive. So Yana Williams, Kellyanna Williams, she was one of the speakers. She leads one of those programs. She leads a program called Dear Diary. They were funded 2 years ago, specifically to work with girls that are, either at risk of being justice involved or are justice involved. They've received funding from the City of Madison, which is a federal grant through the Department of Justice. They've also received funding from Dane County Human Services and the Wisconsin Department of Justice, and they've grown tremendously in 2 years, and I think serve close to like 40 girls, and about half of those girls have had offenses, and most of those girls, you either have lower level offenses or are not reoffending at all, which again, to the fiscal point, saves us money because we're not paying for them to be in JRC. And I don't want to I don't want to put it in a deficit perspective. I believe the value of kids and the talents that kids bring, but also these girls are getting jobs, they're joining the basketball team, they're repairing relationships with their families, and it really is coming down to having a nurturing space, opportunity, and the right people and the right skill sets to be able to bring that out of them.
All right, anyone else? Dorothy again, and then I'll go to Sarah.
Just real quick, I've got a fellow named Chef Jeff Henderson that ended up in the system and was a drug kingpin in LA or whatever, and learned how to cook in prison, and ended up cooking for Bellagio in Las Vegas. His quote that I heard from him is to say, and talking about these kids and kids that are getting involved with dealing drugs and all this, he says, they are damn good entrepreneurs. they just need a better product. That needs to be tapped and guided differently.
All right, Sarah, go ahead.
So I definitely appreciate this plan, and I do think that there's a need for a teen center, an outlet for teens, without a doubt. But I do find several flaws within this specific plan, which make me wish that it was something more of a conversation starter, of request to have staff research a teen center or something along those lines to really kick it off. Because as I review kind of what's proposed, so the location for the A1 furniture building, it's less than a mile and a half away from the Boys and Girls Center, which I understand and I appreciate that, like you said, they have different targeted audiences, but I still think that it's something to consider from a location standpoint to make sure that we're best serving our residents. That location is really important. I also think that it's, as we heard tonight from several residents of how important green space is, it's important to note that this location has no green space. It's surrounded by a parking lot, it's next to a large highway, and then it's surrounded by other buildings. I would think that from a teen center, something that would be really valuable would be green space. And I don't see an option of where we could even expand to that within this location, which once again, I think would ladder back to the idea of this being proposed as a plan to research as to what could be available as a potential space, to have more thought put into what would be best used. In addition, I think it's interesting that you said you did tour the space and that it was an open air facility, because that's what I was assuming it was. And when I kind of had researched what would work best for teen centers and what's desired, green space popped up, and then quiet areas also popped up where people could have time to not be in a large open air space. And if they wanted quiet time, they could have that space to retreat, which I think once again kind of highlights where construction and changes would be needed within this space, and potentially just highlight that it's not the best action for us to just move forward with without having more planning thought put into it. I also think that one thing from a timing perspective, with this hitting, I'd love it if we could learn from our experiences, where right now this is set to kind of coincide with the hub expansions, where maybe we have some experience from the hub that we realize something works best, or some facility is just really popular and is where all teens are kind of congregating within the hub, and that's something we would want to apply to this project. That I just think timing is something to keep in mind, where let's learn from the projects that we're doing and apply them so that we can continuously improve and provide residents the best outlets that we possibly can. And I guess lastly, money is a concern, where I just think, I can't help but think that and I know it's been this common theme throughout the night, and it's uncertainty, and it's just such a buzzword, but the fact that people are facing financial hardships, I don't think can be overlooked. And if we do borrow, and if we keep on just chipping away at kind of what we're expecting from taxpayers, it's going to kind of filter down, where it's either going to go on to property values, where people have to make choices of how the residence that they live in, for how expensive it is. If they're a renter, the landlord, I've actually received an email already from a landlord saying that they're going to increase rent. So no one's insulated from these expenses, and it is going to hit Fitchburg residents. And I don't think that can get overlooked. I agree. It's money. We should do what's best for our residents, but having a place to live that you can afford is something that is really important for our residents. So from my perspective, I like the project. I like the thought process. I like that we're discussing it, but I think it should be brought forward more as let's plan it and put some effort in to make sure that we're making the right choices and moving forward in the right direction.
All right. Tom, go ahead, Tom.
We got to keep these short. It's getting too late, right? Randy, is that what you told me? Huh? You know, I think I know the answer already, Misty. Do we have any numbers on this?
Yep, in the proposal. So he's got the 1.35 million for the property acquisition, which is what it's currently listed at, 1.65 for remodel. And then as Joe talked about, the project management for 3 years and then programming support, $100,000 a year after that.
I think we're missing some. What about the staffing?
I think what he said was that we'd essentially partner with someone else to do with the staffing and run the teen center, a nonprofit of some kind.
Nonprofit. The other thing is, I'm going to piggyback on some things Sarah said, you know. I think a lot of these are good proposals, but it just comes to money with me. And I'm having a hard time with that. Even listening to Joe, and I'm not even trying to argue with him, in reference to this, not once during his presentation did he bring up the city of Fitchburg almost. He brought up Jamestown. Jamestown. He gave us the demographics of Jamestown. If we don't know where Jamestown is, we're in trouble. We know where Jamestown is. And not once did I hear, this is a city project for the teen center. We have 3 school districts. This was all about Jamestown. And when the library was built, that's all I heard. It's too far away from Jamestown. And I don't want to say that it's too far away from the central city, but again, there hasn't been enough planning here. Maybe that's going to come later. Okay, that's fine. I go along with that. But this isn't just about Jamestown. This is about the whole city of Fitchburg.
Before we go on, I need another motion to extend the meeting.
I'll do it for 10 minutes.
It needs to be longer than that. We still have another amendment to do. Someone else?
Half hour.
I'll second a half an hour.
All right. All in favor of extending a half an hour, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right. Anything further? Can we vote on this one? Yeah, Julia.
I think that I understand, your position, Sarah, but and also Tom, you need to understand that what Joe tried to do was try to explain what was the lack of resources and programming in that area. This is what he was referring to Jamestown, but this one is at the end of the day, all of this is going to benefit the city as a whole. Everything of this thing is going to benefit it. When he talk about Jamestown, I don't think that he's going to benefit Jamestown. I think it's a project for the whole city. The other thing I want to say is maybe we can put this project in the CIP plan as a placeholder. If some of you are not, willing to approve it, but at least to have to start the conversation, to do the research, but I look to determine that we need to have this type of resources and teen center in that part of the city. So I understand about this is why the money is coming also from part of the $10 million that we discussed in Amendment 3. Maybe we need to reduce the operation, management, what is the $100,000? Maybe we need to look at that. Maybe we don't need $100,000, maybe $20,000. It's going to be run by a complete not-for-profit. It's not going to be run by the city. And there are going to be revenue associated with this rental,
So to that point, Julia, I'd like to make an amendment to my amendment, but I want to hear what Gabrielle has to say first.
Go ahead, Gabrielle.
I think, the people that came out in support of that earlier tonight, which is why we're here so late, because we had 3 hours, what was it, 2.5, 3 hours of testimony. It was fantastic. And this was a part, like, we passed both parts of the hub, which is great, but people were just as passionate about this project as they were about those two. And this like achieves something for the city that those two projects don't. And these projects as a whole are so inspiring that it brought all these people out. And this is like one way that we can, I don't know, I'm ready for this plan to be a moment when the city can feel inspired about what the future can be. And like, this isn't the budget, this is the CIP. But if we pass this tonight, we're saying that this is important to us and we're gonna figure out a way to make it happen. And I am like ready, we inspired people by bringing these amendments forward. And they asked us to move this forward. And I'm on board. I want to move this forward because I want this to be the future of Fitchburg. And it feels very significant. It's the right moment in time to be doing this. It just feels very important to me that we make the statement today that this matters to us as a city. And there are details that we have to figure out. I get that. And that's gonna be a tough conversation. I'm gonna sleep all day in the lead up to the budget conversation so I can be ready for it. But that's like, this is the moment to accept this vision and be inspired about what this could mean for the future. And we will manage the details as we move forward.
Joe, go ahead.
So I think one of the things I'm thinking about in particular, and I can't address, all of Sarah's questions, but I'll focus on this first, I guess, because I think it relates to timing. I do think the most important two pieces of this project are acquisition and renovation. I think we can get a project like this off the ground in 2 years. I am, and I have to defer to Misty to see if this makes financial sense. I am willing to, one, sort of reduce the project management costs on year one, just to get a slower start. But I do think we need to start moving on it, soon and do something. So hear me out. I'm thinking 50,000 for year one in terms of project management. And taking the cost of the first 2 years around building and or purchase and renovation. Spreading the cost of purchase over 4 years. So that would at least reduce some costs on the front end, in terms of what we're spending in year one, because I know we voted on, some amendments that sound like, there's will to move up to year one. Is that doable, or am I making sense, Misty?
Yeah, I don't know that you need to do the spreading out of the acquisition, because we have to pay the cash to buy the building right away, and we'll end up going for it under your amendment. So we'll already kind of be spreading it out over those years that we're paying back the debt.
Okay.
I don't think that piece is needed.
Sure. So in that case, I know it's a small amount, but I think, just given the timeliness, I'd like to reduce the first year's project management costs from 100 down to 50.
So that's an amendment?
Yeah.
You're proposing? Okay. Is there a second? Second by Julia. Any further comments on reducing year one to 50,000? All right, then why don't we vote on change? This is just to change year one to 50,000 for now, and then we'll vote on the whole thing after that. Go ahead, Misty.
Arata Frada,
Yes.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Yes.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
No.
Strassman,
That's fine.
You're on mute, Shannon, or asleep.
Mute.
No? No?
Pass
Yes? I can't hear you.
Udell?
Yes.
All right.
I assume Shannon passes.
Yeah,
So
we'll
that
just give her a pass. All right. So now we're back to the full amendment with the revised number in 2021. Anything further? Would you like to vote on this, Dorothy?
The only quick that I wanted to point out is that this building is almost immediately across the street from the Painters Union. So a skilled training facility that we can end up making use of. They can be used at first. I know some of the trainees at the Painters Union helped with drywalling and painting in the church. I would bet you we'd get them to help with this building renovation as well. But just to have that skilled training facility that we can help guide kids into as they're thinking about their future. So again, turning them into productive citizens. I think having that training facility there is a little bit of a diamond that people aren't aware of.
Joe?
Sorry, I don't want to keep anybody longer here than need to be. Just wanted to real quick touch on a couple questions you've got about the space there, and I welcome you to tour it with me. So you just sort of hear my vision talking it out. The entire space itself is not wide open. There are actually sort of more closed off rooms. And there's also an entire pretty large space in the back where currently it's used for bringing trucks in and bringing in stuff. So I think there are possibilities for sort of more enclosed spaces as well that can be utilized. So I just wanted to touch on that point before we end it off. And again, I'd be glad to talk through the details I'm a visual person, so I'd also like to walk through that space, and I'd invite any of the alders to join me as well.
All right. Anything else? All right. So now this is the final vote on this amendment, and it's a revised 2021 dollars of $50,000. Go ahead, Misty.
Arada Frada?
Yes.
Clouder?
No.
Gerhart?
Yes.
Krause?
Yes.
Maldonado?
Yes.
Schroeder?
No.
Strassman?
No.
Udell?
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Moving on to number 14, Gabriella.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve amendment number 14, a new hybrid and electric vehicles and equipment, encourage hybrid purchases.
Is there a second? Seconded by Julia. All right. What do you got here, Gabriella?
So, as you all know, the city has made a commitment to address climate change. And one of the ways that we can do that is to encourage the purchase of hybrid and electric vehicles. The problem with this, that was, Misty generously worked with this with me, is that hybrid vehicles sometimes can have a higher capital cost, even though over the life of the hybrid or electric vehicle, it saves gas money. And so although it may be a net savings to the city, the capital costs come from a different part of the budget than the gasoline. So the idea behind this amendment is to provide the capital funding, the additional capital funding that might be needed to purchase a hybrid electric vehicle for a given department, so that they have the ability to do so, and then in the long run will save us gas money. So the proposal is to have $20,000 put into this fund for the first 5 years, and then $10,000 on the back 5 years. For a total of $150,000 of funding. That funding would roll over year to year if it wasn't used all in a single year. So if more cars are going to be bought in 2023, say, it could use some of the previous funding. And then Misty also did some calculations, and it looks like for $150,000 investment over 10 years, we would look to save around $285,000 in costs. Which is what's laid out on and Misty, correct me if that's wrong. I think that's, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, this is both one of our ways that we can address climate change and also a way that we can save the city money in the long run. We're just kind of eliminating that, the need for an individual department to budget extra money for this, and just let them make that decision on the fly if the opportunity arises and the right vehicle is an option. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, I think you hit on it at the end there. I just wasn't clear. So the $20,000 isn't for like one vehicle or three vehicles. It's just a dollar amount and use it as far as we can.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, if the assessment department wanted to buy a vehicle, maybe that it's $2,000 more than what is budgeted, so they can use part of that fund to pay for it, for example. But you know, if Chad and the police department wanted to buy a vehicle, I would assume that the capital cost for a police vehicle might be higher than what you would see for an assessing vehicle. So maybe it costs $10,000 more for a police vehicle to turn to a hybrid one. So you could use that fund for that. So it's meant to be flexible to provide for the needs of the of whatever department is choosing to take advantage of that type of savings. And I'll talk with Chad about this later if it passes. But you know, part of the inspiration for this was the fact that we're moving from leasing police vehicles to buying police vehicles, and I would love for the possibility of purchasing a hybrid police vehicle to at least be, you know, feasible budget wise. And obviously the operational soundness of the vehicle is obviously of the utmost importance, but creating a budget structure so that the barrier is not the capital cost. I don't want the barrier to be the capital cost.
Okay.
And that's what this fund seeks to address.
All right. Any other comments? Sarah, go ahead, and then Dorothy after that.
I guess this one just kind of confused me because I do think that as a city, we're trying to make strides towards being more fuel efficient and more sustainable, like more sustainability focused. But I would just ask if we could potentially request that the areas that would like vehicles would consider energy efficient vehicles as their option when they would present them to us. Just knowing that there are several areas such as public works with snowplows and fire with fire trucks that can't even consider these vehicles. And also understanding that hybrid and electric vehicles are declining in costs. So it feels as though we could have more flexibility and adjust with the actual current market conditions if we just worked with staff within those areas to bring forward those proposals for electric vehicles at the time. So kind of I don't know, Misty, if you could give any insight into kind of how this works for forecasting these vehicles. I was having a hard time aligning when I was thinking through the vehicles that we would be purchasing and then the declining costs within the market.
So if I can speak on.
Yeah, go ahead, Misty.
And I'll kind of speak on behalf of Gabriella, which is the conversation her and I had, but the intention was this fund would just be for that differential. So if a vehicle would come to council as $25,000 that you would have to approve, they would provide the hybrid option for your consideration at the same time. And whatever that differential would be would come out of this separate area so that we don't have to budget for hybrid vehicles in all of the different CIP accounts that exist for all the different departments. It would be available here because it might make sense for one department and might not for another department. So it's a way to kind of centralize that funding, but to know that it was available so that council had that choice or had the funding to make that choice if they wanted to with the hybrid piece. And I don't know about what that differential is. I've heard various numbers thrown out, especially in the last couple of years, between 4,000 and 10,000. So I don't know how far that money will necessarily go until we start really looking at them. But the intention would be to make sure that staff is sharing that option with you guys so you can make that decision.
All right, Dorothy, go ahead.
Along the same lines, I know the county plow trucks are all run on CNG gas that is generated by the landfill. And I believe that they are making that CNG fuel available to others as well. They've started to sell it. So the city should probably ask the county if we could tap into the CNG gas that the county produces at the landfill and run some of our plow trucks and things with it.
All right. Seeing no one else, we can go to a vote, Misty.
Arada Frada,
Yes.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Aye.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, so now we're done with all those different things. We have to essentially vote on the entire thing, the resolution R-10620, which was kind of the original motion we made. And so now we're asking you to essentially vote on the capital improvement plan with all changes that were approved tonight. And so this is kind of a yes or no on the entire thing with what we've done, which is the overall is the resolution R-10620. Go ahead, Misty.
Arada Frada,
Aye.
Clouder,
Aye.
Gerhart,
Yes.
Krause,
Aye.
Maldonado,
Yes.
Schroeder,
Yes.
Strassman,
Yes.
Udell.
Yes.
You have a CIP.
All right. Anything else you need, Missy?
Nope, that is it for CIP.
All right. Julia, do you have a question?
Yes, I want to ask you a question, Mayor. Are you planning to veto the CIP?
No.
What do you say?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Personnel Committee, Gabriella, do you want to move to postpone?
Yes, I will move to postpone this until August 25th.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. And we talked about this. I didn't just tell her to do
Oh,
that.
yeah. No,
right.
this is a plan. It's
Yeah.
just a very nice plan. So surprise, no, we don't have to talk about
All right.
it.
Midwest nice.
All in favor of postponing, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. All right. Public safety, anything, Sarah?
No.
All right. I'm going to skip mayor's report and all the reports. Sorry. It's 2:15 in the morning.
Me go to bed.
There's an election tonight. Someone want to read the referral for the resolution? Finance, maybe Julia.
Yes, I move approval resolution R days. Sorry, it's too late. I move approval resolution R-148-20, approving the assignment of the development agreement and tax incremental bond.
Second.
We approve.
Second by Gabriella. Are you speaking to this, or you want Missy to speak to this, Julia?
Misty can explain it very simple. So Misty,
Okay.
can you say?
We have a development agreement in place for the former juice plant, the 3101 Fish Hatchery Road project. The bank that's working with the developer has requested that we do this kind of addendum to the agreement, which it doesn't change the underlying development agreement. Really, all it is doing is it is asking me to make the payments directly to the bank rather than making the payments on the PAYGO to the developer. So it's a relatively housekeeping thing. We have done this in the past for at least one other project that I'm aware of, but it's just directing where I cut the check.
All right. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. All right. Announcements. Actually, technically, the election was yesterday, not tonight. Next meeting's in 2 weeks. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion
So
to
move.
adjourn. Yep.
Second.
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 All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. All right. Good night.
Aye.